So we decided to do something a little different.
We went through and selected some of our very best mead recipes.
And we put them end to end to end in one video.
And made a mead movie.
So for the first video, we decided why not start with something really, really simple. And we decided to go with
grocery store mead.
Because that way you can get all the ingredients at your local grocery store.
This is a perfect beginner video, and that's why we started with it.
Today we're making mead from the grocery store.
Now, we're not gonna ferment grocery stores, because that's just weird. Now, we went to the grocery store, and we found some stuff on the shelves, and we said, hey, let's make a mead out of that.
So, this is more of a beginner recipe, but there are some things that you're going to want to have, like a fermenter, like hydrometer, a turkey baster for taking measurements. These are things that if you don't have them already, I highly suggest getting them if you think you're going to be getting into the hobby of fermenting. But first, let's get started. This is mead, which means fermented honey. I had to get 2 different kinds because I want to use 2 1/4 pounds of honey. Now, you might be thinking, why 2 1/4 pounds? Why such an unusual number? Couple of reasons. I want to guarantee that this goes dry, so I need my gravity to be low enough that that'll happen. And we're using bread yeast. Which is not known for super high ABVs. She's laughing at me already. So we want to make sure that our gravity is low enough that we can work with this rather than against it, okay?
For those of you who are confused already, there is such a thing as too much fermentable sugars in a brew.
Yes.
If you put tons of fermentable sugars in there, your yeast are gonna be like, no!
More alcohol is not always the answer. Instead of having more alcohol in your brew, just have 2 glasses.
And the reason why I made the weird little raspberry noise at the end of their screaming is that the excess of fermentable sugars can actually make their cells rupture.
Yes. Yeah, it can actually kill them. Many times it just stalls, but there are times that it could actually kill them. So we said 2 1/4 pounds. So I'm going to start pouring in my honey. Which one should we get? Inches in there. Now, this is Golden Blossom brand honey. Just found it on the shelf at Publix. It actually is a mixture of clover, orange blossom, sage buckwheat, and Canadian wildflower. Yeah, I had to read that upside down. But it's a mixture, so I would call this more or less just a wildflower style of honey. It is unfiltered, which means they just strained out the pollen and things like that. It does still have some pollen in it, so it will actually still crystallize. But it's just a decent quality honey. I'll have the prices of all this stuff available because I don't know them off the top of my head.
But we saved a receipt.
Yeah, we saved the receipt just to show you. So we can get a number at the end of how much this mead costs to make. Okay, so I know that's 2 pounds, but it's only reading 1.828. So here's what we're gonna end up having to do. It's gonna be an approximation kind of deal. Can you just hold on to that
Sure.
and keep it draining in? I'm gonna put in some of this one. Now this one is similar. This is from Be Natural. We've actually used this honey before. We can get it online. It's a really good quality honey, reasonably affordable. I just got 1 pound of it so that we could do this. What we're gonna do is put in to about the 1 1/4 mark, and then I'm just gonna, or 2 1/4 mark, and then we're just gonna rinse that one out. What we wanna do now is get all the rest of that honey out. So I'm just gonna take some water. We have 108 ounces of water exactly, because people always ask, how much water did you put in? So we have 108 ounces of water. Now, what kind of water are we using, babe?
We are using the generic Publix, which is the name of our grocery store brand, drinking water.
Yep.
And this is basically just filtered water.
Yep. Just water.
Carbon filtered and Ozonated.
Ozonated. And just by putting some water in here and shaking it up, first, I'm getting some oxygen into that water, which is important too. But second, I'm getting all that excess honey out of this bottle. See, you don't have to be prissy about it. All right, we're done with the scale though.
All right, so another thing that you probably can't find at your grocery store is sanitization liquid. And the one that we use is Star San. And that's because everything here has been sanitized in the red bucket of sanitization! The red bucket of sanitization! Now, if you can't find Star San, something that you can find perhaps at your grocery store is baby bottle sanitization solution. And that should work just as well in this particular case.
Yeah, we haven't actually used that, but we've heard from people that it works great. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to pour in most of our water. Because that water came directly from a jug, it wasn't heated or anything like that. Oh, I need the stir thingy.
The paddle.
The paddle. Yeah, what I want to do is get this mixed in. And it's easy to do when it's only like half full. And I can slosh it around a little bit. It's totally fine. The aeration is good for it. It helps the colony of yeast build up in the beginning.
Oxygen in your brew before fermentation has started is really important, and it's going to help the fermentation process start up by aiding your yeast. Oxygen in your brew after fermentation has started, particularly once alcohol is present, is bad because the presence of alcohol and oxygen in a brew can activate acetobacters, which will turn it to vinegar.
General rule of thumb for mixing. Mix till you think you're done, then mix for 2 minutes more. That seems mixed up pretty good. Now I'm going to add in the rest of the water and make sure it's fully mixed. We get questions on headspace a lot. Headspace in primary, which this is primary, your primary fermentation, doesn't matter, okay? You can have as much headspace as you want or as little as you want. The
reason for that
yeah, go for it.
Is because in primary, this is when the magic is happening. This is when the yeast are doing their thing and they're creating their byproducts. The one we want is alcohol, and the one we don't necessarily want at this stage is CO2, gas. And so that CO2, which is heavier than oxygen, is going to push all that oxygen out through your airlock and fill that void with CO2, creating a nice blanket where it's going to limit any bad things occurring. So that's why it's not an issue now.
Yeah, later on it can oxidize and it can cause off flavors over time. And later on, if you don't have enough alcohol, it can turn to vinegar still. One thing I wanted to talk about too is heating honey. A lot of people with older recipes especially believe that you have to heat your honey, even to the point that they boil it with the water. That's not really a great thing to do because honey has a lot of subtleties to it. Once you boil it, you're killing off a lot of those subtle little flavors and aromas that actually are really, really nice in a mead. Somebody said that they do that and they never have the foaming issue. That may be true. I haven't tested that to find out, but I'd much rather keep all the subtle aromas and deal with a little foam than boil off all the stuff that makes the honey good in the first place, because honey is not cheap. It's actually quite expensive, especially now. Sorry to interrupt the video, but I wanted to tell you about the City Steading VIP Club. It's a super friendly bunch of brewers who get together and constantly help each other and share information. A large part of it is our private Facebook group where you can ask questions and get help. We also have Zoom meetings monthly for most tiers of membership. These hangouts are a great way to ask questions or just hang out with us and the other members. In addition, the higher tiers get their names right in our videos. So consider becoming a VIP. Now, back to the video. So I'm over mixing this on purpose. I'm trying to get oxygen in there. This paddle with all the holes is great for that because you see, I can slosh it around. You can hear it. That's important, okay? So we have our gallon of must. This is now considered must, I think. I don't know what they called mead before it's mead, but I know with beer it's wort, with wine it's must. I consider mead to be more of a wine than a beer, so it's must to me. Next ingredient is a little bit of flavoring, okay? Some things that we like to add are, I'm using a mandarin orange here. Now, I love mandarin oranges. They're my favorite kind of orange, even though they're not actually an orange. They're actually a fruit all their own. It's just mandarin. But in the United States, we all say mandarin orange. I don't know why. I just want the peel, no pith. So I'm just peeling off the outer rind of this mandarin and putting it in.
The reason why we're avoiding the pith, which is the white part just underneath the peel, is that can cause some bittering in the brew. And so we don't want a bitter brew. We want a nice, sweet, flavorful brew.
And we don't want the pith police to come to our house. The downside to trying to do this on a mandarin is their peels tend to come off very easily. So it's hard to get just the outer rind and not any pith, but I'm still trying.
Now, we did sanitize the peeler and we did sanitize the exterior of our fruit as well because we don't want anything untoward in there. Now, I know many people like to wash their fruits and vegetables in a vinegar solution as that helps get rid of any unwanted things on the surface area. That's great if you tend on eating them or storing them in your refrigerator, but if you're going to put it in a brew, don't do that. Don't even do that and prep weeks before.
Don't even think about vinegar.
You don't want
while you're making a brew.
Vinegar in a brew in any amount. And the reason being is that that's nearly a guaranteed way to create vinegar rather than to create an alcoholic beverage.
Especially if you happen to use like a vinegar that has the mother in it or something like that. You are literally just inoculating to make vinegar.
Yeah.
By the way, this is a lemon. Even though it didn't have a lemon shape, it is a lemon. And I'm going to take the peel of this lemon and put it in as well. Again, just going for the peel, no pith. Using the peel rather than the juice means we don't have to wait for that to ferment and age out, as lemon juice and orange juice can sometimes taste a little astringent and bitter in fermented beverages.
The zest of citrus has the essential oils in it, so it's really going to add the flavor and the aroma of the citrus without augmenting the pH. The juice of citrus tends to be rather acidic and may cause your initial must to be in a pH level that's not going to be suitable for your yeast.
And now, one of the most contentious ingredients that you can put into a mead. Raisins. Now, contrary to what a lot of people believe, raisins are not yeast nutrient.
They're flavor.
And color. And sugar. That's it. I have 1 ounce of raisins.
I'm in the splash zone.
Yep. I'm getting that last one.
I need my poncho.
Okay. It's important, too, that you use sun-made raisins. And there are other brands, I'm sure, that are fine, but they are not sulfited. They don't have extra sulfites added to them. A lot of your white raisins, especially, are sulfited, but make sure your raisins don't have that.
Right. And so a caveat to the brand of Sun-Made normal raisins, or whatever they call them, aren't sulfited, but Sun-Made brand white raisins are.
Oh, yeah.
So I just wanted to make that clear.
Literally raisins. There's no oils, no anything else. That's another thing you want to watch out for is oils, because they can help make nasty things happen in your fermentation.
I'm gonna avoid that. All right, so we got our flavor ingredients. We got our base honey water mixture. What is missing?
Yeast. We need something to make this work. And yet another very contentious ingredient in mead. And I know I'm saying that. It's kind of a joke, but it kind of isn't. Raisins and things like that are common that people have done for a long, long time. I personally like the taste of raisins in a mead. I think it adds a really nice flavor. It rounds it out nicely. Bread yeast is very easy to get.
But before we add this, let's go ahead and take our gravity reading.
Oh yeah, we should probably do that. For gravity, I'm expecting something around a 1.090-ish.
Now you mixed this really good after adding the final water, right?
Yes.
Okay.
It's been mixed.
That's another thing. You want to make sure that everything is mixed well before you take your gravity reading, or it's not going to be consistent or true to what your actual gravity is.
Yes. All right, so let's see. 1.084. Now, what that means is we have 1.084 original gravity And I can tell you what the potential alcohol of that is. There's a couple ways to do it. One of them is right here on the hydrometer. If I go to the 1.084 mark and just spin it around, that's somewhere in the 11% or so ABV range. Beautiful. I know that Fleischmann's bread yeast can usually do anywhere from 10 to 13 is pretty much its normal range if given proper situations to work in, meaning not too much honey. So that's what we did here. I do want to just make sure that our rinds get fully moistened. Okay, back to the Fleischmann's yeast. This is Fleischmann's active dry yeast. It is a bread yeast. It is a baking yeast. It is commonly used for that. All yeast, well, not all, most yeast used for fermentation of wine, mead, cider, and beer is Saccharomyces cerevisiae. They're all the same species of yeast, but they're different strains. Each strain does something slightly different. This one is made to make breads rise. Now, they all produce roughly the same amount of CO2 and ethanol. That's the funny part, because they're still a yeast. I'm trying to use my words very, very carefully because there's a lot of ways this can be misconstrued, and I don't want anybody to misunderstand. Wine yeast will probably do a better job of this. However, bread yeast does a fine job, and because our local grocery store didn't have wine yeast, I'm using bread yeast.
Now, we have noticed a difference not only in ourselves, but in other brewers have commented that the different bread yeasts even act differently, which isn't surprising
They're different
considering
strains.
that they're all different strains. So we have had the best result, and our viewers have had the best result using the Fleischmann's Active Dry. So that's why we chose that particular bread yeast. Now, one of the things we have noticed in the various fermentations that we've done, comparing the bread yeast with the wine yeast and cider yeast and whatever yeast, is flocculation. And what that means is when everything is done, all the sediments that are in the brew are going to settle to the bottom, and that's the flocculation process. So many of the commercial wine yeasts are designed to flocculate rather clearly. So all that sediment, all the stuff that's in there is going to settle to the bottom and make a nice, flat, compact yeast cake, which makes it really easy for you to rack cleanly. Now, Fleischmann's isn't designed for that because they have no need to design it for that. It's just to make bread. So sometimes we get some wispies and it's not really compact down there. That is the biggest deterrent we have seen.
However, I have a plan to fix that. More on that later in the video.
So at this stage, what do we need to do? Put a lid on it.
These Little Big Mouth bubblers are wonderful. However, the lids tend to cross-thread quite easily, so be really careful when you're putting it on there.
Persnickety.
Yep, I think we got it. And you want to seal it up really, really good. I did take notes on all of this, and I suggest that anybody who's brewing takes notes. Here is what I wrote. Let me see, can I get it to focus on it?
Focus.
Hide behind the fermenter.
Focus.
There we go. Right. That just gives you an idea of what we put in our notes. And then as time goes on, I put the date and what we did then. And the next date, what we did then. For now, what are we going to do with it?
We're going to let it sit. But because this is a brand new brew, and if you're a brand new brewer, it's probably a brand new brew for you as well. We're not going to put this in a storage area quite yet. We're actually going to set it on a cookie sheet that has ridges. The reason being is we don't know how excited our yeasts are going to be. They might get really happy. And when yeasts get really happy, they make a big mess. And by that, I mean they create foam, they create gas, they create bubbles, and it may come out the airlock, which is what the airlock is designed to do, to release all that excess pressure. But when goop and particles are in that gas, it makes a mess. So if you have it on a tray with ridges, anything that goes over will be collected in the tray rather than dispersed all over your brewing area.
Now, what should this look like while it's fermenting? This is kind of important. This can take up to 3 days before it actually starts up. What's happening during that time is the yeast are getting a little busy with each other. They're getting to know their friends. They are building a colony. Okay, they're actually splitting because they don't actually do anything like that. But whatever, they're building up the colony.
They're dividing and conquering.
Then they're going to start converting that sugar into gas and alcohol. So you may see things going up and down. You may see a lot of bubbles coming up the sides. Your airlock should start showing activity.
There might be foam.
Right. If you do not see airlock activity, it could be because your seal isn't good, but look for the telltale little bubbles coming up the side. If you see tiny bubbles coming up the sides, it's fermenting. Don't even worry about it. The airlock is a great security measure, but these seals on these are not always perfect, and it's okay. The likelihood of a bug being able to crawl open through the seals, it's probably not going to happen. So you're fine there. But yes, foam is common. If you see lots of foam, it's okay. It's called a croissant. It can make a mess, but it's okay. It's when it gets up and into the airlock, that's when you want to clean out your airlock. And if it keeps happening, try a blow-off tube. We have videos on that. It's basically just a piece of silicone tubing going into a jar of sanitizer water. So really, really simple. That's some of what you want to look for. If you see really odd looking things, black, hairy growths, dump it out. Just dump it out, walk away. Don't even try to save it. You're not going to. Things that smell really, really bad, like make you retch when you smell it, that's bad too. Dump it out. Don't even try. I know it's expensive to try this, but if those things happen, they can harm you, okay? That's why it's important to get rid of it.
If you're experiencing something and you are unsure, please ask in the comments before you dump.
Right.
Brian is checking the comments all the time.
Oh yeah, you'll get a response within 24 hours.
So we would much rather help you to know if you should dump it before you dump it. If you dump it and then ask us the question, it's too late.
Right. However, if it's black hairy growths coming out, you can be pretty sure I'm going to tell you to dump it. So that's pretty safe. But that does bring up an interesting idea. If you ever have any questions, just ask. That's what we're here for. That's part of what this is all about. And that's what the comment section is for. Ask questions. Happy to help. But I lost my train of thought. I was going to say something else. I have no idea. I'll probably think of it when this comes around the next time. For now, though, we're going to go put this in our fermentation station, and we will see you once it starts to slow down. Okay, so this is 2 weeks old at this point. We probably could have checked it a few days ago, but the airlock activity had pretty much stopped. It doesn't hurt to let it sit a little longer. First thing you want to do is do an olfactory and optical examination. In other words, you want to smell it and look at it.
All looks good to me.
It smells wonderful. And it looks really good. A lot of the raisins puffed up and they float and the skins float and all that. It's totally fine. As long as everything stays moist, you don't really have a worry.
They will leach out some of their color, so there'll be a slightly paler hue. That is completely normal as well.
Right. Things that you want to watch out for, it's very rare, but it could happen, is if you see actual mold, like a white fuzzy, blue fuzzy, black hairy things, just dump it out and start again. But bleach everything if you do that. Just bleach all of it and then sanitize so that, But that's very rare. Okay. It's very cloudy, which means it either hasn't cleared yet or it hasn't finished yet. That's not uncommon. It's only 2 weeks old.
There's a significant amount of gas in solution still, which is perfectly normal as well.
Yeah, we didn't degas this in any way. All right, so let's take a look at our reading here. Looking like 0.994. It's between 992 and 994. I'm going to call it 994. Got my pen with the flag. This is my pen. It is, somebody asked me what it is. I covered it up with the thing. I don't want to tear it up.
207.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a really nice pen. That's all I know. So today is...
It's not a really nice pen. It's just a pen that functions reliably.
Functions really nicely. It's a cheapy pen. It's a cheap, crappy pen that works really well. 0.994. So let's do a little quick calculation here. Find out how much alcohol we created. And to do that, we use the formula in parentheses, OG minus FG times 135. Now, it's important to do the in parentheses part first, because if you don't, you're going to get a weird number.
It's an order of operations thing.
Yes, it's a math thing. So just do that. Just trust me on that. So I'm going to take our OG, which is 1.084, minus our FG, which is 0.994. That means we went through 0.090 points of specific gravity times 135 gives us 12.15. I'm going to call it 12%.
Because it went under 1.000, more than likely it is done.
Yeah.
However,
you never actually know until you leave it for a week and check again.
Right.
I'm just gonna take this out.
Better safe than sorry.
Now, everything here was sanitized, so it's totally fine for me to do this. Some people don't like to do this.
But you don't want to do it too vigorously
We're not
because you
racking.
don't want to oxygenate at this point.
Yes, you don't want to oxygenate, but we're not racking. So it's okay if the lees got disturbed, that kind of thing. And then we're gonna put the lid right back on it.
Now, I am going to take the airlock off, clean it out really good, and refill it with clean sanitization liquid because we do have some fruit flies in there, which simply means
It did its job.
our airlock did its job.
Okay, tighten that down. And I'm just gonna give this a little swirl. And you can see all that gas coming out. So the reason I'm doing this now with the airlock on it is we might have gotten a little oxygen trapped in there with all the moving around and everything. So by stirring it up,
Ideally, if he waits till after I do what I said I was going to do, that'll be even better because then we'll make sure we're filling that cavity with CO2 rather than the oxygen.
well, I'm showing them because we're probably not gonna make them wait around while we clean up the airlock.
Well, we just did it. So
Yeah.
then we told him
So
why.
you do that, and that's why. And then make sure you took notes. Put your notes back on it. Put it back in your fermentation area.
And we'll see you in a week.
It's been 9 days. Let's see if it's still fermenting or if it's done at 0.994. My vote is on done. But you never know. Crazy things happen around here sometimes. Okay, first, when you get it open, you spray Star Sand everywhere, apparently. Do the olfactory and the optical test of, you look at it and smell it to see if there's anything off, okay? It smells nice. It smells fresh. It smells clean. That's what it's supposed to smell like. If it smells like rotten eggs or nasty, there could be a problem. That's a whole other video to try to explain all that, but these are the things you look for. I see some bubbles in here. Now, they're on the surface, and that's fine. They don't look like they're holding a film of any kind or anything like that, so really nothing to worry about there. But these are the things that you look for, okay? If I saw anything with like hairs growing out of it or something, that would be bad, you know? If there was black or blue or green spots of stuff in here, that's mold. That's bad, but there's none of that, so this is good. All right, so I want to just get past all the stuff to about the midpoint. Grab some. It's starting to clear. Like it's pretty clear. I think it'll go a little bit further. It's not floating yet. That's usually a sign that it went very dry.
Done, 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 done.
Yep. Yeah, it's 0.994.
So because we've taken 2 readings and they haven't changed and they're well below the 1.000 reading, which is neutral, which is the reading of water for gravity readings,
Also known as dry.
we know that this is done. So it's time to rack. So we're going to put this into our destination vessel, the one that we're going to rack into, rather than pouring it back into here. Because if we poured it back into here, we would disturb our lees cake that is nice and settled at the bottom, thus messing up our racking procedure.
And why do we rack in the first place? Well, to get rid of all that lees that's in the bottom and all the stuff that's floating at the top. So that way we can just pull off the good stuff. And before anybody asks, no, you don't want to just pour this through like cheesecloth or a filter or something. Really, let it settle out and siphon it. Trust me, it works. People have been doing it that way for a long time because it works. The filters really don't work that way. It's not fine enough. So don't do it. You can mess up your brew too. So that's a whole other thing. So let's get to racking. Okay, so as we said, we want to pour the sample into the new fermenter. Now, we're using a narrow mouth fermenter. I'm looking at this, I'm trying to gauge, will it fill this? It's probably going to be very close because you don't want too much headspace is kind of the worry. And I'm pouring this very carefully so I don't oxygenate it. If you hear a splash, it's too hard. Racking, very, very simple. We use an auto siphon, which basically just creates the siphon effect. It has a cap on the bottom that way you can put it into the lees and it won't suck it all up. The other end goes into the fermenter and all the way to the bottom. That way it's not dropping through air, causing more oxidation. And the source just goes in. I go about halfway down so I don't disturb anything at the top or the bottom. And a few pumps and it should be going just like that. After a while, I'll tilt this up on its side. I'll just do it now to show you.
You just want to be really
like
gentle
that.
because
Really,
you don't
really
want
careful.
to disturb any of your leaf cake.
Right. And I'll hold it there. That way we get a little bit more pressure, so it goes just a touch faster, and I can get more of the liquid out. And that's basically all there is to racking. You just want to make sure you don't overflow your destination. That's all. When it gets very close to the bottom, that's when you got to make a choice. How much goop do you want to suck up? Because this is the first racking. It's not a big deal if a little bit gets in there at the expense of losing brew, because we want to get as much as we can. And that's the whole trade-off. You know, you want to get as much of the product out with leaving as much of the lees and goop behind. Okay, so after racking, we're pretty good. Not too much headspace in there. And as you can see, all that's really left is stuff that you probably wouldn't want to drink anyway. So not really a problem. People ask all the time, what do we do with the leftover fruits and things like that? And what do we do with them?
We'll put them in the compost bin.
Yeah. A lot of people throw them away. Some people actually bake them into baked goods, things like that. You can do a lot of stuff with them. We just usually compost them, and they grow our next bout of food, fruit, and whatnot that may end up in a mead or wine. What's the next thing we got to do?
We need to put an airlock on this.
First, we got to get this out of my way. Even though this is done, we still want to put an airlock on it because it is degassing. And that means that some of the CO2 that's in there is going to be coming out. And we're just going to have to put a rubber band on that in a minute. But what I mean by that is the gases that are in suspension will still be coming out. If we were to just put a cap on this, they wouldn't come out as easily, and you might have some carbonation left over. I wrote on my note that I racked it. It's 0.994. We're going to put it back on, sit it back in the fermentation station for a week, maybe 2 weeks. See if it settles out anymore, and then we'll be back to show you what it looks like then. All right, so we racked this about a week ago. It's time to rack it again and do our final sweetening adjustments, whatever needs to be done, and then we're going to stabilize for preservation. But for that, we got to rack.
Everything's all extra sanitized today.
Yeah, we got some foam going on. Do not fear the foam. The foam in Star Sand is actually not harmful to you.
It's designed to foam on purpose, so that way if there's any cracks and crevices, you can just get in there with this foam.
Now, I took the cap off this because looking in the bottom, there's barely anything in there, okay? And why are we racking this again? To get rid of any extra lees, anything that's floating in there that we don't want.
Yeah, we can see that there is a light dusting,
Very
if you will,
light.
on the very bottom. So we don't want that in our bottles, but the rest of it is good to go.
Right. And again, racking is just moving from one container to another. We use an auto siphon to do it. I do not recommend pouring. I do not recommend putting your mouth on the tubing to start it like they used to do for gasoline in cars. Not really sanitary. If you have other ways of starting it, go for it. But an auto siphon works really, really well, and they're not expensive. See, just put it halfway down and boom, it's already going. Okay, we racked it. Do you see this? This is what's left after racking. There's always going to be a little bit of waste. This is like maybe 1.5 ounces or 2 ounces. I don't consider that a problem. Some people like to pour this through a coffee filter and try to get every last ounce out of it. You can totally do that if you want to. To me, it's not really worth the effort. I'd rather just make another brew.
It's not only not worth the effort, it's not worth the risk, because simply the act of pouring this through a coffee filter could oxygenate your entire brew.
But what they do is they refrigerate it, they let it chill, they pour it through a coffee filter, and they just drink that ounce. So not as likely to have an infection.
That's fine.
But to me, it's a lot of trouble for very little.
We don't have that much room in our 3 refrigerators for a whole fermenter, let alone a normal 1 for a refrigerator.
It actually smells pretty good. I thought I detected a very dry smell at first. I'm not getting that.
Some honey in
I'm getting
there.
honey character, which is really awesome in a young mead like this that's very, very dry. So what we want to do is give it a little bit of a taste. And if you notice the glass. Anyway, so I just want to pour off a sample. Oof, that's probably more sample than we really needed.
Be careful pouring that back in.
First thing, we give it a smell.
So at this stage, we are looking to perfect our beverage. We have all the main components here already set, already good to go. We just want to make sure that we taste it and see if there's any little slight adjustments that we want to do with this. Does it need more sweetness? Does it need more acidity? Does it need more tannins? Does it need anything else that we can think of? Now is when we're going to add those things.
Now, just so you're aware, There is a multitude of things that you can do here. You can put this on fruit and let it absorb a fruit flavor. You can do all sorts of things. We're trying to keep this more to a traditional style mead. It's not really a traditional because there's other things in there, but close to it as possible. So we'd be making sweetness adjustments, maybe tannin, maybe acid. Probably don't need the tannin or the acid, though.
No. My initial assessment is that there's plenty of acids and tannins in there. I'm getting a lovely mouthfeel and a lovely acidic punch in there.
Yeah, it doesn't even taste as dry as it could.
I'm getting some honey notes in the forefront, but I'm not getting much in the after. So I feel like sweetening this with honey is going to help push the honey notes more forward, making this more of what my mind wants to call a mead flavor profile.
Now, you saw me grab my phone. That's because I was going to use the calculator the teacher said I would never have within arm's reach to calculate the ABV. But we already did that because I wrote it down in a note. This is 12% alcohol already. So by adding some more honey to this, we're going to dilute it slightly. It'll probably still be between 11 and 12% though at the end, which is fully preservable, totally fine. Put it on a shelf, room temperature, all that. But we need to start adding some honey to this.
Yep.
I also just needed the glass to be empty first. Because we're brewers, we tend to have like partial bottles of honey lying around.
We have rando honey everywhere.
Like a dozen of them.
Everywhere.
So this is a grocery store mead. What that means is anything you can get in a grocery store. This honey comes from Costco, which, you know, depending on how you want to look at it, Costco's a grocery store, right? So
Grocery store adjacent.
I am going to put some of this Costco honey in here.
And this is just a wildflower honey, so it's very similar to what we used initially.
Oh, yeah. It was a wildflower. Or clover, maybe. How much? That is very much experience-based. If you like dry, you may actually like this the way it is. A little age on this, this is going to be a very fine mead. We both like things sweet. I do not like dry white wines, and I do not like dry plain meads. So I'm trying about maybe a little over a ½ pound of honey in this, just to see, is that enough?
And then after you make your additions, you want to make sure that you mix it thoroughly. You want that flavor profile to be consistent throughout the entirety of the beverage, but you want to make sure that you're not oxygenating at this point because that could cause flavors that perhaps you don't want. However, if this is a particular type of beverage such as a sherry where oxygenation does impart flavors that are necessary, then you'd want to do that. But that's a different video, and that's not what we're doing right now.
Yeah, we're making mead, not sherry. By the way, some of you may have realized we used Fleischmann's yeast for this, which is a bread yeast. It doesn't really publicize their alcohol tolerance, but in the past, we've gotten 11.8 to 12%. We're at 12%. So in theory, we could probably back sweeten without having to worry about it re-fermenting. But to be safe, we are going to take an extra step, and I'll show you that in a little while. I don't know how sweet I want this one, and that's why we sweeten the way we do, where we just add some, taste it, see if we like it, and then add more if necessary. You could do this in small quantities and just add a little bit, but then you have to measure up and enlarge and all that.
Yeah.
I'd rather just add it to the whole thing. Plus, we're degassing it at the same time. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Okay, the honey comes through a little bit more on the smell now. I always joke that the smell's the same. Well, when you add honey, it changes. It actually does change. It's an improvement, but I think it needs a lot more. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of really nice flavors happening in this, and I want to bring those forward, but I also want more honey character, and I want a lot more sweetness.
Yeah, I want honey.
This is acidic, which is good.
The dominant flavor should be honey.
This is acidic, which is good. This has a decent tannic quality. Tannins, like if you drink straight black tea or even black coffee, and your mouth kind of puckers or feels dry, that's the tannic taste or feel of it. The acid is going to be like a sharpness or a brightness on your tongue. This has both of those, no problem. So those two things in conjunction with sweetness form like the trifecta of flavor. And sorry for all the noise. This one, that's the bottle. I can't help it. I'm sure my microphone's picking it up though.
Well, there's lovely noise
There's
too.
a fourth wall break for you right there. I swear that's the honey bottle. Here. There you go.
Because that was necessary.
Hey, I'm a little juvenile, what can I say? And now I want to mix this up again. I'm going to say we probably added maybe a little over half a pound, maybe 3/4 of a pound at this point. I tend to like plain meads quite sweet. I don't because they're more like a white wine to me, so they don't work for me.
Yeah.
Melomels, which is a fruit wine, or a fruit mead, I should say, I can actually take those a little drier, depending on the fruit. But I don't know. I just tend to like them sweet.
Well, when you're doing just a straight up mead, you are purposefully limiting your flavor options. And so the flavor that comes from the honey is predominantly going to be what you are wanting to enhance.
Exactly.
So...
And that's why we used a little lemon, a little orange, and some of the raisins. All those things tend to enhance the traditional honey feel. They're not there for nutrient additions or anything like that. They do add a touch of sugars, maybe, not a lot. But they are really just flavor enhancers. That's the main reason for them being there. Yeah, it dissolved really well. The drier a mead is, the quicker it absorbs the honey when you try to mix. I've noticed this. Makes sense. I mean, it's not
probably a viscosity issue.
Well, it's also not as thick, condensed, concentrated. There's a word. I don't know. Somebody will tell me. Viscosity is thickness and richness. I'm talking about how congested it is with honey already.
Oh, saturated.
Saturated. That's the word. Definitely more honey flavor coming through, or honey smell. Definitely more honey on the flavor, on the palate. I'm actually getting more of the citrus now. Definitely the lemon is coming through. It doesn't taste fully lemon, which makes me think the mandarin is starting to affect it a bit. And that's something that happens. You got to remember, salt and sugar both are flavor enhancers.
Yeah.
So when you add sweetness to this, you are enhancing the flavors. Some people have asked, should I add salt? If you really want to, I would do it very, 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 very carefully, like small, tiny amounts. But people have said that they've had great results adding small amounts of salt to
I know
things.
there is a history in certain brews where they do add salt on purpose and it's part of the process.
Yeah.
We haven't explored that yet, and I'm not sure that we will.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem right.
But we encourage everybody to experiment. And find out what works out for you.
It is your brew.
But we are not experienced in that particular genre
we haven't tried it.
Brewing, so we cannot really give you advice on that.
My take on this right now is it's bordering the range that I like.
I think it needs more honey, and I think this is a problem in our process that we haven't really addressed yet. And that's when, and I've noticed this with, say, photography. You're retouching an image.
Okay.
You start with your base image, and you're like, oh, look at all those problems. And then you keep fixing those problems and fixing the problems. And there's some point where it's like, you fixed it too much or you didn't fix it enough. But because you're in the process, it's hard for you to be objective about it.
Then I hear I need another taste.
And
That's what I'm hearing.
determine, is that the right amount? I'm thinking many times when we're back sweetening, we actually don't sweeten enough.
I agree.
Because we start at our base and we're just trying to scooch up slowly.
And for whatever reason, we're like, oh, but we don't want to over-sweeten. Honestly, 6 or 8 points over-sweetened is probably not going to be a deterrent for me.
How many times have you witnessed something, a cake, a cookie, and you're like, oh, no, that's too sweet?
Okay. But
the only time, just listen to me here, the only time that has been like, whoa, that's too sweet is when I have the physical pain here. Like, oh.
All right, I will admit, first off, that I don't think something can be too sweet for me.
That just illustrates my point further. Like, I don't...
But we have many, many viewers, and I know you're out there, who 2 points or 4 points of sweetness is too much for you. And I'm trying to respect that too.
Absolutely. And that's why we encourage this process to continue going forward in incremental amounts until you are comfortable. But I'm thinking for us personally...
Yeah, this needs more.
We've been cutting it short.
Yeah, I agree. We've been going short because there's the concept that, oh, well, it'll mellow over time. Well, sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. There's also, and they don't necessarily get sweeter. They definitely don't get sweeter.
No,
But the flavors may mellow.
Part of the mellowing could be the sweetness mellows out too.
That's true too.
Leaving you with a beverage that wasn't sweet as much as you wanted it to be.
But there's also a stigma associated with sweet. People seem to think that, oh, you like it sweet, that means you don't really like it. Kind of like coffee. If you put sugar and milk in your coffee, some people will tell you that you just don't like the flavor of coffee. I disagree. I don't have a problem with putting sugar and milk in your coffee.
Sure.
This is much the same line.
And I can appreciate that sentiment, but we're kind of throwing caution to the wind.
Well, my take on it is this. Everyone can sweeten to their own taste level. We, yes, as you said, have been undercutting the amount of sweetness, and as a result, we don't like the beverages as much. And we're starting to realize this more and more, that there's a lot of stuff on the shelves that it's like almost there. It's almost good enough for me to drink it the way it is. It's almost, okay, almost isn't good enough anymore. So I'm going to get more honey. Because we're brewers, we just happen to have more. Now, I don't want to go too much more, but maybe another ½ pound might even be good. Just a few glugs, and then we will...
We're almost to a full gallon now.
Yep, we will taste this. So yeah, the idea of sweetness. We've had so many people in our VIP club talk about this, and it comes up a lot. We had one person that anything above 0.990 they felt was far too sweet, like ridiculously oversweet. I found that hard to believe, but I have to respect their opinion and their own perspective. I mean, that's fine. If you grew up not eating a lot of sweet things and you like black coffee and you like dry wines, yeah, okay, you're probably right, but I can't fault them. They're not wrong.
Nope.
And then we had someone else that 1.050 was too dry for them. That one I was like, I don't know. They were very, very, very much a beginner at mead making and wine making, and perhaps they just hadn't developed a palate. And unfortunately, that concept of you're a beginner, that's why you like it sweet, is the stigma that I'm actually trying to break, because I'm not a beginner. I'm far from a beginner. And I love scotch and bourbon and whiskey, which is not actually sweet. But when it comes to mead, I like it sweet. Does that make me wrong? I don't think so. I'm no more wrong than the person that thinks 1050 is too dry and 0.990 is too sweet. It's all personal taste.
Right. And that's why we're trying to illustrate with our back sweetening method that raising the sweetness level to your preferred taste is the route that we suggest you take.
Right.
So that way you end up with a final product that suits you because you're the one that's going to drink it.
You also have to remember the way that I enjoy mead. I put it in a bit of a mug. I might have 6 or 8 ounces at a time, and that's about it. I don't binge on it. I don't drink large amounts of it. So having it a little sweeter really isn't that big of a deal. Definitely getting more of the floral characteristics of the honey now and a little bit more of the citrus coming through. See, I'm starting to detect something that we've had happen. It happened with our creamsicle, and that was the mandarin peel comes through as a bitter orange. Taste that. It's relatively hard to overcome. I would have thought that mandarin, being a sweeter orange than an orange, would have less of that, but it seems to be a little bit more bitter than I really like, making me want to over-sweeten things. What do you think?
I think we're nearing to the point
we're
of
getting
where
there.
we want to be.
Yeah, we're getting there. I think it needs a little bit more.
I can see what you're talking about, the mandarin, but I don't see that as a negative aspect. I actually am
it's just
enjoying it.
another thing to remember.
But it certainly gets in the way of noticing the sweetness.
Yep. So just a few more glugs of honey. And again, you know, as we've said a few times already, if you don't like things this sweet, don't sweeten it this much. If you like things more sweet, sweeten it more. I'm not here to judge you. But what I will say is, if you want to be the most consistent you can be, ferment it dry first and then sweeten. If we try to overshoot the tolerance like we used to do, you get inconsistency that way. And it just never sat right with me.
Also, a little addendum to that is if you know in advance that you are going to want to sweeten it considerably, then you may want your target ABV to be slightly higher, because adding whatever volume of honey to that is going to dilute the ABV.
Yeah.
It is going to dilute the beverage. And if you get lower than that 10% mark, then you're probably going to be setting yourself up for potential issues. Not guaranteed issues, but potential issues.
Just a good general rule of thumb. If you have a gallon of mead, wine, whatever, and you add 1 pound of honey to it, you're reducing the ABV by about 8%. Not 8% like from 12 to 4, 8% of 12, so like 9.6%. So that 12 just became like 11 point something, okay? Just a general rule of thumb. And that's per pound. So that's something to keep in track of. That's only in a gallon. So just to give you a rough idea. So what she's saying is, if you know you don't want to go below 10, if you started at 12 and added a pound or a pound and a half, you're above 10 still. But if you know you're going to add like 3 pounds, which that would be a lot in a gallon, but you might want to start at more like 15%. That way, now you're dropping it 25% of that ABV. 15% is still going below 10%, believe it or not. So that's a lot. I don't know that anyone's really going to want to add that much.
Now, you're only going to know this ahead of time after brewing multiple times, so that you know what your palate is, you know what your experience is, you know what your expectations are. But once you get to that point, then you can start incorporating the math in it to plan ahead to minimize your losses of ABV.
Just remember, the more honey you add or the more sugar you add, well, honey especially, because honey takes up more volume than sugar for what it gives in sweetness, but you do lose some. I'm still getting the bitter orange coming through, but I'm appreciating this more. Okay.
On the aroma, I think it's lovely.
I get the bitter orange on the aroma. It's not as unpleasant as I thought it might be. On the flavor, this is nice. This is very nice. It has some complexity. It has some base notes of honey mixed in with the florals, mixed in with the lemon, mixed in with the mandarin. That bitterness actually is adding to it now.
Right.
It was a detractor before.
Before we started back sweetening it, I wasn't getting any of the floral.
Oh, now it's flowers and lemon.
And now the floral is coming through, which is important because it's part of wildflower honey. And so if you're using wildflower honey as your base ingredient, you want to make sure that you get those flavor notes, because that's important. That's part of your brew. What's
interesting is the one thing I'm not getting is the raisin. I usually get like that kind of dark fruit. Maybe 1 ounce wasn't enough. You know, you could put 2 ounces or 3 ounces in there if you really want to. It did change the color, but it didn't seem to affect the flavor much. Now, raisins are one of those funny things. If we didn't put them in here at all, we might be like, something's not there, something's missing. But because they're there, we don't even notice them. And that's kind of how they work. If you wanted it to taste more like raisins, you can add more. But right now, there's a lovely interplay and balance of all those flavors. I think we're there.
I am satisfied.
And that is how you sweeten and perfect your brew. Sorry to point, it's just a thing that I do.
So there is another thing that I want to add to this process. And one of those things is you might want a big old glass of water. So that way you can cleanse your palate in between tastings so that you're not as jaded based on the previous tastings. Another thing that's really helpful for palate cleansing is just plain old saltine crackers. The crackers are going to help cleanse your palate, neutralize everything out, so that way you can be more objective of what you're tasting rather than subjective based on previous tastings.
Now, something else I want to point out is you don't want to rush this process, okay? We're trying to show you that we really do go through this just like this when we're doing things. By the way, rarely do we make brews off camera anymore. So everything that we make is pretty much on camera, because as one of our VIPs just pointed out, we make like 50 new brews a year on average, maybe 40 just because, but 40 a year. So we want to take our time and make sure that they're right. And to do that, I'm verifying our result, okay? We don't often show this or do this in our videos, but today we want to really do this because to me, this is a little bit more of a beginner's brew. It's a little bit more of a, I've been making mead for a while, I want to try something simple kind of brew. Or it's just a refresher course for people who've been doing this forever and want to try something. It was meant to be a kind of a stunt. Hey, we're going to make stuff from the grocery store. But you know what? This is a really high quality mead. It actually really is. The clarity right now is not super great. It's like a 7 on clarity, in my opinion. When we do the next step, that may help a bit. Sitting for a little while will also help. We just mix this with a bunch of honey.
Yeah. And we've noticed that when we back sweeten, it does tend to instantly cloudy the mix up. That's totally normal, totally fine. And that's why we try to back sweeten and then let it sit afterwards. But as Brian mentioned, there's something else we're going to do that's going to help that clarity even more.
So right now, to give an indication of this, if you like, say, Moscato type wine, this is in that range. I would say this might be a touch sweeter than a Moscato. We're going to take a gravity reading to give you an exact idea of where this sits. But I would say it's, yeah, that's our verification right there. I think that's good. What do you think?
I do. I agree.
Yeah, I can't imagine much that I would add. We could, at this point, put this back in a fermenter and, well, you want to pasteurize it first, which is the next step we're going to do, and put oak on this, and it would add a little bit more complexity to flavor. For the simplification of this video, we're not going to do that, but you certainly can. And that's the thing. There's a million options. We always get questions like, why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do this? Well, because there's a million different things we could do. We wanted to keep this one fairly simple and very approachable to the average person because, I don't know about you, but our Publix doesn't carry a whole lot of oak that's meant for brewing.
Right. And we, to continue with this conversation, since Brian brought it up, there are oak pieces available for smoking.
I don't know what chemicals have been added to some of those products, so I'm very cautious to use off the shelf like briquettes and things like that for oaking a brew. Because think about it, you're going to be eating whatever they put on there. So be very careful.
And I know some people are going to be like, well, obviously they're food safe because they're used to smoke food, but they're used to smoke food
by burning.
By burning.
They're not put in
there's not
the
a direct contact, it's a separation. So
and I'm not saying they're all bad, but I'm pretty sure there's some chemicals put on some of them that are probably not so great for you. So look into it before you use those. That's all we're getting at.
Right. We have a whole video on oaking and what our preferred products are for that, and I will link that in the description below. However, what we're going to do now is take a gravity reading, so that way we can let you know what gravity of sweetness we got to, so that way you can use that as comparison based on your personal preferences.
Yeah, I kind of forgot that. Now, in theory, we could have put this on a scale and measured the amount going in and measured the amount coming out. It's just much easier to give you a final gravity reading. It's the most precise way, too, because we'd be estimating any other way, and I don't really want to estimate that.
Sure, and there are a slight variance between different honeys as to what gravity, what level of sweetness they're going to add to a brew. So
1.030. So we added pretty much a pound of honey. In case anyone was going to say, oh, that's too sweet. That's totally personal preference. I'd also like to point out that if you like soda, soda is generally run 1.060. So this is half as sweet as soda.
Perspective, it's a thing.
Yeah. But every brew is a little bit different too. Like there are some that I need much sweeter than this. There's others that I'd like perfectly dry. We recently just did a video on our dark chocolate pomegranate after a year that was 1.000. I gave it a 10.5. She gave it an 11. So that tells you something. Every brew is different. It comes down to what you like for that thing. That is why you make your own. It's not just to save money or anything like that. It's to make it exactly the way you want it. And as I always say, if you offer this to somebody and they say they don't like it because of a number that's on it, don't give them any more. It's that simple. But now we're going to pasteurize this. And by pasteurize, what I mean is we're going to put this into a narrow mouth fermenter. It's going to have an airlock on it. It's going to go into a pot of water with our immersion circulator at 140 degrees Fahrenheit. And once the internal temperature reaches 140 degrees Fahrenheit, it will sit at that temperature for about 20 minutes. And for that time, I'll take it out, set it out to cool, and we'll let that sit for a week or two. We'll be back to show you what it looks like. But we do have a video explaining that entire process. It's just a lot more than I really want to put into this video because we've already talked a lot.
However, I will link that video in the description below.
And we'll see you in about 2 seconds when this has settled out for 2 weeks. Okay, it's been 2 weeks. We did all the things. We made it. We back-sweetened it. We pasteurized it. We let it sit. It's cleared out mostly.
Ish.
And now we're going to taste it because that's the fun part. Now, we call this a tasting and we give it a score. But in reality, this is not the real tasting. The real tasting is going to be in a year. Like the new glasses. Derica designed these. They are for sale. Links in the description below. Sorry, I gotta do it, you know? If you don't promote yourself, who will?
And it's not just because we want to sell them. We're actually pretty excited
These
about
are
them.
awesome.
They
I
came
love
out
them.
really cool.
This is a wine glass without the stem.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it is, but it's a little more
So yeah,
hand-holdable.
clarity, not so much. And we talked about this off camera, whether we wanted to add an additive to clear it out further, and we decided no.
Because you can't buy that stuff at the grocery store.
Well,
You can get gelatin at the grocery store. So
Right.
you can't, we could have added gelatin to this.
Right.
We thought about it and we decided, you know what, this is more beginner level and it's not that cloudy. It's like a 6 for clarity.
And as we've said multiple times before,
It's not going to change the
clarity
flavor.
is more of an aesthetics thing. It's really not going to change the flavor so much.
So that's appearance. On the smell,
It smells like a mead.
smells like a mead. Get a little bit of the citrus. I get a little bit of the raisiny notes. It doesn't smell like a raisin.
No.
Okay. So if you don't like raisins, don't think you shouldn't use them. It smells like a deep fruit is what it is.
Also, if you really, really, really don't like raisins, you can always substitute that with another dried fruit. You just want to make
Craisins.
sure that it's not covered in oil, because
Yeah.
many dried fruits get treated with oil.
Rinse them in
and
hot water.
Oil can be a problem for your fermentation because it can make the whole brew go rancid.
This has a lovely smell though. I'm getting
Oh,
the
yeah.
sweetness of the honey, lots of honey character. It smells very rich.
Go
It doesn't
ahead.
smell, okay. It doesn't smell thin. This is 12%. This was back sweetened to 1.030. So this is quite sweet. If you're new to mead and you've never really had mead before, this is going to be a good introduction because it's on the sweeter side. It's a little more approachable.
It's still reading definitely honey, but it's honey plus.
Yeah.
And I made my yummy noise because I really enjoy this. Now that it's sat in my mouth for a while, I do sense a little bit of the youth, but not objectively so.
No, this is just over 4 weeks, by the way.
Yeah.
This is 4 weeks and 3 days old. That's it. This is very, very young. To taste this good at this age is impressive. And the fact that it came from grocery store ingredients, bread yeast. I mean, realistically, this is quite nice.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just trying to think if we had used like a proper yeast, you know, I'm saying that in quotes, and you know, a specialty honey or something like that, would it be that different?
I think if there
It'd
was
be different.
any differences at all, they'd be very slight on the flavor. It may have fermented quicker, and it may have fermented cleaner, as in it may have flocculated. It may have been a clearer
This
brew.
actually flocculated well.
Right,
It's just not
right,
clearing well,
right.
which it could over time. We don't really know.
And that's why I said it may have,
Yeah.
because we've had plenty of commercial store-bought yeasts that were just this cloudy in the final product. So it's not necessarily the yeast that's causing that.
Right.
So don't fall for the hype.
Question is, would it be better or would it just be different?
I think it would just be different. And we've done tests on this way years
Yeah,
ago.
it's kind of an interesting thing, okay? The whole hate on bread yeast. It comes from the fact that wine yeasts and ale yeasts are actually a little bit better for fermenting than bread yeast is. It's just, they are. They're made for it. They're bred for it.
They're bred that way.
So they flocculate out better. They're made to do this. Does that mean that bread yeast doesn't make a good product? Absolutely not. Because if you think about it, bread yeast is made to make bread rise and taste good. That's the important bit. It's been said, I can't empirically state it, but it's been said that people who tested bread yeast versus wine yeast, they liked the flavor of the bread yeast in certain wines better than a wine yeast in that same brew. And reverse is also true. It depends on the person, depends on the palate, depends on the yeast. This particular yeast works really, really well for us. We tend to like it a lot. Use a different one, it's going to be different.
Right. And that said, we used Fleischmann's, and we have noticed, even comparing the two major manufacturers of bread yeast here for us, is Fleischmann's and Red Star. And Fleischmann's has always worked much better than Red Star for us. So depending on your availability, you know, your experience may differ.
Right. Now, that said, if you wanted to make this and you had wine yeast and you wanted to use that instead, go for it. You can do the exact same thing that we did. It'll come out very, very similar. Maybe just a couple different flavors, couple different esters. Might flocculate better, might even clear a little bit better. That's the only real difference.
All right, it's time for numbers.
Yep.
So we need to start with our per number.
The performance and repeatability of the recipe score. You like that? So what this is about is how easy would it be for you to make this? And did this perform as expected? Did it do what we needed it to do and wanted it to do?
There were no issues at all.
Repeatability too. I mean, this is where we come up with a score together, and we're just going to give you what we think of this recipe overall. I'm leaning towards a 10.
I'm leaning towards 10 too.
To me, there's nothing here that's complex or difficult that wouldn't be able to be repeated by a beginner.
It's easy by design.
Yep, that was the whole point. This is a beginner's recipe. Go to your local grocery store and make this.
Easy ingredients, easy process, easy on the palate.
And now we get to, as she said, the palate. This would be our personal enjoyment score, how we like it, what do we think of it. Now, in this case, we're going to be comparing this to other brews that we have made, okay? Our scoring system goes 1 through 10, just like our per score, with the occasional 11 being thrown in just because we can never follow rules for some reason. 1 is probably crap, you're going to dump it out. We'd tell you about it, but we'll probably dump it out. 5 is, here's how I judge it. A 5 is, you're going down the row of bottles. Yeah. That one. Okay. I didn't think of it, but I saw it and went, yeah, I'll just knock my own head off. Yeah, I'll drink that. A 10 is, I want this. And you have it in your head that you want that, and then you have to go find it on the shelf. See? Opposite ends, same coin. An 11 is just, you know, the stars align, everything's perfect. You just want that one, and it's just a little bit better than a 10. Okay. Wow, that takes a lot out of you to read all that.
I'm ready.
You ready?
I'm ready.
1, 2, 3,
6.5. All right, so I have purposely gone hardcore on my scoring for the original tasting because I tend to get too emotionally attached to our babies. These are our babies. Oh, you're such a good boy. But am I going to drink you? Well, sure, I'll drink you. But it's not going to be like, that's what I want. And that's because of my personal preferences. And I really love that we've divided this into the per and the preference score. Because
it makes it a lot simpler.
My preferences are kind of like, to be honest with you, they're narrow. And anything that goes beyond that just kind of gets knocked down. Regardless of whether I enjoy it or not, it's just not my preference. See? Get it? All right. So I am enjoying this as a straight up mead. That's why I gave it a 6.5. It's nicely above the 5 mark. So I'm like, oh, if I just want a mead, where's the grocery store mead? I'm going to drink that. But it's very rare that I just want just a mead. I want mead plus, 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 plus. I want all the bells and whistles. I want all the frou-frou, fra-fra. That's me.
Me, on the other hand, if I want to drink mead, it better just be mead. Okay, if it's not just mead, it better be a metheglin, which is the spiced one. Those two are my go-tos. I will drink a traditional, which this is more or less a traditional, okay? It's not truly a traditional because we did add the citrus and the raisins. Without those things, it would be a traditional, but it's okay. Those things add to the flavors. They help it along. Don't worry. Don't get caught up in the names. It's just not that important. However, this is something that I would reach for. It's not a 10 because there's a little, it could use a little age at this point, but I think in time, this is going to be really, really good. Like it's top 15 of things that we've made.
Yeah.
It's that kind of good.
I anticipate my score going up significantly in the 1 year when that little bit of youth goes away. The raisin and the citrus notes are really enhancing the honey. And when I want to drink a mead, just a pure mead, I really want that honey to be forefront. And so I feel like rather than taking away from the honey, it's actually enhancing the honey.
So, sorry. I don't know if you noticed. What we're both saying here is, when I think of mead, this is what I think of. That just says it right there. When I think of mead, this is what I'm thinking of. So when I want a mug of mead, this is what I'm going to reach for. It just needs a little extra time, and I think this is going to be pretty spectacular. Now, I want to say something else too. At this point, if you wanted to, you could put spices in here and let them sit in there for a while and change the flavor. You could put this on fruit and let that add to those flavors. You could oak this. Your options are still pretty open. You could keg this and carbonate it that way. Because of the way we did things, you can't actually naturally carbonate it anymore, but you could keg carbonate it. So the options are still there. This is just the beginning point. But to me, this is also a finished product. That's the cool thing about homebrewing and mead. It's only finished when you want it to be finished.
So from now, we're just gonna go ahead and bottle this. I'm gonna link in the description our bottling video, so that way if you wanna get a refresher course on how we bottle, there you go. Otherwise, we are set. Make this mead.
We'll be back in a year to show you how this goes. But I do wanna say one other last thing, and that is, we will bottle this, but not right away. It might sit for a couple of months before we bottle it, help it clear a little bit more, maybe get some sediment to drop out, and it starts the aging process right away. If you watch the show, you know I love my coffee. And I decided, why not make a coffee mead? This is actually our second one. This is the 2023 version, but I think it came out pretty amazing.
You know, those cocktails got me thinking. It's time to redo our coffee mill.
And someone sent me a roaster and some green beans and some beans that they roasted because I just haven't had time to try out the roaster yet. I'm really sorry about that. So first step in making a coffee mill is make some coffee. Okay, so to make our cold brew coffee, we're going to be using this. No, really, Mark Manning sent us this, and he just happened to reuse a jar. I mean, you know, I give him credit for that. These are his personally roasted beans, because I haven't figured out the roaster yet. And we're just going to use those. We're going to put them into our grinder. And for best results, you really want to use a hand grinder, or something that has the ceramic grinder wheels in it, because that way you're going to get the best. Oh, wow, this smells so good. This coffee's so good. And that way you get a more consistent grind. Because if you just throw it into, oh, it's a burr grinder. That's what it is, burr grinder. If you just put this into like a spice grinder or something like that, they just blitz it and it doesn't really make for consistent sizes. So that way your coffee comes out sometimes bitter, sometimes not enough extracted. Yeah, so that. And then we grind. The grinding is the hardest part. And that's it for that one. Let's see about how much we got here. That looks like a little over half a cup. Actually, that might even be a full cup. Yeah. That's a full cup of, that is a full cup of coffee ground up, so we're gonna go with that. And I'm gonna use the rumble jar. If you don't know what a rumble jar is, it's basically just an aluminum filter that you can pour your coffee grounds into, like so. Pop the lid on, like so. I don't know why I'm saying like so, I never say like so. And then I'm gonna put that into a 1 gallon fermenter, like so. And then we pour some water in. Now I'm gonna pour 3/4 of a gallon of water into this. Why am I doing 3/4 of a gallon? Because we're going to ferment in this when we're done. And that way, it's very simple. All we have to do is remove the coffee and add in our honey and we're good to go. All right, as you can see, it's already starting to turn the water into coffee, but we're gonna put a lid on this, let it sit on the counter for 24 hours, and we'll be back with you then to add the honey to make our mead. We've made our coffee.
It is steeped for 24 hours.
We sanitized everything in
The pitcher of sanitization. So what we do when we just have a small amount that we need to sanitize is I just use a pitcher rather than our huge tub because it takes a lot of space. And again, we're in a tiny house. So anything that sticks above the pitcher, I simply take my baster and I baste it with sanitizer fluid. Whoa.
Okay, let's move that off to the side for a minute.
Which is right in front of me. That's
Yep.
okay.
I'm sorry. Because we got to deal with the coffee.
Did you get something to put the coffee?
I got something to put the rumble jar in.
Do you think that's big enough?
I think it's big enough. I don't know that it is, but I think it is. Okay, so this has been sitting for 24 hours at room temperature. I'm just going to reach in, grab the rumble jar by its silicone lid, drain it off, because the holes are actually on the side, not on the bottom, so you want to kind of hold it sideways. Every drip counts. And then,
Ta-da!
see it fit.
No fuss, no muss.
It smells so good.
Coffee.
That is a really good coffee. So I believe, whoops, we have some extra now.
Yep.
See that? And that'll happen. I believe, and I mean, obviously, the better the coffee, the better the final product. Now, last time, I think we used a Starbucks coffee that we got ridiculed for pretty severely. I actually liked that coffee, but I understand. So we used a much higher quality coffee this time that was roasted by hand by one of our viewers, Mark Manning, and he sent some to me.
Not only did he send us some coffee, he sent us the roaster so
that
we
he
could
used
roast our own
so
coffee,
we can make our own.
plus 3 different types of green coffee for us to roast in our new roaster.
Unbelievable, unbelievable. I just haven't had a chance to get into it yet, but one of these days I'm gonna sit down and spend a day just roasting up some coffee and the whole house is gonna smell amazing, just so you know. But anyway, so what I wanna do now is put this whole thing onto our scale. Now, we did actually sanitize this before we started. So everything is sanitized. We don't need this again, but it's been sanitized. We are now going to add our honey. And we are using, what kind of honey are we using, babe?
We're using donated honey from the Pinellas chapter of beekeepers. I probably said that wrong.
Pinellas Beekeepers Association.
There we go.
How much are we using?
We are using 3 pounds.
Hopefully, as long as that's what I actually get out of this. This was given to us for doing a presentation for them. We spoke at their most recent meeting, and it was an interesting time. There was like 100 people in the room. Got to teach them all about mead. Give them something else to, whoa.
Oh, close, close, close.
Give them something else to do with all that honey that they make. This is gonna be very close. I did use 96 ounces of water to make the coffee. We're almost there though. Got a little greedy on this one. Hey, we're almost there. Oh boy. Yeah, this is oops. 3 pounds.
There you go. Okay. So that's 3 pounds of honey. So our concerns are that if the yeast gets super happy in this, we're gonna need a blow-off tube.
Yeah, my other concern is trying to mix this up.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I have to mix this.
I need a spoon to sanitize for you because I didn't do that. Or do you want to do just the let it eventually get to the sugar?
We could do that.
Because we actually did a test on this theory of whether yeast can get to the sugar, whether it's stirred in or not, and they don't care. They'll get to it and they'll eat it.
The only difference is you don't get an accurate original gravity reading, but we kind of have a very approximate reading of 1.105. How did I get to that? Because 3 pounds of honey should be 0.035 times 3 or 1.105. And you're hearing Tigger off in the background, who is being needy. Are you gonna stop? Shh. 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 Okay.
Whenever he does that, particularly with Tigger, because they have lovely conversations, it reminds me of Austin Powers. I'm just going to say that.
She stopped.
She did.
That's Daddy's little girl. She listens to me. Anyway, so we have that, and we had 96 ounces of the coffee. Now, we know that 3 pounds of honey takes up roughly a quart, almost exactly a quart, with the 96 ounces, which is 3 quarts. So that gives us a full gallon. Going to add some Fermento, 2.5 grams mixed in with a little bit of water, so we do have just a slight amount more than that exact 1 gallon, but it's not really enough to worry about. So I'm gonna call our starting gravity 1.100.
Can you take a note?
I'm gonna take a note on that.
To make sure that we put today's date.
Yes, we do.
Which is March 1st. Happy March, everyone.
Happy Mandalorian Day. Now, I'm approximating that, but it's probably within a few points of that. So it's close enough for homebrew work. It should come out to about 13% or so, 13.5, somewhere in there. And we're
So
good
the
with that.
last thing we need to add is yeast. And today we just happen to have in the yeast storage area, which is a mini fridge, thank you very much, a half packet of Mangrove Jack's MO5. Now we know the Mangrove Jack's works excellent as a mead yeast, so that's what we're going to use.
Also has an 18% tolerance. And what do?
Back your packet!
Be careful when you're this close to the top because there's nowhere for those particles to go. You don't want them to fly all over the place. I don't mix them in anymore, except this time I'm going to because I had a little mound. The surface tension was not allowing it to fall in.
They're falling.
They're falling now.
Get in there, yeasties.
So yeah, this is a little bit unusual, but this is part of homebrewing. You encounter an issue, you figure out a way around it. So not mixing the honey. What that's going to do is kind of make a forced, staggered
nutrient.
Staggered, it's like a step feed.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I meant to say. It's like a forced step feed because the yeast can only get to so much honey at a time. So they're going to only consume what they can, then they're going to go to the next step and the next step and the next step. And it usually results in less stress on the yeast. So we'll find out because sometimes that's a very, very good thing, especially in a brew that could be a little bit on the acidic side like coffee. Coffee can be a lower pH. So we will have to keep an eye on that. I don't really want to do a test of the pH today because I don't think that's necessary. If we end up with a stall or something like that, we'll worry about it at the time. But for now, we're going to put lid and an airlock on it.
We are also going to set this on a cookie sheet with edges because we are super close to the top of this. So when the yeast start consuming those sugars and transferring them into alcohol and gas, which they do at basically level amounts, it's going to start pushing gas up and pushing everything up. And if they get really excited, it's just going to be pushing all the stuff up.
Probably going to be using a blow-off tube within the next couple hours.
And all this liquid is going to come out and it's probably going to erupt.
Again, that was Tigger.
And it's probably going to erupt out and pour out and make a big sticky mess. So if we have this on a cookie sheet with edges.
Or a pot.
All that sticky mess is going to be collected in that area rather than spread across our kitchen.
And what are we going to do with this now after we put it on a tray?
We're going to let it sit.
Couple weeks. When I see that the airlock activity has fallen to nearly nothing, we'll be back to show you what it looks like. All right, so it's been like 21 days, which is exactly 3 weeks. It's time to check on the coffee mill. Now, here's why we're gonna check on it. You see that airlock? Notice the levels. Pretty much not moving. It's not bubbling, anything like that.
Does that mean anything? No.
Well,
it's simply an indicator that perhaps, maybe,
perchance,
it's done emitting gas.
It's definitely, possibly, maybe done.
And that's why we take 2 checks.
The first thing we want to do is look at it. Now there's some brown gunk around the sides. That's Croissant, that's coffee that's been stuck to the sides and whatnot. And then we smell it. I don't smell anything that shouldn't be there. I don't see anything growing or moving in there that shouldn't be in there. It smells like coffee though, that's for sure. So, you know, hey, we're at least on the right track. So what we're gonna do now, after I get some of the foam out.
It's not gonna come out, I tried to get it out already.
All right.
Don't fear the foam. If you use Star San is a foaming sanitizer. So
and it's a no rinse sanitizer.
It foams on purpose.
If you rinse it afterwards, you kind of defeated the purpose because the water from your tap could have pathogens and infectious things in it. Could. I didn't say does, could. And you know what? You can do it 1,000 times and have no problem. That 1,001st time though, that's the one you gotta watch out for. Anyway, I'm gonna take a reading on this and I'm just using a hydrometer like we always do. This is so far from clear, it's ridiculous. So we're either gonna probably use a clearing agent on this or give it a lot of time and see what happens. We may use a clearing agent on it eventually. Not today. The trick is to get your hydrometer floating. There we go. All right, this started at 1.100 original gravity, and it is now at Oh, that's looking like 1.004.
So we're taking a note on our note list with today's date and the gravity. Then because everything has been sanitized, we're going to put our sample back into our fermentation vessel. Carefully, not to slosh. Every drop is sacred.
Except for those last ones, I'm not worried about them.
And we're going to put our lid and airlock back on.
Now, 1.004, that could mean a lot of things. It could mean it's done. It could mean there's a little bit of non-fermentable sugars in there, that it's not going to go any further. It could mean that it's stalled just a little bit. It's not a major stall, but it is a possibility. So right now, all we have is like 1 point in time. We don't have anything to compare it to. So we're going to put this back in the fermentation station, let it sit for a whole week, and check another reading. That way we have something to compare it to.
Now that little bit of jostling that we did simply by taking the sample and putting the sample back in, I do see a bunch of little...
Oh, there's gas in there.
Little bubbles coming up the sides.
There's plenty of gas.
So that could simply be gas that is stuck in fermentation that are in solution that is escaping, which is part of the degassing process. Or it could be signs that perhaps
it's not fully done.
There is fermentation going.
It's been 3 weeks.
Slower.
It's been a little cooler here, so
Yeah.
our house has been a few degrees cooler than normal, so it is possible that it's still going. Now, I'm going to date myself here, but when I was going to school, teachers always said, don't get used to having a calculator because you'll never have one at arm's reach. Well, I just reached in my pocket and pulled out a calculator, so I'm going to calculate what our ABV of this is. We started with 1.100 and it went to 1.004. And you just subtract the final gravity from the original gravity. Get that, that's 0.096. Multiply that by 135. Some people use 131.25. I use 135. If you want to know why we have a video on that, it's because it's a little bit more accurate when you get to higher ABVs. That's it. And that gives us 12.96. That's 13% as far as I'm concerned. Close enough. So it may change, may go up a little bit more, but it won't go down. Okay, that's the thing. Unless we dilute this, it won't go down. So it'll only go up from here.
So at this point, we're going to let it sit. One, because this is just our first reading, so we don't know if it's done fermenting. And we want to make sure that we're positive that it's done fermenting, because if we just went ahead and bottled it at this moment and it wasn't done fermenting, the continuing fermentation in those bottles is going to create gases, which is going to create pressure, which is going to create a boom explosion. So please don't do that.
So it's been almost 4 weeks. And well, it was pretty much ready last week. We just weren't ready to do it yet. And I wanted to see if it was going to clear out anymore. But the airlock activity has slowed down to like nothing. So it's time to take a reading on this. But this has been going for 4 weeks, but it's actually only been about a week since our last reading.
If anybody has any questions if we used real coffee, yes, we did.
Oh, wow. Yeah, because it sputtered up. It smells like, oh, wow, smells like coffee. Okay.
Coffee.
So we're going to take our second reading. Our first reading was 1.004. So it's probably done. And you might be thinking, oh, but it didn't go all the way dry. Well, yeah, it's possible. It could happen. We did use Mangrove Jack's yeast, so it should have gone dry, but yeah, sometimes it happens. It's okay. We probably will end up pasteurizing this anyway, so even if there's a little bit of sugars left in there, it's not a problem. I'm still seeing 1.004. So here's the thing, because this is never going to be closed up, we did 2 readings, they both came out at 1.004. I'm going to say this is as done as it's going to be at this point. So we're going to rack it, but what I want to do is pour this sample into the racky rather than the racker. That way I don't disturb all the lease.
Our racking procedure uses this tool, which is an auto siphon. We really like the auto siphon. We pretty much only use the auto siphon for racking and bottling, and we really can't think of something that would work just as well.
They're also not crazy expensive, but if for some reason you can't afford one, just a piece of silicone tubing can work. You just have to find a way to submerge it and all that without losing too much fluid, and you definitely don't want to put your mouth on it to get that started.
So to rack, you need your
Source,
the
racker,
and your destination.
Racky.
The destination should be lower than the source. That's why I'm placing
Usually more lower. Usually even lower than that, but just for demonstration purposes, this is how we're doing it. The lower it is, the faster it will rack. And you just give it a few pumps until it's going. And then I like to stay at about the midpoint for a while until I can see what's going on. And then I'll tip the jar a little bit to get as much liquid as I can. The first racking, you're almost always going to get a little bit of sediment in there too. It's not a big deal, don't get crazy. But it is just something to be aware of. You're also going to have some amount of loss. The amount of loss is dependent on how brave into the lees you go.
If you're gentle and you're paying close attention, you can actually limit the amount of loss and the amount of sediment into your new vessels. So
she's saying that because I'm usually not paying attention while I'm doing this. I'm daydreaming or thinking of something or talking, and I get more into there than I probably should, or I disturb the lees and get less than I should. As I'm racking this, I am seeing streams of solids in here. So we're gonna do an extra step on this one to clarify it. I'll show you what we're gonna do. All right, I went pretty deep in, and you can see there's only a little bit of liquid at the bottom, and this is so cloudy already, doesn't really matter. But we're gonna just clean this up, be right back to show you the next step. Okay, now for clarifying, we're gonna use gelatin, and we've actually used this before on the show. To do it though, I heated some water. It's at about 135 to 140 degrees right now. That's perfect. You don't wanna go past like the 150 mark. I'm just gonna grab some plain old gelatin, food grade, of course. I think all gelatin is food grade, I don't know. Don't get the flavored stuff though. Pretty sure that'll just make your mead flavored, like whatever flavored gelatin you get, because, you know, that's what Jell-O is gelatin. This is not opening well. Opening the heck out of this.
taped it.
Yeah, I taped it up too good. All right, so I just want like a teaspoon of gelatin, right? And I'm gonna dissolve it into this little bit of water, like that. We'll tape this sucker back up. Better, maybe. So you can get like 3 uses out of one package. You just want to dissolve it. That is the idea, is dissolving it. And this works pretty quick. We are going to experimenting with bentonite, food grade only bentonite. Be careful because the non-food grade ones have other materials in there that aren't so good for you. So we did get some food grade bentonite we're going to try as well. But I want, whoops, it's all in the thing. Like gelled up inside it. This is craziness.
Do you need a chopstick?
I might, because I'm burning myself here.
Yeah, let me get a chopstick.
Okay, the gelatin is gelling already. It does that. You want to dissolve it fully. And gelatin generally works in like 48 to 72 hours, where bentonite can take 7 to 14 days, depending. So this time around, I went with the gelatin idea. And I also didn't want to have to use as much water. You tend to need more water with bentonite, so I wanted to go with minimal. So here we go, because we did fill this pretty tight to the top there. And there we go. I'm just going to use the sanitized chopstick to mix that around real good, just to make sure that everything's in suspension. We're going to put our lid back on. And let this sit probably a week. I want to see this clear out fully before we go to the next step. But if it clears out in just a couple days, we'll show you that too. And we'll be back then to show you. All right, so it's been like 5 days. That means it's time to, well, rack this off, basically, is the next step. Smells like coffee. The gelatin, I want to talk about this for a second. We put it in, and it usually takes 48 to 72 hours. It's been like 5 days, so it's a little longer than that. It cleared it, but not a tremendous amount. Does that pose a problem for us? No, not at all. I don't personally feel that clearing is 100% necessary. We do it more often now just to show the techniques involved, but it's not absolutely a thing. To me, a coffee mill should be a little bit cloudy. Like they just, I don't know, it doesn't feel like something that's gonna get perfectly clear, and that's okay. So the next step is going to be, we're gonna rack it from here into a pitcher so that we can move to the next step. Racking, as we always do, is with an auto siphon. You've probably seen this before, and if you haven't, we have videos on it. We probably said that 5 times already in this video. I do have the cap on because all the gelatin and stuff that fell out is pretty thick on the bottom, so there's gonna be a tiny amount of loss with this rack, but it's okay. All right, after racking, we have about 120 ounces left, so pretty decent. You know, we're looking for 1 gallon, so that's not so bad. What we want to do now is do our, not superlative, not pejorative.
Preliminary?
No, there's a name for it.
Penultimate?
Penultimate tasting. That's right, the penultimate tasting. The next to ultimate tasting.
Next to ultimate, right.
Yeah, all these words, you know.
Ultimate.
The pre-ultimate, yeah. But anyway, so we're gonna, words, you know. Put some in a glass and taste it. It looks like iced tea. It really does. It's not very clear. I know we talk about this, but it does have some cloudiness to it. It definitely smells of black coffee, which
I'm gonna love it.
I don't know how this is going to work. Derica does drink coffee now, but not like I do.
No. Oh yeah, that's coffee.
Sorry, babe. You're not going to like this. It's got a lot of coffee character. I detect the slightest hint of honey, but not anything really to, yeah. Let me just get rid of this. So, suffice to say, we're going to sweeten this. What I do think, though, is the acidity level is beautiful.
Oh, yeah.
It's got a lovely, like, strong coffee robustness character to it, but it needs some sweetness to back down the strength of it. I personally feel coffee melt is best when sweet. Now, this is 1.004, which, according to the guidelines for Mead set forth by the BJCP, as I talked about in another video, that makes this dry, okay? It's dry. So we're looking to get this...
It got me.
So we're looking to get this to a sweet, maybe even a semi-sweet. I'm looking for like a 1.015 to 1.020 or thereabouts. That's usually where my brain says, yeah, this tastes nice, but let's see. So we're gonna add some honey.
And we selected honey as our sweetener of choice because this is a mead. This is coffee malt.
Right.
So it should have the honey note along with the sweetness.
Now, if this happened to have a lot of honey character and just needed more sweetness, we might maybe select sugar because all it's going to add is sweetness. But generally in a mead, you're going to want honey. But we have done it with just plain old sugar before. And again, not measuring the amount putting in, I want to know the final result. So I'm just going to put in a few glugs, and this is starting to crystallize, as you can see. I don't know, that's maybe half pound or so. Yeah, it's starting to crystallize. All right, can I have a spoon, please?
Sure.
My hands are sticky. When you're mixing like this, you just want to be careful that you don't cause too much agitation at the surface. As Derica likes to say, I'm agitating the bottom, but not the surface. That way we're not oxygenating. Of course, anytime you do something like this, there is always a risk. However, this one came out to, it's 13%. The risk of vinegarization, slim to none. The risk of off flavors, that's the thing you want to be careful of. So I want to minimize the risk.
Now, because this honey is starting to crystallize, there are some blobs.
There's some chunks in it. It's chewy.
Now, that's nothing wrong with that. That's
honey
not
does
something
that.
to be worried about. It just means it's going to take longer to mix thoroughly.
Yeah, and since we don't really want to heat the mead yet, I don't want to do that to make it dissolve. That honey was sat in an immersion circulator tub of water at like 110 degrees Fahrenheit for hours because it was totally crystallized. So the fact that it's pourable at all is actually pretty cool. Now, one thing that we didn't mention yet is now that we have added honey to this, we have added more fermentable sugars, which means this could re-ferment unless we stabilize in some way. Our preferred method of stabilization is pasteurization. It does a couple of things. One, it's going to kill the yeast. It doesn't just stop them from fermenting, it kills the yeast. To us, it helps as a clearing agent as well, and it has a mild aging effect. Not super strong, but it does tend to meld flavors a little bit.
And what what I mean by that is that it's not actually aging, because the only way you can age something is by the usage of time. But it does mimic some of the effects that you often find aging does. So
That's why I said an aging effect.
Yeah.
It just helps to mellow the flavors a little bit more. That's all. And we have done the pasteurization versus non-pasteurization flavor changes. We actually preferred the one that was pasteurized.
Yeah.
So it's not a conclusive test, but it does give you an idea. So anybody that was worried that it ruins the flavors, it really doesn't. If anything, it gives you another flavor way to play. How's that? So I have that in there, and I have that mixed up pretty good, I think. Let's get a taste. I don't really think that's going to be enough. I think we're going to need more. I just have a feeling, just because. Smells the same.
Because of the sweetness disparity, and this really isn't my thing, I'm going to let Brian decide on whether the sweetness level is right or not.
This has better sweetness. You want to taste it now? It's got some sweetness to it. It's not bad. I still think it needs a bit more. If you don't want to, you don't have to.
I don't want to.
Okay. Right now, I would say it's probably at around like a 1.010 to 1.012. It's a little on the low side for what I want for this, so more honey.
Now, please don't take my hesitation as the fact that this is a bad brew. No, if you like black coffee,
She doesn't really like black coffee.
you'll probably really enjoy this.
And your stomach's been acting funny.
And my
today.
stomach has been acting funny, yeah.
Give that power a good scoop, huh? That's going to be a pain. It's good, dude. All right, that's good, that's good, that's good. Good, good. Ugh. So that was probably another half pound, maybe a little bit over. That's how much a sweetness I think this has to have. Our original coffee mill that we made years ago actually stalled, and it ended up with a much higher, my hand's sticky again. As I was starting to say, our original coffee mill that we made a few years ago actually stalled. I think it was like 1.060 or something. It was pretty high. And it actually ended up tasting wonderful. We still have some, I think. Derica used it to make cocktails.
I've been using it, yeah.
Yeah, it's a couple years old, and it's wonderful. It's got a sweetness, but the coffee flavor is still coming through. And that's what I'm trying to do here, but make something that's repeatable. Something that we can teach you how to do, rather than hope yours stalls too. So, yeah, because that's not something you ever really want to hope for. Yeah, there's some clumps in there. Again, this is chewy, you know. When you do this, you can actually hear the crystals of the honey in the bottom. Like, I know it's not fully mixed yet. Getting there, though. We're very close. Honey will also add a viscosity and a body to a mead, or any beverage, really. It makes it feel a little thicker, and that makes it stick to you a little bit. Kind of a weird thing in tastings, that it sticks in your mouth. It doesn't just feel like water. And that's an important aspect of tasting. Some things should be a little more thin, but you don't ever want to describe something as watery. We are mixed. Time for a taste. Derica's favorite part. Notice the pours are getting smaller because I know she's not drinking this. I'm not detecting a lot of honey character on the smell, but that could be time.
Very coffee forward on the smell.
Extraordinarily coffee forward. The coffee flavor is very, very strong in this. This would be great like over ice cream or something, honestly. I think this is great for that. It's now getting to where it's nice. It's got a tang without it being cloyingly sweet, but there's definitely like coffee honey flavors. A little bit of ethanol, not a tremendous amount. It's a good mix. I think it could go sweeter though.
It's giving me a little bit of the dark chocolate notes
Kind of,
now.
yeah. I want a little bit more sweetness, not a lot more, just a touch. I have a feeling I'm going to be the one drinking this most of the time, so make it to what I appreciate.
I don't know if we get more amaretto, I'm making...
Oh yeah, this mixed with amaretto would be lovely. Watching crystallized honey come out of the thing is just not attractive. I'm going to estimate that that should be enough. It's even changing the color slightly.
It's a really dark honey.
Yeah. That's a wildflower honey, so it should have more of a neutral-ish style of flavors for this. whenever you're making something that's very strongly flavored, like coffee has a strong flavor, try to use something that's more neutral. Like had we used an orange blossom honey,
I don't think that'd be good.
there'd be so much orange blossom honey have to go into it to get the sweetness level that that citrus hint might actually come through. And unless you like orange in your coffee, which I don't, unless you like that, then you really don't want to do that. So any neutralish type of thing, clover, wildflower, things like that. Now, something to remember too, this came up in our VIP the other day. Somebody got an orange blossom honey and they said that it tasted like the medication that they took as a kid, like the orange pills. I'm thinking the St. Joseph's baby aspirin is what they meant. I didn't get a chance to really read through the whole thing. But various honeys from various areas, even various times of year, and from year to year, can taste totally differently. Just because it says orange blossom doesn't mean that every orange blossom you taste is going to taste the same. Just as wildflower, I mean, wildflower.
Yeah.
There's only about 1 million different kinds of wildflowers, you know, so clover, different times of year, it's going to taste different. From different places, it's going to taste different. So every honey is different. Every batch of honey is a little bit different because it's a natural biological product. So just because you tried something once and you didn't like it doesn't necessarily mean that you won't like it again, unless it was just horrible bad, like when we made the avocado one. That just, no. But I would try avocado blossom honey again, just not that brand. Okay, we're mixed, and here we go. This should be the ultimate penultimate tasting. These names, man. Okay, I finally get some more honey character on the nose. Definitely coffee, though. Oh, I like it.
Good.
Let's see what you think. I think I need a little bit more to make sure.
Nice. Put some amaretto and cream in there and put on ice.
Yeah. I'm getting a nice, rich honey flavor with the coffee coming in. It's not like all coffee now. There's definitely that balance. I think a little bit of time sitting to mellow. This is actually going to be really, really nice.
So we're going to cheat with that time because we're going to put this in a 1 gallon fermenter and pasteurize it since we added all that honey.
Now, if you're wondering how we pasteurize, we actually have a video on it, but let me just do it in a nutshell. We're going to put this into a 1 gallon fermenter, right? Leave the cap off. We're going to fill a pot with water. We're going to put an immersion circulator in and get the water to 140 degrees. I'm going to put this in there and let it go for close to 45 minutes to an hour until the internal temperature reads 140 degrees. That's all Fahrenheit, by the way. Let that sit at that temperature for 15 to 20 minutes, then take it out. That's it. That's all there is to pasteurization. And yes, we do it with the caps off. The reason why we're not showing you is because it's a whole ordeal to try to do that. But we do have it in a video. And the reason we do it with the caps off is you lose an infinitesimally small amount of the alcohol. Don't be fooled by, oh, ethanol boils at this. Don't fall for any of that. A chemist told me that it doesn't really boil off as easily as you might think. And we're at 140 degrees Fahrenheit, which is far below where it boils off anyway. So do that. It's a safe way to go. Just remember, if you're gonna heat your water on the stove instead of an immersion circulator, do not put your fermenter in while it's heating. Take it off the heat, then add your fermenter if you need to. The trick is, the really important part, is that 140 degrees Fahrenheit internal temperature for 15 to 20 minutes. If you maintain that, however you do it, it's pasteurized, the yeast are dead. We still put it back into under airlock and put it back on the shelf and let it sit just to be on the safe side, but it's never failed us.
But you also want to let it sit anyway because pasteurization will cause some fallout as some of the particles in the heating process will bind together and settle out.
It'll help to clear it a little bit more. So yeah, that's where we're at with that. And we'll be back to show you that finished product after it's sat for a little bit with a final tasting. All right, we almost forgot to give you the specific gravity reading, so I went ahead and put a sample in here and it came out to 1.032. So if you're trying to replicate this at home, add enough honey to get it to 1.032, and there you go. Okay, so we pasteurized this. It's been sitting for a couple of days. It seems to have dropped out a whole bunch of fuzzy stuff at the bottom.
It actually did a really great job in clearing out this brew.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it got into the hands of me, and I'm a spasmo, so I jarred it. So our intention
She was
was
trying to move it when she put the light up.
That's
okay.
Things happen, you know? But I was impressed by how clear it had gotten simply by pasteurizing. And that's another thing, another benefit of pasteurization is that it does, in our experience, tend to get those particles to clump together and fall out of suspension. So,
Oh, heck yeah. Look at that.
yeah, that is infinitely clearer than what
Yeah,
we
the
had
other day
before.
it was quite cloudy.
Yeah.
Now, we did use not glycerin,
Gelatin.
gelatin. I always want to say glycerin. We did use gelatin to clear this, and it did a decent job. I think, honestly, though, pasteurizing did a better job than the gelatin did. So,
Now it's beautiful.
yeah, on the color and clarity, this is perfectly clear. It's like a 9.5 for clarity. I mean, I can't imagine it being much clearer. So, looks great. Color is awesome.
It is coffee, but it is coffee with honey.
Yeah, it's more coffee than honey on the aroma. I really would have liked more aroma of honey on this, but I know we sweetened it a lot. I sweetened it up to 1.032, so it's considered sweet, okay? Some people would consider this like a dessert mead even. I don't know that it's that high because as much as that is the consideration of it, when you take into account the acidity, the tannins and things like that, it changes the perception of sweetness. That doesn't mean it's not sweet, because the sweetness is there, and that's a real measurable thing. The perception can be different, and that's why different brews require different sweetness levels.
Right, and that's why a lot of times when we get asked, well, how sweet or how dry should this be, we can't give you a definitive answer because that perception word gets in the way of conveying that information, because what is sweet to us or what is dry to us may be perceived quite differently to you. So again, that's why we do what we do the way we do it.
Yeah. So on the aroma, I'm getting a young coffee, kind of not a deep roast coffee. I probably would have liked to have used a dark roast for this. I think this is more of a medium roast or even a light roast on the coffee, because that's the smell I'm getting. It's not that deep, rich, chocolatey roast that I like. I'm not complaining, and I'm not saying that Mark did anything wrong when he sent me that coffee. He did a wonderful job, but it does have a higher acidity level in the scent and things like that, and that's what's coming through. So right off, if I was to do this again, I'd use a dark roast, like an espresso roast.
Uber dark.
Yeah, uber dark. There you go. I'm going in. On the flavor, though, it's balanced. It's really nicely balanced. It's interesting, that aroma will throw you. You'll think this is going to be bitter and astringent and strong, but it's not at all. It actually,
Yeah.
I mean, I'll take you on a trip.
Before Brian gets too verbose, I want to say the one thing that strikes me right up from the front, the beginning of the tasting, is how the honey notes and the coffee notes are equal in dignity.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Like
As it enters your mouth, you definitely know this is coffee, but you also definitely know this is a honey-based beverage. Now, at 13%, it's no wuss. I mean, it's got a decent amount of ethanol to it to carry everything through. And what I'm getting in the beginning is that strong coffee flavor with a great honey flavor, and then I do get a tinge of the tang from the ethanol coming through. And those three things actually play well together. As it gets into my mouth, I get a little tiny hint of like a dark chocolate, not a lot, maybe a little bit of a cherry even. As it goes further, the astringency of the coffee becomes a little bit more prominent. It's more like a palate cleansing kind of thing than bad, so don't take that wrong. Let me get another sip to refresh. And as it starts to go towards the end, that cherry note comes back again.
Yep.
Got a little bit of cherry towards the back end, and the finish on this is very long. It stays with you. On the exhale, I'm still getting a good honey character, a really nice astringent note from the coffee. Those things are in perfect balance. As Derica said, the honey character and the coffee notes are actually pretty even Neither one of them is overpowering, and that's kind of an often problem with the coffee melt is the coffee will overtake or there's not enough coffee. In this case, I think we nailed that perfect balance of enough coffee to enough honey. Had we not sweetened it so much, we would not have gotten there. It actually took quite a bit of sweetening to get it to match that balance. But because it's a more green coffee, it's hand roasted, so I can't really say exactly what the roast is, but I'm fairly certain it's a lighter roast. It has more acidity and more brightness to the character of the coffee. It's a little more astringent, so it required more sweetness to kind of balance it and tone it down. I don't know if I'd want to use a dark roast coffee on it now. I mean, it'd be a whole different beverage. It wouldn't be the same. It'd be a different kind of coffee melt. I can't complain.
And I agree with Brian on that. Even though we've mentioned before, I'm not truly a fan of just a straight black coffee. Now that we have sweetened this, it has brought it to a place that I'm more happy with.
I also think that the pasteurizing mellowed the flavors a little bit.
It did. It did.
Brought them closer together.
But because of that youth of the coffee that you're talking about, the acidity of the coffee, I think that is really working in favor of this particular brew, as it's giving it another note where if that was absent, it might fall flat. Another thing, as well as the flavors being very strong, very prominent and lasting and staying with you, you also get the tactile sensation of the brew staying with you as well. And so that's really nice to have those two pairings linger in your mouth. So it's
got a great viscosity.
Yeah.
But when we look at balance, when we say balance, we mean acid, sweetness, and tannin. The tannic quality of this is not so much that it's mouth puckering, but it adds a fullness and a richness that a greener coffee needs. It needs to have some of that. The acidity level was always going to be high, and I knew that from the time we tasted this coffee. The acidity level was going to be high, so we had to make sure that the tannins matched that. And I think using the whole coffee in the cold brew process actually helped to give it more of that body by keeping these acids level down just a little bit. Because when you make cold brew, the acid level is lower in coffee. And then, like I say, the sweetening, we just had to get all three of those to kind of, you're just like playing with the dials, you know, you're just tuning things just right. And we had two fixed points, and that was the acidity and the tannins. We could make more tannin, we could make more acidity, but we couldn't bring them back down. So because of that, we had to bring the sweetness levels up, but there also was not enough honey character. When we first tasted it, it was like coffee with alcohol. It really didn't have much honey at all. It was not pleasant.
Punch of coffee.
Yeah, I mean, it'll wake you up, but it'll wake you up and put you to sleep at the same time. That comes up a lot. People ask, does the caffeine stay? Yes, actually it does. From everything that I've read, the caffeine is still in there. So it doesn't make you sleepy. It just kind of keeps you even keeled. I don't know how that works, to be honest with you. I think if you drink enough of this, you're still going to get drunk and you're still going to pass out. But, you know, I don't think it's going to keep you awake.
We don't recommend that, so don't do that.
Like, you know, the old idea that drink coffee to get sober, that doesn't actually work. You just have a wide awake drunk. It doesn't actually sober you up. So you'll be a wide awake drunk if you drink too much of this. Before we give this a score, I need to get another sample for science. Do you have a number?
Oh, a number. Shoot. Got sidelined there. I need some of your sample now.
Yeah, we were gone for a minute to look to see if we had any of the older coffee mill left, and apparently Derek drank it all. All right, our scoring goes from 1 through 10, with sometimes 11. 1 means basically it sucks. You're just going to dump it out, never touch it again. Probably never admit that you made it. 10 means this is just absolutely great. There's nothing you would change. And 11 just means it's like a step above even that, okay? And then in between is varying levels of ick to awe. And for me, like a 5 is average, okay? So that's pretty much the gist of our scoring. Do you have a number?
I do.
All right. 1, 2, 3, 8.
6.5.
I knew she was going to go a little lower. This isn't really her thing.
Now, this is my number for it on its own. However, my number on it as a mixer to create something else,
I think it's much better as a mixer,
is like a 13, because this has got such a wonderful, strong flavor that adding a multitude of things, which I have an experimentation done in the past, which is why the original coffee mill is all gone, turns into a delightful experience. So my 6.5 is strictly on, if I just had this by itself in a glass, I could only take so much. I would still enjoy the experience of it, but I could only take so much. However, combine it with some critical elements and I could probably drink way too much of it.
Now, I like to classify things as like a sipper, a drinker, and a chugger. This is certainly not a chugger. It's not even a drinker. This is a sipper. You definitely put some of this in a glass and you experience it. Derek likes to call them an experience.
Yep.
This is definitely that. I'd have to agree. So if we wanted to alter this a little bit, we did find something in our searching that we only have a little bit left of that might seem like an odd thing to add, and that is Kahlua, which is a coffee liqueur. But my thought is the coffee liqueur part, it's almost a creamy thing.
And it's got rum.
Oh, and it has rum in it.
Can't go wrong with rum.
Yeah, so we're gonna add some of this. Pretty good amount, not all of it, just some. Some of the rum. It changes the color drastically, but it's got sweetening in it too, which is unique. I'd say we have what, like a 3, maybe a 4-to-1 ratio here. It changes the smell. Smells more like chocolate milk now. Not completely, but closer. It doesn't look attractive. I'll admit that. But it took that coffee flavor, took the acidity away, gave it the dark chocolate notes, the chocolatey notes. That right there, that's a 12. I mean, that is spectacularly good now.
Yeah, it is.
So if you make this and it's too acidic for you, if you don't really appreciate it, you can add a little Kahlua to it, see if you can tone that down a bit.
Or you can check out my list of coffee mill cocktails and make something fancy.
That sounded very much like an ad. But I guess it sort of is. I mean, you know,
Kind of is.
we have to market our own stuff too, you know, our
They were
videos.
really good, so
Yeah, they were.
I'm not just...
Yeah, they were good.
They were
Go
good.
do that. But yeah, and that's something that we're trying to get into is, yeah, see, now she's going back for more. See, that tells you how different that just became. This is something that we're starting to do now. I like this as is, and I don't know that I would fortify this with Kahlua before I bottled it, but I don't have any problem adding a little Kahlua to it when I go to drink it, because now it's a cocktail and it's something unique and different, but I still have the original to play with too.
Yeah.
Like what Derica intends to do is add amaretto and cream to this and make stuff like that. And I think that's a great way to go. If you don't want to drink your mead as just a straight mead, pour it in a horn and, you know, down the whole thing, have fun with it. Enjoy it your way. And if anybody ever tells you that you're wrong, say, it's my mead. I made it. I can drink it how I want to. You know, that's just the way that works.
If you don't like coffee, perhaps tea is more your thing. So we made a chai mead. This is kind of a cheater way to get all those spices of a yummy, yummy metheglin in one quick and easy recipe.
A lot of the time when we make a mead and there's lots of ingredients, there's always some fluctuation when you do it at home, and it could come out slightly different. So today we're doing a mead that's very, very simple and very, very easy to replicate because you almost don't have to measure anything. More on that in a sec. Now you're probably wondering what the heck I'm talking about. We are going to be making a chai mead. Now, one sec. You might have seen this stuff in your grocery store, Tazo Classic Chai Latte. If you've ever gone to a place called Starbucks and ordered a chai latte, this is what they're making it from. It's a mix of black tea and a bunch of spices. But you know what it is? It's consistency in a package. That's what it really is. We're gonna make a 1-gallon mead. We're gonna use 2 of these and some honey and some Fermade-O, not Fermado, not F-E-R-M-A-T-O, Fermade-O. I know it's just the way I talk. This is how it comes out. But anyway, let's get started on this. So, what do we need first?
First of all, you need to take all your equipment that you're going to use and you need to sanitize it in the red bucket of sanitization. Or whatever color bucket you happen to have available to you.
Yeah, color isn't really that particular. It's the sanitization part that's important. All right, so this honey that we're going to be using is from our friend Todd Truby of the Pinellas Beekeepers Association. It's about as good a honey as you can ask for. It's unfiltered, unpasteurized, all the good stuff. He grew it himself. He raised the bees. He named them all. He knows every single one of them by name. And I'm making this up at this point. But this is 3 pounds because he said it's 3 pounds. I know this jar holds 3 pounds, so we're not going to measure. So this is, again, a very simple trick. If you have a mason jar that holds a quart, fill it with a quart of honey, and you don't even have to weigh it. I'm going to pour it in, but it's not all going to go in, but I got a way to fix that. All right, so I have a bunch of honey in the funnel already. And basically, here's what happens. If you don't do something, it's going to fill up that funnel. By the way, that's really good honey. I just got a fingerful of it. Let me wash my fingers off. Okay, so it's going to take like an hour and a half for all that honey to go through. I have half a jar left, but we know this is 3 pounds. We know we're going to be adding some water, so I have some warm, yeah, it's like above body temperature water. It's not so hot that it'll kill anything, but you know, I'm going to fill that most of the way. Put the lid on. Shake it up. There's some bejesus in there. We got to get it out. I haven't said bejesus in a while.
You haven't.
Because we've been using little big mouth bubblers. I can't get the bejesus out of those. I can't shake them. The seals aren't good enough. They leak. But the advantage to doing this is you get every last little bit out, and we're oxygenating, which is a good thing in the very early stages of brewing. That comes up a lot. Before alcohol's made, adding oxygen, good thing. After alcohol, adding oxygen, bad thing. Very simple. Just in time for most of that honey to have come out of the funnel, I can dump this in. It pours so much easier now. Look at that. But there's still a little bit of honey in there, so.
Do you want to use the chai mix instead of water? Or do you know exactly where the chai? Okay.
I don't. Let's use some of this, because she's right. I don't want to overfill. Okay, so I'm just going to pour some of this in. By the way, if you've ever opened up a package like this, like they make various shelf-stable milks and stuff in containers like this too. See how the spout's over here? You're not supposed to pour like this. You're actually supposed to pour like this.
Why is it?
See how it's not doing the gurgle thing?
The air. Ah. Learn
Look
something
at that.
new every day.
Whereas if I do it this way,
It's going to go.
glug, 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 and spills everywhere and makes a big mess. Ta-da! See that? It was worth tuning in to watch this video just for that, right? I didn't fill it all the way because I want to mix it up. There's more bejesus in here now. If you do this enough, you actually don't even have to oxygenate the whole thing. Which is kind of what I'm hoping for. Alrighty. There's still some honey up in the funnel here. By the way, if you can't find this stuff in your store, we have links to it on Amazon. They make a skinny version and a regular version. We're using the regular version. It just has less, the skinny version has less sugar in it. So you may find that your brew comes out a little bit less sweet or a little bit less alcohol. But you can always make up for that with a little bit more honey. So, but let's see, how much sugar is in it? Okay, there's 5 servings in here, 24 grams. There's like half a pound of sugar between the two. Not the end of the world. Not huge. I'm just gonna pour in, try to rinse off our funnel some more. I know, all this talk about pouring stuff, right? That's pretty much what you're doing. That's brewing for you. Cleaning and pouring. That's pretty much summarizes 90% of the operations of brewing.
And siphoning.
And siphoning, yep. Okay, this is empty. If for some reason you don't use it all, I highly suggest using it all, you want to refrigerate what's left. It is really good though. Mix this with like equal amounts of milk, microwave it, and it's a really, really good thing. It tastes just like the stuff you get at Starbucks or anywhere else that sells chai lattes. But I found the Starbucks chai latte to be very nice. I know people like to hate on Starbucks, but I don't know. This one's good. By the way, don't say chai tea. It's like saying tea tea or chai chai because chai means tea. Okay, so now I have to mix up the honey.
Do you want to put that in?
I could. By that, what do you mean?
I mean the fermento that has been mixed in some water so that way it'll disperse more evenly and not clump.
Yes, that. It's in there. Okay, now I need the thumb saver bung. Thumb saver bung. It's just a solid bung, no hole. If you don't have one, just put your thumb over it. It'll just hurt your thumb after a while. That's why I call it the thumb saver bung. But now we need to mix this up and get all the bejesus out and essentially get all the honey mixed in. By the way, if you don't know what I mean by bejesus, it's a thing that I say. I say, you want to mix the bejesus out of it. Okay? That's it. That's all it means. There's no hidden agenda or meaning behind it like some people seem to think. It's just a thing I say. It's actually not even a thing I say because I said it once in a video and it just became a thing. And I started saying because people were repeating it.
Which is what happens in pretty much all of
But in real life, I don't say that, like ever.
No.
You just want to mix this up real good to get all the honey mixed in so that when we take a reading, it's an accurate reading. Does that look?
No guts.
Oh, we got some. Okay, it's as shaken up as I care to do. Careful when you remove this thumb saver bung, it sometimes likes to spit at you.
So now we need to top off with our remainder
Water.
water.
By the way, the fermento is a yeast nutrient. We find that it's very helpful. By the way, the ingredients in these things is actually pretty good stuff. There's not a lot of preservatives or really no preservatives. It's all spices and things like that, which spices can be an antibiotic. That's why I use 2.5 grams of fermento in this. I highly recommend using a yeast nutrient for this exact brew because there are a lot of spices in there. And I'm just going to top off. How greedy do you want to be? See all that foam? Don't fear the foam, but be aware of the foam. Because all that foam gets pushed up in your airlock if you're not careful. So right about there, by the time the foam comes down, it's gonna be just slightly over a gallon. I hate to have it explode on me, so I think we're good.
All right, so there's only one thing left to do, and it's something that we haven't talked about yet, other than mix this again, so we can take a gravity reading.
Oh.
Let's do that.
I have to mix it again. You don't have to mix it all that hard the second time. Just want to get it all through. Okay, after the workout. It is now done, and what's the next thing that we have to do?
Well, we have to put the yeast in eventually.
Oh yeah, but before we put the yeast in.
We need to take a gravity reading.
Gravity reading, that's it. Okay. Gravity reading. I use a thermometer. I use a hydrometer, not a thermometer, and it's hydrometer, not hygrometer. Hygrometer actually measures humidity in the air. Hydrometer measures sugar. It measures a lot of things, but it's used to measure the sugars in your brew, okay? I'm not gonna say density because it's not actually density. It measures specific gravity. That's what it measures. Okay. Lovely color. I call that dishwater brown.
It's not dishwater.
Looks like diluted coffee. Okay, this is gonna be a little bit on the high side, so maybe we are gonna add some more water.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a little high. It's like in the 1.134 range or so right now. It's a little high for my taste to start with. The higher you go, the more risk of a stall. So we're just gonna add a little bit more water. Gotta be more greedy. Whoops. But even that little bit can actually drop it, you know, that 10 or 20 points that we need to get down to closer to like 1.100 or so. Notice the gentle mixing. Don't want to make more foam. All right. Let's try. You know what it actually looks like? Beer.
Yes.
It very much looks like we're making a beer. We're not. This is mead. Mead is nothing like beer, no matter what anybody tells you. Unless you make it like a beer, in which case it's a braggot. It's still on the high side, but I think we can work with it. I'm gonna call it at 1.124. See how much different that can be? Okay, now I'm gonna pour the sample back in because everything here was sanitized. I'm not gonna make her sing it again. If it wasn't sanitized, you don't want to dump this back in. And I didn't want to do it the first time either. And now all that's left is yeast. For our yeast selection, we've decided to go with Mangrove Jack's MO5, which has been a pretty proven performer for us. We also happen to have, just like I always seem to, a half packet of it lying around. And it also is an 18% tolerance yeast. What that means is that, in theory, given the right conditions, this yeast will ferment up to 18% alcohol, if there's enough fermentables to actually get to 18%. Obviously, we don't have enough to get to 18%, so it won't be 18%. But if it was, it could get there, which means with all the extra antibiotic properties of this must, hopefully this yeast will be able to do the job. The downside to using a narrow neck fermenter. There's little yeasties all stuck to the side. You know what? They're never going to fulfill their destiny.
It's a shame. It's just sad.
It's just the way it is. I am going to give this just a touch of a swirl and see if I can get some of those yeast to fall through like a little sandstorm.
Get in there, guys. Do your thing.
Get through the foam. Get in your home. You're too good for your home. Hope somebody gets that reference. Otherwise, I just look like an idiot doing that. All right, once that's done, stick this in, push it down. And what are we going to do with it now?
Probably going to put a rubber band on it because it's a 7 and it's probably not going to sit right.
It's not really what I was hoping for.
We're going to let it sit.
Right. We're looking for fermentation to start up anywhere in the next couple of hours, up to 72 hours. We've had a lot of people asking lately, I started up a brew an hour ago and it hasn't fermented yet. What should I do? Leave it alone. This is going to go sit in the fermentation station. Actually, we're going to put this on a cookie sheet tray and leave it out so that we can know what's going on, because all that foam, this could be a very vigorous fermentation. It could be a very slow fermentation. We don't know yet. So rather than take a chance on having all over the kitchen, we're going to put it on a cookie sheet with a lip. Therefore, it'll catch all of the before it gets everywhere else. After this is done fermenting, once the airlock is showing a neutral pressure, that's a good sign that it might be finished. We'll be back to show you what it looks like then. Okay, so I got this out after 12 days to see if it was ready for its first check. And look at that. See those little bubbles coming up the side? That's usually an indication that no, it's not quite ready for its first check yet. So we're gonna give this another week and see you then. Okay, it's been about 3 weeks. Activity in the airlock is very, very, very slow. That's probably just due to being moved around at this point. So I'm going to take its first reading. Let's see how it's doing. As always, you want to give an optical and olfactory inspection. Smell that.
I can smell it.
That smells so good. It smells like a chai tea latte from Starbucks, which is basically what it is with honey. It's still quite cloudy. The fermentation took a little longer than usual. I know a lot of people have been saying, how do you get your stuff to ferment so fast? I think it's because we're warmer. Our house is definitely kept a little bit warmer than most. So that's probably it. In this case, it did take longer than normal. I mean, we're at 3 weeks. It actually didn't finish. It's stalled at 1.026. But let me check that, because we started at 1.124 minus 1.026. It's sitting at 13.2%. What I'd like to do is add some yeast hulls, mix it up real good, put it back on the shelf, and see how it goes.
But first, let's take some notes.
1.026.
Today's date.
This is what's known as a stall, in case you didn't know. It means that for whatever reason, the yeast aren't finishing out what they should do. So we just have to see if we can coax a little bit more out of them. So as we're sitting here looking at this, there are still little bubbles coming up the side. Let's give it a little help. Yeast hulls cannot hurt that. They don't have any harmful chemicals or anything in them that are going to be a problem. They might give it a little boost. Can't hurt. So just a smoothed off teaspoon. It doesn't want to fit in there good. There we go. That worked out well. But what I want to do now is give this a good swirl. And I'm going to do it without the lid on it, because otherwise I'm going to make a mess. So I'm just going to do like this. And this is degassing at its finest. You will see tons of foaming. I want to get everything active, everything moving. I'm not really shaking it to cause mixing. Like you might have heard some sloshing. It's really just moving around in the jar. But there's so much CO2 coming out. You can see it.
Yeah, like if I stick this on right now.
It's instantly going to work.
Bloop.
Yep.
Bloop. That's all degassing.
Yeah. So let me degas this a little bit more. Okay, so 2 things just happened. Well, actually 3. It stalled, which means the yeast probably should ferment further. This is Mangrove Jack's MO5 yeast, which is an 18% tolerance, but it's at 13.2. So it's got some room to go. We did add yeast nutrients to this. Is there something in the chai tea itself that could be preventing? Possibly.
Quite
I
possibly.
don't want to go there yet.
It's a spice mix though, so.
Right, spices tend to be a little antibiotic, so it could be that. However, there's a couple things. Adding yeast hulls and giving it a good mix will usually get it going again. Even if it doesn't, we have a solution for that, and that's pasteurization, which we'll probably end up doing anyway, so not to worry. Sometimes a stall can be a real problem. In a mead like this that we intend to be a little bit on the sweet side, 1.026 isn't really even a problem for sweetness level. It's probably going to make this taste really, really good. So we're going to put this back on the shelf, see what it does on its own, and we'll be back to show you how it's doing. Okay, so this has been sitting since April 4th. Today is April 11th, so it's 7 more days. It did seem to stall at 1.026. Now, we say it stalled, but we don't actually know. It could have been just fermenting really, really slow. It just seemed like it was a little too long for our typical stuff, so we gave it some yeast hulls, gave it a little jump start, and we'll see how it's doing. So today, we're going to take another reading. Maybe you just needed a swift kick in the butt. Or we needed to give it hull. I apologize because the jokes just won't get any better. All right, so let's see. It does not look like it did anything. 1.026. It's exactly the same.
That is done.
Yeah. Okay. A few things at work here. First, we used a chai mixture, which has a lot of spices in it. Now, we always talk about spices can retard fermentation. In this case, it's probably what happened, but it's not such a horrible thing. And here's why. This is a mead that we probably want sweet anyway, okay? And it might sound like I'm just backtracking, and to a point I am, but normally if we wanted something to be dry and this happened, I'd be very upset because now it didn't finish the way I needed it to finish. But in this case, it can be a little on the sweet side, and we're going to make it safe.
We also don't know exactly how many non-fermentable sugars may have been in the chai mixture to start off with. So it's possible it did ferment out dry, and that's just the non-fermentables that are left over.
Now the problem with a stall, a true stall, is, to me, that's kind of like a ticking bomb, because you don't know when it could start up again or if it will start up again. So let's say you do your 2 readings and it's at 1.026 and you think you're safe, and then you bottle it. And then for whatever reason, the environment that it's in changes somehow, or things just suddenly line up, the stars align, who knows, and it starts fermenting again. Well, that's a perfect recipe for overpressurization of a bottle, and boom, and we don't want that to happen. So for what we're going to do for today, I'm going to take a taste of this right now and see if we need to sweeten it at all.
All right.
We might love it just as it is. It's got a little bit of a haze to it. It's not super clear. So this is True Bee honey. This was from the people when we did the speaking engagement for.
Todd, I think is.
Yeah, Todd. And it's Tazo chai, ferment O. Okay, so it's pretty simple. It's about 13% because if it went down to 1.026, it started at 1.124. So it's about 13.2 or 13.3%.
Not shabby at all.
So it's right in a good range. I like it, but I think I want it sweeter.
Ever so slightly. And I am getting some of the honey notes, so that isn't so much of an issue. I just think that the spices just are a little
strong.
A little too punchy right now. So I think adding more honey to this is going to make it...
But this is like reminiscent of my spiced methylene.
Yeah.
Very, very similar. It's not quite the same. The spice blend's just a little bit different. But it's nice. It's actually quite good. I'm just going to finish the sample. Yeah. And I want to sweeten it with honey.
Yep.
Because here's what's happening. There's a little bit of honey character there. we need more. Those spices are kind of overtaking it. Don't take that as they taste bad, because those spices with no sweetness can taste super bitter, super astringent. In this case, it's on that, like, it tastes pretty good. With a little bit more sweetness, it can probably be better. And yes, I know what you're thinking. 1.026 is already sweet. Yeah, but you know what? The numbers lie to you.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what the numbers say. It's what does your palate say?
Yeah.
Some people may taste this exactly as is and say, this is perfect. Others may say it's way too sweet. I say it's not sweet enough. And you know what? It's my mead, our way.
But first, we need to rack it, because as you can see, we have a large amount of sediment.
Yeah, that's kind of shocking for what we put in there.
Yeah, so we want to make sure that we get our juice, our clear stuff, off of that leaf. So we're going to rack it first, and then we're going to sweeten it.
Yep.
And then we will continue from there.
So we're going to rack this to another fermenter. Be right back. So as we were racking, it occurred to me that, wow, this is its first racking. Why are we going to sweeten and pasteurize? Well, Derek has said, we're going to pasteurize it eventually anyway. Why not get it to where we want it and then let it sit in conditioning phase as a pasteurized brew? And you know what? That makes sense.
Because we rack after pasteurization. So that was my point, is like, yeah, we want to double rack it, but we're going to rack it after pasteurization. So do we really need to triple rack it?
So we save the trouble. Now, there are times when you need to rack it more than once or more than twice, and that's totally fine. In this case, probably not going to be necessary to rack it more than once after this is all done. So we're just going to go that way. We did say that this doesn't need a lot of sweetness.
Right.
Okay.
And just the right amount.
We also only have about 108 ounces from our racking. There was quite a bit of loss in the bottom there. So I'm just going to be a little careful as I pour. Like that. Oop.
Oop.
Okay, so I got a ½ teaspoon more. Go ahead and get that. And no, we don't measure how much we put in. We measure what the final outcome is, which means we take a gravity reading. We know right now it was at 1.026, so we added some honey. But what if we had 120 ounces or 130 ounces or 100 ounces? It could be a little bit different if you add the same amount of honey. So we like to just give you the final result. And if you're getting tired of hearing me say that, it's because people ask every single time we do it. Every single time, without fail. So we like to do that because we look at it this way. Every video that you watch on our channel might be your first one. So I'd rather explain things to you and have most of the people who watch our videos all the time go, yep, I know that, than not say it, not explain it, and have people wondering why we do certain things and why that happened and what happened there. So we have a lot of beginner videos, but we also have, most of our videos are kind of a, beginner intermediate video style.
Reminder videos.
Yeah, and we put reminders in there so that you don't forget. And you know what? A lot of the time, so I don't forget too, because we're brewers just like you guys. I mean, we have to remember all this stuff every single time too. I think it's mixed. I'll just leave the spoon in there. Now, you can sweeten with non-fermentable sugars if you want to. The trick is, if you use a non-fermentable sugar or a white sugar, you're adding no extra flavors. So you're just bumping up what's already there. In this case, we wanted to bring the honey a little higher. We found the acidity was right. The tannins are definitely, it's tannic, but not overly so. It's got the right amount because it's spices, A little bit more honey character coming through on the nose. Yeah. I even think I want a little bit more. There's a little bit of a bitterness coming through because of those spices that I really would like to take down a notch. Yeah, I would say just about as much as I added the first time, about all we really need now. This is fine tuning. If you're not used to doing this, add less than you think and just use more steps. And it's totally okay to do that. About like that. I got smart that time. I poured it slower. This is shaping up to be quite nice though. I'm gonna like this. This is definitely a Metheglin. And the idea behind this was to give you guys a real sense of what it would taste like to taste our mead. Because now you have the same spices, same spice mixture if you use that mix. So it's kind of interesting. I mean, obviously different honeys, different environments and different yeasts, but it's gonna be probably 75% the same. This is probably all we need. By the way, we haven't talked about clarity on this one, because we're mixing it up and because of the racking process, there is a little bit of clarity loss here, but it's going to get pasteurized and then it'll sit. So that will probably go away. Now I get a little bit more honey on the nose, but the honey character is there. Now it tastes like spiced honey rather than spices with a touch of honey. It tastes like spiced honey.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
I'm happy with that.
Yeah, me too.
All right, so it's time to get the reading equipment back out so we can give you a gravity reading.
Yes, now we get to tell you just how sweet it is. And to find out, we're just going to take a gravity reading like we always do.
Red Hots.
Yeah, she was trying to figure out what this reminds her of, because the cinnamon and clove thing.
Well, you don't have to fill it to the top.
Yeah, well, I didn't want to, oxidize it by pouring it back in. So I didn't give a guess on this one.
Well, it's too late now.
I've already glanced at it, so I'm not going to. 1.042. Now, before anybody freaks out, because that's just overly sweet, you have to remember something. These spices are very strong, and those spices in particular need a lot of sweetening to taste good. I mean, think about it. If you get that pumpkin spice latte at Starbucks, do you have any idea how much sugar is in that to make that taste good? Because those spices are very astringent and very bitter on their own. So the sweetness is necessary. And sweetness is very relative that way. Just because the number says it's a dessert mead, which you might still consider it a dessert mead, the spices make it taste a whole lot less sweet than that. It really doesn't come across as like this cloying, sickly sweet thing at all. And I could even go sweeter on it. But I know one thing. It's 3 weeks old. We're going to pasteurize it, which is going to mellow some of those flavors. And it's going to sit for a while. In a year, this is going to be pretty amazing. But for now, what are we going to do with it?
We're going to rack it to a 1 gallon narrow mouth fermenter, and then we're going to pasteurize it.
Right. And once we pasteurize it, we'll put the airlock back on, which I'll probably leave the airlock on while I pasteurize. I tend to do that now, and it doesn't seem to have any ill effect. And then it'll sit on the shelf for a week, maybe 2, and we'll be back to give you a final tasting and assessment, because it won't look like this anymore. It's been exactly 7 days since we pasteurized this, and it's been sitting and clearing and doing all the things that we like it to do. So today is our semi-final tasting, because realistically the final tasting comes after a year. The 2 year is kind of like an extra final tasting. I mean, we do so many, but it's more to show how something progresses over time and what it can be like when it's young, what it can be like when it's been aged, that sort of thing. Showing all the permutations and changes that come along the way. First, color and clarity. The color is actually very nice. It's not ultimately clear. It's like a
Mostly clear.
7.5. I mean, it's got a little, if you look down from the top, it looks much clearer than from the side. It's got a haze. Maybe it's an 8. It's, that rating doesn't even matter. From the side, it definitely has a haze.
But looking straight down, it's like crystal clear.
Crystal clear, yeah.
So that's weird.
Yeah.
It must be very, 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 very minute particles
That's what it is.
that the light is refracting upon, causing the illusion of a haze.
Okay, on the nose. It's a little astringent on the nose. The spices are a little on the nose, you might say. Yeah, it's a little harsh, kind of. I think we've said that before, though, that the smell was...
I could imagine, and I know I'm jumping the gun, but that's how my brain works, people. Mixing this in a cocktail with cream on ice in the shaker would be fantastic.
Throw a little rum in there. Okay, I'm going in. Okay, all that astringency on the nose is not in the taste. In the taste, it's beautiful. It's got a nice melding of all the spices with a good sweetness from the honey. Because we ended up we back sweetened this with sourwood honey.
Yeah.
It's actually a 1.042 final gravity, which if you were watching the whole video, which sounds very high, but remember what I was talking, that astringency?
Yeah. It
needed that. I do get a little bit of it in the taste, but it's very, very in the back of the mouth.
It's got that drying sensation on your tongue because of all the spiciness.
Yeah.
Spicy.
Very glad we didn't decide to add tannin to this. I think that would have been a bad idea.
Yeah.
Because all those extra spices have a good amount of tannin. Yeah, I mean, I like this. I'm not going gaga over it or anything, but I like this. I would drink it.
So what would you say, in your professional opinion, in the years it's been since you've had it, because we drank it all, is the difference between this and your Metheglin taste profile-wise?
A different blend of spices. This is more cardamom, clove, and anise, where mine was more cinnamon, allspice, and a little bit of clove.
Okay.
I'd like more cinnamon. I'd like more allspice in this, because they picked all the very tannic, astringent spices, and that's what's coming through, where mine were more of like cinnamon is kind of a sweet, hot thing.
Sure.
So that's the main difference. To really improve this, you know what I'm wondering? We're not going to bottle this yet. I have an idea. I'll tell you after.
Craziness. I still want to make a cocktail.
You totally can, just not today. Do that when we bottle it. This is something we're starting to do. Like, we thought this was finished. And up until this tasting, I would have said this was finished. But I think I have an idea to improve it just a little bit more. It goes based off of what you were just talking about. But we're going to give our score today, and then we'll revisit this in like a month or so after the thing that I want to do to it gets done to it. And then we'll give another tasting. But we're judging it as it stands today. Our scoring system goes 1 through 10, with 11 being like, reserved for the things that are just glowing examples of perfection. 1 being pretty much sucks. You probably wouldn't keep it. You probably dump it. You probably wouldn't offer it to your worst enemy. 10 is pretty much like the best it can be. 11 is just that notch above. So, yeah, I don't know how to explain that either. But let's just go with it, okay? Ours goes to 11. So, based on that, do you have a score?
I do.
Okay. 1, 2, 3,
8.
7. Wow. I did not see that one coming. Why are you an 8?
I am an 8 because I still want to make a cocktail out of this.
Okay.
And I know that that's not really appropriate because we're supposed to be judging it on its merit alone. But to me, in my head, would be, okay, we have the shelf of mystery. Now, if something gets stuck in my head, I will search the shelf of mystery to find that thing.
Yeah.
And this is one of those things that I would search for. If I'm like, you know what, I really want a nice yummy cocktail, I'm going to search for this. And that's what happened with the coffee mill. And that's why the original coffee mill is all gone. Because once I started making those coffee mill cocktails, I was hooked. And I had to have them all the time.
And that is something interesting about homebrew, is a brew's never really finished until you consume it. At that point, that is the finished product, because, there's no more altering it at that point. I mean, not into things that you'd want to reconsume. But you get my point. So if she was to make a cocktail out of this, that's the finished product. But if we were to add something else to this, then that's the finished product. And if you split it multiple ways, then that's the finished product. And if you add more honey to it in the glass, then that's the finished product. So if, like I said in another video, if somebody ever tells you that you're doing wrong with your homebrew, don't give them any.
That's right.
But what I want to do is, this is a 7 for me, and here's why. Because of the reasons that she talked about. This does not have the same spice combo that I like. I want to add cinnamon and allspice to it. I think the sweetness that we have can handle more spice.
I thought you were going to want to add vanilla to it.
No, because I think vanilla would overpower it.
Okay.
I think it's it's on the edge. It needs 1 cinnamon stick and like 6 allspice berries to bring it to almost the same flavor notes as my Metheglin.
All right, so are we doing that now?
I'm going to do that right now.
All right.
Funny anecdote about that is she went over there looking for them, and they were right there. I could see them from here. That's how often I use those
He
things.
has a secret stash.
That's right, that she can't reach. That's not the intent.
Because I'm weak.
But, yeah. So I said 6, but one of them is really tiny. So
You normally do way more than 6.
do I? Okay, well that's 7 right there. And yes, I probably should have put these in boiling water to sanitize. I didn't. I normally don't, and this has
I think this is high
It's
enough
like
alcohol that it's going to just kill
13
whatever.
or 14% alcohol. It's pretty well sanitizing.
10 is the number.
Well, this is now 13,
Okay, 13 is the number.
but I don't want to do 13.
16 is the number.
I want one big one. Come on, get out. 14.
14.
14 allspice berries is the number. And nice big cinnamon stick. That's a big boy. Yeah, that's a fat one. And how long do you think this is going to sit? I'd say 2 to 3 weeks. Yeah. Well, we may test this in 2 weeks. The reason being the alcohol will extract quite a bit of those flavors. Now, keep in mind, it's been pasteurized. We can sweeten this if we need to.
Almost true.
Yeah. See, that's the other cool thing about doing it the way we
We have
did it.
options.
There's lots of options.
All right, let's take a newt.
Take a newt.
A newt.
But I got better.
A newt.
Okay, so that's what we're going to do with this. But for now, consider this a done product. If you don't really like the cinnamon allspice combo as much as I do, this is a great brew as it is. I mean, I gave it a 7, mostly because I judge all metheglins against my metheglin that was an 11. But I had full control over everything in that. For a pre-made spice blend,
Right, because that was
this is quite nice.
That was our original intent, was to have just a pre-made spice blend. So
Right.
we're going beyond that now. So the next thing will be a separate video because it's beyond our initial concept.
we'll just do like a tasting video coming up in a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Okay, every once in a while, you got to do something just a little bit out of the ordinary. So we decided, what if we got actual root beer and fermented it and made a mead out of it? We have talked about making another Franken brew or a Franken mead, however you want to call it, and we went looking for some things to work with and we decided on IBC root beer.
Initially, we were actually looking for Mountain Dew, but we wanted the Mountain Dew. There was a couple of years ago, there was like this big thing where everybody was doing the retro style beverages
raw cane
where they
sugar.
used raw cane sugar. And that's what we were looking for. But apparently that fad has passed and now everything's no sugar,
Yeah.
which isn't going to work.
Because
for
now
our
it's
situation.
non-fermentable fake
Yeah.
sugars. We don't want that either.
But we did find this one,
Right.
which is root beer.
Which is probably our favorite root beer too.
Yeah.
So, if we ever have root beer, it's usually IBC. But what she was getting at is the Mountain Dew, I'm sure it's still around somewhere, but we couldn't find any. So we went with the next best thing. And let me just read to you the ingredients that are in here. Carbonated water, cane sugar, caramel color, sodium benzoate. That could potentially be an issue. Natural and artificial flavors, modified cornstarch. Not sure why there's cornstarch in root beer, but there is. Citric acid, probably not an issue. We're gonna check the pH on this too. Quillia extract, I'm probably saying that wrong. And it is produced by, this is actually made by Dr. Pepper and 7-Up. I did not know that until reading this earlier today. So there's not a lot in here that I wouldn't want to try to ferment, except like the whole natural flavors thing. We all know that's like stuff from a beaver's butt or something, just the way it is.
Sure, the sodium benzoate or whatever.
Benzoate.
But thank you, is a preservative, and that's why it could possibly be a problem because preservatives are, by their nature,
What prevents
fermentation.
Now, we are going to take measurements and do all the things, but I just wanted to get that out of the way. That's why we chose this one, and that's why we're going with this one. We may try others in the future, but for today, we're going with IBC. So what's the first thing we got to do?
The first thing we have to do is actually a little odd. We need to make this go flat.
Yep, because it's carbonated now. We don't want the CO2 in there, because the CO2 could actually inhibit the yeast fermenting this.
Because if you think about it, the byproducts of yeast creating alcohol is that they create alcohol, but they also create carbon dioxide. And so if they're swimming around in what they deem their wastes, they just might not do their thing.
Exactly. So, let's grab a pitcher and get to pouring. All right, we are looking to make a full gallon of this brew. We're not even sure if it's going to be a mead or a wine yet. We're playing that by ear. You'll understand why in a minute. But we got out our pitcher that has these raised numbers on it. By the way, we love this pitcher. We make a big deal about it. But if you wanted to get your own, there's links to it in the description below. It is an Amazon thing. We do get a couple pennies if you buy one, but it doesn't cost you any extra to do so. And that's the end of that ad. So the reason why I want to use this one is because that way I can know when I hit a gallon of this brew. And the reason why I'm not just pouring it right into a fermenter is because I want to degas. There's another thing that we want to happen along the way, and that is adding oxygen to the brew. So these are at room temperature, and there's a good reason for that. If it's warm, the gases will come out much easier. If it's cold, they'll stay in and make it a lot harder, but it's gonna foam up a lot, especially when I pour it like this. Because we want to aerate this. So we want to take out the CO2 and add in oxygen. This may take a while. Nope, not gonna throw the bottle. Now, before anybody starts to sell us that this is ridiculous or anything like that, you're right. That's why we call them Frankenbrews. And I know, just pouring it that way doesn't get rid of all of the CO2, but it certainly helps.
This is actually making me kind of sad because I really love root beer.
There's gonna be a couple left.
Yay!
Never know, you might like the hard root beer that we end up making. Then again, you might hate it. You never know. Okay, before I go too much further, can we get that spoon in there and start stirring it around, break up some of the foam? This foam should be pretty easy to break up. It is just basic CO2.
We also want to stop shy of a full gallon and take a reading so that way we know more information about this particular product before we fill it to a full gallon.
I'm guessing it's probably like a 1055, like a 1.055 or so. Most sodas are really about that same range as like a fruit juice.
I know many of you are like, what? There's no way there's that much sugar in fruit juice compared to a soda. Check your labels.
Yeah, health-wise, they're about the same. This just feels weird. We've made some weird stuff before, but this just feels even weirder. Need a couple more.
Well, do you want to take a reading before, like I said, before we make it to
We're
the
only at 96 ounces.
Okay.
We're pretty far off.
Okay.
We can take a reading anytime you want, though. Yeah, let's take a reading. Why not? I can just pour this in. I don't need to.
Avoid the foam.
Oh, it'll automatically avoid the foam by pouring. See?
Okay.
Sort of. Kind of. Nope. Well, that didn't work at all. Let me just pour that out and try again. Aeration. It's my story and I'm sticking to it.
The reason why we're trying to avoid the foam, or the reason why I suggested that he avoids the foam, is because it's going to be a lot easier to take a reading if we don't have that layer of foam at the top. But I don't think we're going to be able to avoid it regardless of what method we try.
I'm doing okay. That is actually kind of amazing. I need to put more in there to make sure. It looks like it's reading somewhere around 1.040, which doesn't seem very high to me at all. It's looking like 1.044 for just the soda. That's actually a lot lower than I thought it would be. Basically,
Now we have to math.
okay, what she means by that is if we want to make this a mead, which I want to make it a mead, we're going to add honey to this. Now, I can add honey to this to get it to the gravity that I think it should be, and then we can fill the rest to a gallon, because that's the way it works. 1 pound of honey in a gallon of must, not 1 pound plus a gallon, 1 pound mixed into a gallon already, gives us 0.035 or specific gravity. We already have a 0.044, so that would add those two together, making it 1.079. Now, I know what you're thinking. That's not enough honey because that wouldn't be more than 50%. You're right. So I'm going to use probably 1.5 pounds of honey, which would give me 35 points, plus half of 35 points would be about 17 more points. So 0.035 plus 17 is 0.052 plus our 44 makes it 1.096. Yeah, but the way I'm gonna do that is I'm gonna add in the 1.5 pounds of honey now and then just fill the rest with root beer. Simple, right? Okay, so since I need 1.5 pounds of honey, we're just gonna put that on the scale, everything in there, and start it up. So now it's showing 0, as in no weight at all. Now I'm gonna grab some of Bevy's Bees honey. Now this one happens to be,
I think it's wildflower.
this is wildflower honey. And I'm going to pour in 1.5 pounds of honey, okay? Really, really simple. Now I want to mix that thoroughly through. It did take up a little bit of volume. We went from like 96 ounces to 112. Now that 0.035 number is an approximate. It's actually pretty close, but every honey can be just a little bit different. I happen to know that Bevy stuff is sometimes a little higher test than some honeys, so we might end up a little higher, but that's okay. As long as we're more than 50%, coming from honey, we're good, which means I need to be above 1.088. Yeah, we were debating, like, okay, if this was a super sky-high amount of sugar, then we might only need to add a little bit of sugar to get it to a reasonable number to make a good wine, and it could have been a wine. But because we found out that it's only 0.044, it's going to be a mead.
So this is
Why not?
1.5 pounds.
1.5 pounds wildflower honey, which is exactly 16 ounces of fluid ounces, which is shocking because 3 pounds is a quart or 32 ounces. So, you know, I'm not really all that surprised. Honey, that is. The honey volume takes up that much space. So I just want to mix this up real good. I think it's mixed fairly well. I'm being a little sloppy with it because you want some oxygen in there. It's okay. Time for more root beer. We're at just under 112 ounces. Really, it's like literally about 112. I'm going to pour this in all so carefully. Okay. That brought us to, well, once the foam goes away, we'll really see. So that foam actually holds some of the root beer in it. It's a considerable amount too. 4 or 5 ounces worth so far. Now, those bubbles are made up of something. Because at this point, we need to make a decision. It's very, very close to 128 ounces, as in it's at like 124 ounces. Do I want to open a warm root beer and only use part of it, and then give her a warm root beer to drink?
That I can easily pour over ice.
Or do we want to just go with 124 ounces?
Maybe we just want to go over
and then she can have these cold.
Right, because now we know how many bottles we use, so we have an amount of root beer that we added.
Yes.
Whereas we did a partial, we wouldn't really have an exact amount. We can have a.
Well, that's why we use this. Sure. And actually, it's going up because all those bubbles, as they're breaking, are actually giving back a little bit of volume. And I'm stirring this up really, really good to degas it again because there was some CO2 in there. I know this is kind of a long process, but hopefully our patience will be rewarded.
All right, so how much IBC root beer did we actually end up putting in here?
9. 9 times, what are these, 12 ounces? 9 times 12. 108.
108 ounces.
Mm-hmm. What's really interesting is as I'm degassing this, the foam goes up, and then as the foam breaks down, it goes back in. But if I just degas, the volume goes down because the CO2 is taking up some of the volume too. Science. It's awesome. Yeah, we're down to 124 ounces. I'm going to call it good at that point.
All right, so
we don't need this one.
We don't need that one. But what we do need, I'm fairly like 100% certain, is we're going to need some yeast nutrients.
Yes, we do. We're going to need some FRUITCAKE, and I don't think I have that ready yet. And then we need to choose a yeast. I already have a yeast in mind. I'll be back in a second to go over that with you. Okay, so I have here 10 grams of ground up FRUITCAKE. Now that's yeast nutrients. For those of you that don't know, it is our yeast nutrient of choice. It is the yeast nutrient that we use in nearly all of our brews. I am going to just mix this with a little bit of our must so that I don't add to the volume, but I still want to make it easier for me to mix up because sometimes this stuff just clumps and it gets nasty and it's just not fun. See, it's clumping. I ground it up with the spoon and it's clumping. Okay, we're well aware that 10 grams is more than the manufacturer's suggested amount. However, one of our viewers has stated that because it's FRUITCAKE, there's really nothing in there that's bad. It's hard to overdo it. So because we don't use some of the other types of yeast nutrient, this one, we can go much higher. And he suggested something like 10 grams. We did it in another brew and it worked out pretty well. So we're gonna do it again. This needs a moment to hydrate. It's kind of getting on my nerves. If I don't, it'll never give me an accurate reading. But you know what? We can actually take a reading right now because this is the same must, so it won't change anything.
Yep.
So let's do that. Remember, our target was something like 1.096. However, because we only had 2 ounces or 4 ounces less, I bet you it's going to be 1.100, right on the nose. I'm thinking that the modified cornstarch might be for head retention.
Oh.
I hadn't thought of that. I don't know that for a fact. I'm just guessing. Somebody will tell me if I'm wrong. I can always count on that in the comment section. That sounded snarky, but I didn't really mean it. What I mean to say is someone usually actually knows, and if I say something incorrect, they correct me, mostly nicely. It's 1.094. So that's surprising. And this is an example of you can never really know exactly what the gravity of honey is going to be. It is a biological product. So in this case, 1.094. But that means we have 1.050 of honey as fermentables and 1.044 of root beer. Therefore, Mead. Gotta get every drop. Okay, but
It's better.
yeah. Here, I'm just gonna dump it in. See, it's goopy and gloppy. This is just nasty stuff to work with. And don't breathe it. I will tell you that firsthand. Don't breathe this and yeast holes both. It smells like bad feet. And you'll taste it for like an hour afterwards. I'm gonna mix this up. I do believe it's been pretty well degassed. I'm not seeing a lot of carbonation happening here anymore at all. The rough pouring and the stirring seems to be working really well. So let's, speaking of rough pouring, guess what it's time to do?
You're gonna pour it?
I'm gonna pour it.
Oh, golly.
Because why not? I want more oxygen in there,
All right? There's a little bit of stir sand still left.
Okay, we could also put a funnel on that.
I think I'm happier with that option.
Okay, let me go get the funnel.
All right.
And you're gonna put the funnel into... Because everything that we're working with has been sanitized, okay? That's very important. We didn't mention that before, but everything has been sanitized along the way. So with a funnel, really easy. I'm just gonna pour it.
We found that if you tip your funnel, you
break the seal.
Break the seal. It's a thing.
I'm well aware that I've worked really hard to get rid of all that foam and then just caused more. It's okay, I'm getting some oxygen in there and we're getting more of the CO2 out. So it's all in the fermenter. Now it's time to add a yeast. For that yeast, what have we chosen?
We have chosen Lalvin EC1118.
Did you write that down?
I did.
You did. And why did we choose this one?
Because it's built to chew through pretty much anything.
Lalvin EC1118 is what's known as a champagne yeast. They do this for the champagne method. And a basic synopsis of that is they take a finished wine, 14–15% or so, they add this yeast to it because it'll still have a little bit of sugars left. And then at the end, they freeze the end of it and pop out the yeast cake so that you don't get sediment in the bottom of the bottle. It's a little bit more complicated than that, I'm sure, but that's the gist. But the point is, they put this yeast in after fermentation's already done and it's 14 or 15%. That's why this is what a lot of people use when it stalls and things like that. It's also, oh ho ho, look at that. I did not need scissors. I think I'm supposed to, but it worked.
Oh,
Oh, these tear? Is it Lavin? Oh, it's Red Star.
yeah.
And Safe Ale SO4. I have to start giving them crap too because people have been giving me a hard time that I didn't give
You
Safe
must be
Ale
an equal.
opportunity offender.
Yes.
That's right. Okay. But yeah, this is a strong yeast with a little bit of preservatives in there. I wanted to give it the best chance we can. So between that and the extra yeast nutrients, we should be good. And I am going to use the whole packet just because it's how we roll. I've never said that before in my life, but I'm saying it now. And yes, I'm thwacking the packet because there's always a couple yeast that get stuck in the bottom there and then they don't get to fulfill their destiny. I'm resisting the urge to do much to this at this point because we do have the yeast floating on top, but every time I do anything other than just a gentle shake like this, they get stuck to the sides and it just ruins it for me and I just don't like that. So instead, we're just gonna let them sit. They will hydrate and fall in, it's all good. Now it's time for an airlock and a stopper. And this one's too big, so we'll probably end up having to put a rubber band on it, but it's all good. Then we'll put the notes on it, and then what do?
We're gonna probably put it on a tray because we have no idea what this is gonna do.
Yeah, we have no idea how happy or sad this could get. So when we say tray, it's just a small, like a cookie sheet with a lip. That way, if it gets too happy and comes out all over the place, it doesn't make a mess all over the table, and we can just, you know, keep it contained for a couple of days. If it's super, super excited, we'll add a blow-off tube. If you don't know what a blow-off tube is, it's literally just a piece of silicone tubing that would be stuffed into the stopper, comes out, goes into like a larger container, like a mason jar or something like that, filled with sanitizer, gives the gases a little bit larger area to come out. That's really all it's for. Makes it a little cleaner so that you don't fill this up and it shoots out, because that's a bad thing. So we're gonna let this go. It'll probably take 2, maybe 3 weeks to ferment, and we'll be back to show you at that point what it's like. Sorry to interrupt the video, but I wanted to tell you about the City Steading VIP Club. It's a super friendly bunch of brewers who get together and constantly help each other and share information. A large part of it is our private Facebook group where you can ask questions and get help. We also have Zoom meetings monthly for most tiers of membership. These hangouts are a great way to ask questions or just hang out with us and the other members. In addition, the higher tiers get their names right in our videos. So consider becoming a VIP. Now, back to the video.
It's been about 2 weeks. It's time to take a reading.
Yeah, the airlock activity slowed down, so it's time to take a look. Doesn't mean it's done. Could mean it's done. We won't know. There's some stuff on the side of that fermenter called croissant. It's totally fine. It's normal. I just usually try to not get it all over everything. This is starting to clear out. I got a good feeling about this. Oh, I think it's, yeah. Yep, we used EC 1118 for this one. Because, you know, you never know. We're using a root beer. Who knows what's in there? And 1.000. Does that mean it's done? Probably. But does that mean we're going to rack it today?
No.
Definitely not. Because we have a rule. Take a reading, wait a week, take another reading. If they don't change, then you rack it.
Very carefully.
Yep. We say this in all of our videos, yet the most common question I get is, so I took a reading, it was 1 point whatever. Should I rack it now? Okay,
Take a reading.
take a second reading a week later. It's not a big deal. You're not going to hurt anything by letting this sit a little while longer. Take it from one of our mods, Adam. He lets this stuff sit for like a year. Okay, I mean in primer, a year.
He just sticks them in the back of the closet. It's like,
And all that happens is they get better. That's it. That's what happens. But anyway, we took the reading.
We took our notes.
What are we going to do with it now?
We're going to let it sit.
See you in a week. It's been another week, and we're just going to do our second check on this to make sure it's really done, because it was at 1.000. I'm pretty sure it's done. But it's always good to double check before you start doing anything else to it. That way you don't get nasty surprises down the road. I would say it went to like 998, but that's not enough for me to keep this going, so it's done. We're going to rack it. All right, so we have our secondary fermenter, all full of foam, straight from turbos. Can you just dump that out a little bit better, see if we can get more out of it? That's as good as we're going to get. The thing is, you don't have to worry about the foam. I just don't really like having it in there, but it's not going to hurt you. And I'm pouring this into here so that I don't disrupt all the lees in the bottom of that.
But he is doing it carefully.
I'm also leaving a little bit in the bottom. Oh, wow, smell that.
Smells like root beer.
It really does. That is surprisingly good. It's very dry. I mean, it needs some sweetening, it needs some carbonation, it needs to be cold. But it really does taste like IBC root beer. I mean, this is also 13.5% alcohol IBC root beer right now.
That's kind of nuts.
Yeah. Now I'm more excited about this one.
All right, if you would be so kind as to check that connection. When you're using an auto siphon, particularly if you switch out the tubing to make sure it's clean and nice and sanitized, you
used it for a blow-off tube?
You always want to make sure that your connections are good, because if it comes apart while you're trying to rack, that's going to be messy and wasteful.
Racking is really simple. It's just, we use an auto siphon, you're taking it from point A to point B, got to make sure that point B is lower. That's really it. I'm only going about halfway in, and I left the cap on because there's a deep blanket of lees in the bottom there that I don't want in our secondary here. We get a lot of questions on racking, like, do I have to rack? Well, technically no, but here's why. In this particular case, we are hoping to probably carbonate this. If we left it like this and then racked it one day and tried to bottle, we might get more particulates in our final bottles than we really want to. By taking it off that lees, it lets us see what's really in there. It lets it drop out some more sediment for a little while, and then we can move on to the bottling process. Just makes a little more sense.
Also, if you have any flavor adjustments after fermentation is complete, racking is a really good idea, because otherwise when you mix all those flavor adjustments into your new made brew, you're going to also be mixing all the lees into it, creating an icky, cloudy brew.
That said, this is the first racking, so we want to get as much of the product out as we can, and a little bit of sediment doesn't hurt it because it's going to fall out and it's not going to get used today immediately anyway. Okay, it's racked, and as you can see, we still have a little tiny bit of headspace here. This is fine. We moved to a slightly smaller vessel. The wide mouths are a little bit smaller than the closed mouths, and we're just going to put a lid an airlock back on this. And what are we gonna do now?
Gonna let it sit.
Well, first I'm gonna put my label back on.
Is it dry?
The side is.
Okay.
I'll just put it there.
All right.
And this is gonna go back in the fermentation station where it's just gonna have a little bit more stuff fall out. It's gonna age just a tiny bit, and we're just gonna make sure it's ready for the next step. So we'll see in probably a week, maybe 2 weeks. So it's been like 2 weeks. We don't need to do another reading on this. It was
Yeah.
0.998. It's done.
Forget about it.
Please don't ever do that again.
Brian hates it when I do that.
Yeah.
So, of course,
She does it
I
all the time.
have to do it.
Yeah, put this halfway in, do the usual few strokes, get it started.
We're good. Stop. Stop. Stop.
I heard spitting.
Yeah.
I do remember we tasted this last time and it was like, huh, that's not so bad. We are going to try to carbonate this. I have a new method, sort of. Not new. I have a new theory. We're going to get into it in a little while. So don't go anywhere. Be back. Okay, so now that we racked it, the next thing that we need to do is sweeten it up because most likely it's not sweet enough. And
You need a glass.
I didn't get a glass. I'll be right back. I have glass. All right, so the reason why I say that is because it's at 0.998. Root beer is generally a sweet beverage, so I would expect it to need some sweetening. It's the oddest color mead I've ever made.
It's
It
kind of-
looks like root beer.
Yeah.
It smells like root beer. Oh my God, wow, it really does. Really needs to be sweeter. Oh boy.
No poker face.
Oh, I couldn't even hide that one. Oh,
Oh, I really want to drink this now. Boy.
warm, dry,
Flat.
flat root beer with alcohol in it. I'm glad it's not just me. However, it does taste like root beer. It definitely has root beer flavors. All that stayed. So it just needs some sweetening, and I think it'll be fine. As soon as Derica recovers, we'll continue.
So before we did that taste, we made an executive decision, and that was what process did we want to go through from here on out. We knew we wanted it to be sweet because our anticipation was we wanted it to be sweet. And we also knew that we wanted to be carbonated because flat root beer is ooh. So we wanted to avoid adding another step to that, which would be pasteurization, because it was expressed in the past of our more recent carbonated beverages is that the perfect storm of the trifecta of alcoholic, sweet, carbonated beverage is basically the most complicated thing you can do in
You can keg it. That's
the
about the best way.
spectrum.
You
Right.
pasteurize and keg, and then it's all good. And we are going to do that someday. We just
Yes.
haven't gotten to it yet.
Right. So our intent for this one is to naturally carbonate it, which
Right.
means it has to have enough fermentable sugars in it to carbonate, but not too many that it's going to explode.
Right.
So we decided that we were going to back sweeten this with erythritol.
Yep.
The reason why we chose erythritol is because we know we've been using allulose a lot as our non-fermentable sugar of choice because it's our preferred non-fermentable sugar. But we have been, through comments, pointed out that it is more expensive, which is true, and apparently it's not even
It's
available
not approved for use in the UK.
in the UK. So erythritol, we think, is.
I didn't check. I'm sorry. I know I want this sweeter, so I'm adding a bunch. For those of you curious about our method for sweetening, it's very scientific. We put enough in until it tastes good. I'm not even kidding. We're gonna add some. I just added a bunch because I know this was real. Like, you saw our faces, right?
It's super dry.
Yeah. Root beer soda on its own, I think, was something like, I didn't write it down, something in the 1.050 to 1.060 range. So we're looking for a sweetness level below that.
Was it 1.044 for the soda?
Yeah. I actually wrote it down. So the soda itself was 1.044, okay? So I don't necessarily want to go quite that high for the mead, but we might have to make it taste really, really good.
I would be okay with that.
Yeah, we'll have to see what it comes out as. We go until it tastes good. That's the gist.
If you're not familiar with the actual production of root beer, it's called root beer for a reason because
roots.
it's made from roots.
Roots.
The flavor enhancer is, what is it now? Because it was one thing at one time
Sarsaparilla.
and then they changed it. Is it still sarsaparilla or is it something different now? I don't know.
They changed it because one of them has like it's bad for you.
Yeah, it's got poisons and stuff. But you know, hey, what are we to say? So
does alcohol.
because it's naturally bitter, and so they add a bunch of sugar to keep that flavor, but yet make it more pleasing with the additional sweetness.
Now, something else about the sweetness and flavors and things like that. This is a mead, and I know it sounds sacrilegious to add a sweetener that is not honey to a mead. I totally get that. And for anyone that says that we're making it not mead by adding erythritol, you have to remember that the gravity of this was high enough that mostly honey is what was fermented. So right away, that's a mead. What you do to it after fermentation has almost no bearing on that, as long as it doesn't re-ferment. This is not going to re-ferment. Trust me.
Also, technically, a mead means that over 50% of the fermentable sugars are from honey. So because erythritol is not fermentable, we can put in as much as we want, and it's still technically a mead.
We have this lovely way of saying the exact same thing in different ways. She just said the exact same thing that I just said in a different words.
I didn't hear your preference.
I said almost exactly the same thing.
It's okay. He does it to me all the time.
Yeah, I do. It's getting better. Doesn't taste completely like ass right now. I didn't even bleep that out.
Erythritol. Another reason why when Brian said, hey, let's use erythritol to this, and I was totally like, okay, is because I knew that the strength of the root beer essence was going to negate pretty much any weirdness that the erythritol may bring to the party.
Caveat to that. We did a video where we tested sugar versus erythritol versus allulose. Allulose I chose as sugar. So that tells you how good that tastes. Tastes better than sugar. It's more sugar-like than sugar. I don't know how that's possible, but that's the thing. Erythritol had ever so slight. I mean, it was just behind allulose and sugar in flavor. It really was not different enough to be worthy of mention, except that I did choose allulose, which makes in the back of my mind me go, I have to use allulose every time.
For me, erythritol is kind of almost minty or menthol tasting.
A little bit.
But it's just a minute little addition. It's
and this
not
might be a good addition. A little mint added to root beer, you know. Might be good. We'll find out. Also, these things are not as sweet as sugar, so you end up using more. Like our typical, getting 46 points on a pound of sugar, you need more than a pound of this to get 46 points. But it does actually show gravity, so that's good, because gravity is really just, it's not exactly density, but it's sort of density.
It's density adjacent.
Somebody's going to tell me what it really is. I forget all the time. The trick to doing this method, though, is you want to mix it up real good before tasting it. Otherwise, you're getting a completely off reading from your taste. Yeah, that made sense, right? It still really smells a lot like root beer. I mean, I think that's kind of cool. Cold and carbonated, I think we're 80% there, maybe 90%. A little bit more sweetness? All right, sweetness.
A skosh.
There's a scotch and a half. I'm not good at measuring scotches. My scotchometer was off. That's what we should do, just make up our own measurements.
Yeah.
And use those.
We have a whole team that's ready on that.
Do we?
Yeah.
Oh, the admins? We've been talking about that? Oh, that's right.
We've done this before.
Oh.
We've had this conversation before.
I wonder how angry people would be if we did that. We're just going to use our own measurements. We'll give the conversions in the description of every video. We're going to use our own, because people get mad that we use American units. They get mad when we use metric units.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter which units we use. Somebody gets offended. And the thing is, it's like language. I grew up in an area that spoke English. There was no other languages spoken where I grew up. None. If I suddenly decided, which I did, to learn French, It was absolutely useless for me to speak French where I grew up. I tried. Trust me, I was that kid. It didn't work out very well.
Reverse, I'm a native Floridian, so being bilingual would be beneficial to me, but the language I chose to learn besides English was German, which is no help.
Just as useful as me learning French in northeastern Pennsylvania.
Actually, it probably would have been better for you to learn German in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, okay, see, everybody thinks that we're so close to the Amish.
I know, you're not near the Amish country.
And they don't actually speak German.
Yeah, it's a different...
I mean, they might understand German?
It's an amalgamation.
Amalgamation.
Thank you. That. Because they call them Pennsylvania Dutch, but they're not actually Dutch either. So.
Right. And they're 3.5 hours south of where I grew up.
Yeah.
Not like I saw them every day. Shockingly, it's maintaining its clarity.
Yeah.
Usually when we do this, it gets all kinds of murky. Honey tends to be
Honey
worse.
does it, yeah.
I
You're
think
feeling it?
I think we're there. Now, let me get out the calculator the teacher said I would never have. It was right here, like out of the corner of my eye the whole time. I could see it, so totally available anytime I needed it. Not only is it the calculator, it's a whole computer, and the entire information of the world that is available is in the palm of my hand, not just a calculator. Anyway, using the formula original gravity minus final gravity times 135 equals ABV, we have 1.094 minus 0.998 gives us 96 points used up times 135, 12.96%. So this is like 13% root beer. Well, it's 100% root beer, 13% alcohol. Which
Where's your
makes
pen?
it 87%.
Where's your pen?
I don't know.
I didn't take it this time.
I have it. It was hiding.
Okay.
My pen with the flag. So I'm just going to call this 13%.
Yeah. Once we
I mean, it's probably a little
Carbonate
bit lower because we added the stuff. It's fine. But we're going
Great.
to, actually, that's true. We're going to carbonate this. That adds 0.3 to 0.4%. So the little bit of loss that we have from the volume difference from the erythritol probably made up for there. Pretty close. It's 12, 13%. I mean, here's the thing. If you hand someone a bottle of this and you say, here's my alcoholic root beer, and they say, what's the percentage? And you say 12%. If they turn their nose up and say, I don't drink anything less than 13, that's fine. Don't ever offer them any again. Or you can lie and say, what ABV do you like? And they say 13. You say, here you go. If they can tell the difference, send them to me. I'd like to have them on the show.
Anyway, speaking of carbonation, we have adjusted our thoughts.
Okay, here's the thing. We used to carbonate a lot, and it never, we never really had a problem. 75, 85% of the time, it worked, and we used a basic system, okay? We've since started having some issues, so we started looking into it. What's the problem? Sometimes it's because we've waited too long. Like in this case, I'm gonna have to add yeast to this, or else it's probably not gonna carbonate for me. Sometimes we didn't let it sit long enough to carbonate, which is a possibility. Other times, people have said we didn't use enough sugar for priming. Now, if you know how much carbonation you want, like how many levels of carbonation you want, then you can use the online calculators and figure that out. What I did is I looked at it and I said, what's the highest one? And it used like 1.8 ounces per gallon. And then the lowest one was like 0.6 or 0.7 ounces per gallon. So I found something right in the middle. 1 ounce, 28 grams. It was super easy and simple. Well, since we're seeing that maybe that's not enough carbonation, someone actually pointed out that it's not even as high as like a regular soda from a can. I said, okay, let me up it. I don't want to go the full maximum. So instead, I decided we're going to go with 1.5 ounces, which just so happens to be 42 grams.
Obviously, that's the answer.
That is perfect. That is going to be the amount of carbonation priming sugar that we now add henceforth.
So
If you don't get the joke, go read Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
So we need some sugar.
Yeah, I gotta weigh it out too. Be right back. Okay, so now that it's been racked, it's been sweetened to taste, it's time to tell you what the sweetness level actually is. Based on my memory of it, I'm going to say 1.034. I don't know why I do this. I just do it. And if anybody thinks that I edited ahead of time and no.
Nope.
Because if I did, I would not have guessed 1.034. I would have gone with 1.042 because that's what it is. So we are 2 points away from what the soda was originally using erythritol. So it's going to be sweet. Okay, now we're going to prime for carbonation. And I'm going to do two things. I'm going to add some yeast because I think our yeast might be gone. We've let it sit. We've racked it a couple times. It's possible it's gone. We like to call this, well, I like to call it insurance yeast. And I'm going to be using EC 1118 because this is already 13%. So any yeast that I use needs to be able to go past that and well past that. So I'm just going to take some yeast and dump it in here. Not a lot. I mean, it's like maybe a fourth of a packet. I don't want a lot. I don't want to build up a huge colony. I don't, I just want it to carbonate, make some bubbles. That's all I really want. But as you can see, just that much, that's it. Okay, to that, I'm going to add 42 grams of white table sugar. Can you use corn sugar if you want to? Sure. They are a little bit different, not tremendously so. And yeah, that's it. And I'm going to add some of our must. Could you use water? Yes. If you use water, you can actually make it warm and it'll melt a little bit easier. I'm using our must because that way I'm not diluting the must at all. I'm keeping all of that 13% goodness. So that means I have to stir the bejesus out of it to get it to mix. I could microwave this.
No, you don't want to do that.
Oh
to
yeah,
the yeast.
the yeast. Ha! That might be bad. Now there's a reason why I'm doing it this way rather than the old teaspoon in a bottle. First, that teaspoon may or may not be the exact right amount. I don't know. I haven't actually calculated that out. But even if the teaspoon is the right amount, I dare you to take 10 teaspoons and measure them for the gram weight of them. And I dare you, if you can make it, yeah, I don't mean to say dare you.
Yeah, you said it twice now.
Yeah, it sounds wrong.
You're going to
it's
have
not working
people
for me.
in the comments saying,
I don't think you could make it exactly the same every time.
Consistency will set you free. And that's why we're doing it this way, because we don't want to leave it up to guesswork. We want to make sure we have a uniform density of sugar to liquid ratio in all of our bottles, regardless of their volume size, because you want the same ratio of sugar to liquid in the different volumes. And so if you were using a bigger bottle and a smaller bottle, then you'd have to measure out different amounts of sugar because the volumes are different, right?
Not just that. Can you measure a teaspoon accurately every single time? That was my point that I made
know that was your
badly
point.
with the dare part.
I went further.
I challenge you
I went beyond that.
to take 10 teaspoons of sugar and measure them and have them be exactly
You've
the
already
same.
said it. Yeah, you just need to let that go.
I can tell yeast from sugar.
Okay.
Yeast are white, sugar is clear. I forgot to turn the microphone up on the camera. And pour it in nice and careful. Okay. So now we have a lovely homogeneous liquid with sugar and erythritol. I just splashed and it landed back in the pitcher. And yeast. So
Now we bottle.
by the way, for those curious, no, we are not drunk. I think we had what, like this much of a taste just from this. That's it. Anyway, so now we're going to put it in bottles and we'll see you once that's done. If you don't know how to bottle, we have a video on bottling, but it's basically the same as racking, but you're putting it into bottles.
I will link it in the description below, the video.
One other thing about bottles, we are making sure to use bottles that are made to hold carbonation. If you just grab a regular old wine bottle, it's probably going to explode. And I'm not even exaggerating. It's going to explode. This is meant to create pressure, which forces the CO2 into the liquid. So you want a bottle that can withstand that. We are using Aldi bottles today, I think?
Nope.
Nope, these are beer bottles.
Beer
Grolsch beer bottles.
Yep. All right, so we're done bottling. If you notice, we have one clear bottle, sorry about the brim of your hat, and then the rest amber bottles. And the only reason being is we used to purchase amber bottles because we knew that they helped with a wide spectrum of different beverages and making sure that they don't
Mostly beer.
oxidize and cause mostly beer, yes. But then we realized, wait.
It's really hard to bottle with those.
Well,
I actually use a little light.
Not only that, but you guys can't see what's in here.
There could be anything in
There
there.
could be anything in there.
There could be nothing in there. They could be completely empty.
So we always try to have at least one clear bottle for our tasting for you, so
That's
that
our
way
story and we're sticking to it.
you can see. No, I actually select the bottles. So I do that on purpose.
I did not know that you did that on purpose.
Yeah, I do that on purpose.
All right.
So that way you can see what the heck we brewed.
Today it was IBC root beer mead. So these are going to go into the bomb shelter, which is basically just a tote from Lowe's. But it has a
Heavy
nice,
duty
thick,
plastic tote with a lid.
We don't expect to have any problems because we know these bottles. We've used them a few times. They're a very, very good bottle. So if it does explode, it's because we used 42 grams of yeast and it was not the answer to everything.
We didn't use 42 grams of yeast. We used 42 grams of sugar.
That! It's been one of those days, people, you know.
All right, so I am going to go ahead and label these in our fancy schmancy labeling system, which is a piece of tape that I write on.
Yep.
And pack these away so that way they can carbonate.
We'll be back in a few weeks once they've carbonated to give you a taste.
Okie dokie, we are back, and as you can see, I have our clear bottle here to share with you so you can see what's going on.
It's condensating though, because this has been chilled for like a day. And we bottled this about, well, almost exactly 20 days ago. So there you go. This has been sitting for about 3 weeks. It's our best chance at carbonation. So if you're ready, here we go. I'm gonna hold this close to my chest because the microphone is right here. Are you kidding me? Didn't carbonate. That is incredibly disappointing because we did the insurance yeast and everything.
Yeah, that I had concerns about that going into this, and Brian used his Brian logic to convince me that it was going to be okay, but I didn't think it was going to be okay. And
We're working on alternative methods for carbonating because the natural carbonation sometimes just doesn't work, and it's kind of getting really annoying. It could be that the yeast we used as insurance yeast was one of the dead yeast that we got.
it could be.
That is a possibility.
I also believe I suggested using a high tolerance yeast for carbonating.
This is 13%.
Yeah, but
I think we did use EC1118 to carbonate.
let me go find our notes.
Okay, so we found our notes.
Ta-da!
Well, Derica did. Turns out we used EC1118 to make this, but we did not notate what we used to carbonate this. I'm pretty sure it was EC1118,
Yeah, I think so.
and it's possible that my insurance yeast concept is just completely untrue and false and doesn't work. Maybe you have to put it into each bottle. Maybe this is just, it was too far gone already. Because here's the thing, as you have alcohol in a brew, it's harder for a colony to start a fermentation, okay? So even though it's EC1118, it's still a little bit more difficult for it. So that's a very strong possibility. It's also a very strong possibility that the yeast that I used was one of those that we have a bunch of yeast that are just like, they're dead, okay? We have to figure out which ones they are, so we're gonna start testing. You're gonna see us using water to see if they bloom.
Prehydration.
Yeah, because we have a bunch of yeast that I think was killed by the heat. Because think about it, if it sits in a warehouse, then it sits in a truck all day long while they're making deliveries. Yeah, that yeast could be dead on arrival. So it's possible that's what we used. I'm not really making excuses. I'm trying to give every possible scenario and reason why it could be. The fault's ours. It didn't carbonate. Oh well, we still have a mead.
All right, it's beautiful in color. It looks like root beer.
It smells like root beer.
Smells like
It
root beer.
smells just like root beer.
See, I had concerns of doing this as a mead rather than as a wine, aka using honey as the fermenting sugar
Yeah,
versus
I wanted to
using
make a mead.
sugar. Yeah, Brady just
I just wanted to make a mead.
He was going off the rails. That's our thing. We just need a t-shirt now. Off the rails. Anyway,
There's a very mild honey smell, but it's not strong.
it's working well with the root beer.
Yeah, we sweetened it with erythritol, though.
Yeah,
So we didn't back sweeten with honey, so it doesn't have a ton of honey character.
Yeah.
But the honey seems to be working really well with the root beer spices. Oh my God. I don't even care that it's not carbonated anymore.
I thought this was going to be a major letdown not being carbonated, but chilled.
This is awesome.
And it definitely tastes like root beer plus. It's more than root beer.
Now, I've had hard root beer before, and I didn't like it.
Yeah.
This does not taste like that.
No, this tastes more like a...
Hard, soft root beer. Soft, hard root beer? I don't know.
No, I'm getting like notes of caramel.
Yeah, definitely.
And,
Caramel, vanilla,
yep.
the sassafras or whatever it is that makes that peculiar taste is definitely present. The ethanol at 13%, I'm really not detecting it.
There's like a peppery note,
Yeah.
but that might simply be from the root beer.
Yeah. Overall, this is really pleasant,
Yeah.
really nice to drink.
I don't think I would enjoy it as much unchilled at room temperature.
Oh no, room temperature.
I
This
think
would
it'd
be
just kind of weird.
kind of, yeah.
But chilled, it's...
If it was carbonated, it'd be even better. I'll just
yeah.
say that. This would
Absolutely.
be absolutely mind-bogglingly good if it was carbonated. Because you could hand this to somebody and they wouldn't know there was alcohol in it. Mm-hmm. What it does come across, if you think of like IBC root beer, and then you have this actually is more viscous in reality, but it tastes less so. Because I think some of the spices ferment and don't like, it just feels like some of the body has backed off from the IBC root beer. Now, that said, this has plenty of body. It is plenty of body in this.
I think, for me,
Yeah.
I'm getting more of a syrupy sensation, which counters what Brian just said. So that's why I'm saying that. I think when I'm drinking root beer, the body that I'm getting is the carbonation,
okay.
really. And this, to me, is almost like liqueur-like in sensation. Particularly at the end, I'm getting a nice syrupy, and not a gross syrupy,
Right. No, I see what you're saying.
but kind of like a root beer liqueur.
I think I'm describing it wrong. What I'm talking about is the actual flavor. The flavor of root beer. It feels, it's like at 80%. Mm-hmm. That's what I meant. And I guess that works with the viscosity to me. Mm-hmm. This definitely has more viscosity than a root beer, but the flavor is lessened, so that it's a little confusing.
I guess what you're talking about is the sharpness in
Yeah.
root beer.
It's definitely got less. And I think that could be from the carbonic acid, from the CO2.
Yeah. It could also be from the proteins from the honey.
Yeah.
Anyway,
But this is only 7/26, July 26th. Today is September 19th. So it's not even 8 weeks old. This is 7 weeks old. This is amazing.
yeah. And it's funny because when Brian popped it and it didn't fizz, I was just like, do we even want to show this video?
I was pissed.
We were both, Brian practically did say the words, and if he did, they're going to be bleeped out. I thought them heavily. And I was so disappointed, and I didn't think I was going to enjoy this at all. I'm not trying to pull your chain here.
No, that's the one thing I hope you guys realize. We don't lie about this. If we love something, we admit it. If we don't, we admit it. Am I really disappointed that this didn't carbonate? Yeah, but not for the reasons of unenjoyment of the beverage. I'm disappointed because I'm trying to figure out what the problem is.
Yeah.
That's the real reason. I think it's the bad yeast, because we seem to have had a bunch of stalls and a bunch of non-carbonations so that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Yeah.
We may do a test on that.
Yeah. Yeah.
May have to.
So we need to do numbers now, right?
I'd like to just enjoy this a little bit. But yeah, we do need to do numbers. So the first number that we give 2 scores. The first score is like a repeatability. How accessible and repeatable is this for you guys at home? I have to take off like 3 points for the absolute zero carbonation.
I would
Zero
say you need to take
carbonation.
off more because there's so many question marks
But
attributed to that.
someone at home could easily carbonate this where we couldn't.
Right. But that wouldn't be making this. That would be making something carbonated.
Yeah, but the intent was to make it carbonated.
So are we doing repeatability on possible fictional intent?
Let's not get too far into this. I'm going to say the intent was for this to be carbonated. So because ours didn't carbonate, I'm taking 3 points off right there. So it's a 7 at best. Okay.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to take a couple points off just because it's not perfect. I mean, it's good, but it's not perfect. Did we ever? But you know what? Honestly, the fermentation went beautifully well.
Oh yeah, the fermentation went really well.
It started at 1.094. It went to 1.000, then 0.998. We sweetened and added priming sugar. Okay.
So can you ferment IBC root beer in this fashion? Absolutely. That part
I would
is
say
an
it's
issue.
a 6 on the repeatability
But can you
factor.
repeat what we actually created? I honestly don't know.
Yes, they could absolutely repeat it. They just don't carbonate it. If you didn't carbonate, if you didn't prime at all, then you just made what we made.
Okay.
So that's a 10. That's why I'm not going there.
Okay.
I don't think
All
that's
right.
that's not what we're here for.
Whatever.
So I'm going to say it's like a 6 to a 7
Sure.
for repeatability. I mean, it's you could easily do this, and if you happen to get natural carbonation, or if you have some way of kegging or pressure carbing, you could easily make this carbonated. It's fine. And in this case, that score is almost immaterial. Okay, it just doesn't really make a lot of sense this time, but it's okay. The next is just our, how do we like it? Scale of 1 to 10. Easy.
I need more. For saints. Just drinking it. You know?
It's very rich. It's really. Oh, you just stirred everything up. I was going to pour myself some more, but not
You
anymore.
want some of mine? I got the clean stuff. And this is one of the downfalls of natural carbonation is you can't help but have junk in the bottom.
Yeah, there's
it's a mini fermentation.
there's yeasties
stuff's
and
gonna
stuff
fly
in the bottom that just it never took for carbonation for whatever reason. See, this is one of those conundrum meats because it's not typical.
Yeah.
It's such an unusual flavor set.
I love me some root beer.
Yep.
Like I have a serious root beer crush.
My question is, if someone handed you this and said, what do you think of this? Give me a score, 1 to 10. Not knowing anything else about it, not knowing what it was meant to be or anything like that. How do you enjoy it as it is? Because that's what this is about. As this is, not what it was meant to be, not what we think it should be. If someone didn't tell you anything and they said, drink this, give me a score, 1 to 10. If that's all you knew, where would you be?
This is really hard.
Based on that, I have a number. If I really take it into that perspective, it changes it a little bit for me. Because my initial impression is to go low because, this didn't carbonate at all, it's not what I wanted. But that's not what the enjoyment's about. It's about, do we like it or not?
It's got a lot of the attributes that you particularly enjoy in a meat.
Yep. It's a metheglin.
It's a metheglin.
Technically, because it's herbs and spices that make root beer. Yeah.
Yep. Absolutely.
And it's on the sweet side. We did sweeten this quite a bit.
Yeah. To 1.042.
We may have actually over-sweetened this. I think it's a little too sweet.
It does feel...
Oh, you know why? The priming sugar.
Oh, and
The
then
priming sugar didn't ferment,
so
it's actually even sweeter than what we had made. I was thinking about that. I'm like, this tastes really sweet. I don't see us doing it.
Yeah,
But yeah, that extra 42 grams of priming sugar makes a difference. That's 1/10 of a pound, so that's like another 4 or 5 points of sugar added to it. Yeah. There you go.
There you go. All right, I got a number.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
1, 2, 3.
7.5.
7.5. Oh, wow.
Why are we doing this now?
I don't know. All of a sudden. Actually, we're either like completely at opposite ends or the same.
Yeah, it's true. So I'll just go. I did it at 7.5 because 7 is like my mid-range for good. It's not super good, but it's still good, and it's not just meh good. It's
Technically, 7.5 is.
right in the middle of good, and then I bumped it up to 7.5 because it was better than just middle of the range good.
Right. On my scale, a 5 is something that I would drink if I saw it on the shelf, but I wouldn't necessarily think to drink it. A 10 is something that I would say, I want that. A 7.5 falls squarely in the middle. There might be a day that I go, you know what? I think I want some of that root beer mead, but I wouldn't necessarily think of it most times. I enjoy this. I think it's very good. I think it's you can definitely drink too much of this though.
Oh yeah, the
No,
alcohol.
no, that's not what I mean. That was my phone. 1 second. Pockets in my shorts are not very big and my phone falls out. What I mean by that is like, it could get to be too much.
Oh, because of the syrupiness.
It's a little syrupy,
Yeah.
and this is more sweet than even I prefer.
Yeah.
It's a little syrupy, and even this combination of spices, after a while, is a little much for me. It's just, I don't prefer it long term. Like, I could probably drink this whole bottle and be okay. But more than that, I might start to go, I don't know. And that's a 16-ounce bottle. I mean, it's not like, a stupid, crazy amount.
Sure.
Right?
I wonder if you put like a little seltzer water or
Yeah, if you
water in there.
mix this with some seltzer, it would probably be great. We could, in theory, carbonate these using the keg thing, maybe. I don't know. I'm not as disappointed in the carbonation as I thought I was going to be.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be a deal breaker, and it turned out not to be a deal breaker, which was shocking.
Now, people have asked, if you don't get carbonation and you have a bunch of bottles, can you like put it back into other bottles or that kind of thing? Yes, you absolutely can. What I'm actually considering doing is sprinkling a few pieces of known good yeast into these bottles and letting them sit for a while and see if that works.
And that's a possibility because we know that the priming sugar is in them.
It's definitely in there.
So there's fermentable sugars in there.
Just needs a good yeast to
We just
get
need
it going.
yeast
So
that's going to do its
I might
thing.
do that, and maybe we'll either make a short or a Thursday like tasting video or something on that, just showing the difference. I think a short might be the most appropriate.
Yep.
By the way, if you haven't seen our shorts channel, there's not a lot of videos on there, and I do make them as I get a chance to, though I've been sick for like a week, so that's why I haven't done any. And it's just City Steading Brews Short. Actually, it's just City Steading Shorts, right?
Yes.
Yeah, City Steading Shorts is that channel. Go there and you'll see outtakes and various little weird things that we do. Mostly it's cuts from videos, but we are going to start making some new content for that too. But anyway, this actually came out surprisingly well.
Yep.
I have an issue personally with taking a soda off a shelf and trying to ferment that because there's all kinds of weird stuff in them, but this was the real cane sugar one.
Yep.
Someone suggested that we do Coca-Cola. And you know what? I'm not against it. I think we're going to look for sugarcane Coca-Cola. We'll do a Coca-Cola mead, wine, cider, or hydromel or something.
Let's do a wine this time.
We might do a wine.
I don't want to do the... And by that, we're just talking about the fermentable sugar differences.
That's what makes the difference. If you use honey, it's mead. If you use sugar, it's wine.
Are you feeling blue? Perhaps a blueberry mead is just what you need. Let's watch our backwards blueberry mead up next.
Today we're making backwards blueberry mead. Okay, you're probably curious what I mean by backwards blueberry mead. Well, but a year ago, we did this. And this is what it tasted like after a year. This mead is 1 year old. Let's taste it. This is our blueberry mead. This is, yeah, it's 1 year old, 10.8%, and it finished at 1.010. It smells wonderful.
It smells like blueberry wine.
Yeah, it really does. I'm going in.
Okay.
The honey character is like in the middle. It's not up front. It comes in the middle. Not overly powerful honey character, but it's there. Like it's giving a good support backbone to the fruit. And the finish is kind of short. It's not overly sweet. It's not overly dry. I'm going to think this was a... somebody's going to tell me I'm wrong, but I think this was a non-fermentable sugar. I think it was. Feels like this could have been erythritol.
Minty.
Yeah, there's a slight off flavor there. It's not amazing. It's not blowing my doors off.
I think there's a little funk. Decided not to play nice and didn't want to meld with the other flavors.
10.8%. It's kind of on the lower end. It's not super high alcohol. I like it. I don't love it. I don't hate it though either. It's not in my top 10 list.
The first few notes, the first expression is beautiful. It is fantastic, in my opinion. It's just once you get to that midpoint and you get that little discordant note in there, but see, if you force yourself to ignore the bad stuff and focus on the good stuff, the berry is very nice at the beginning.
1, 2, 3,
5.
6.5. Wow.
That discordant is just really messing with me, and it's making me not enjoy the beginning, which is so lovely, and I really want to enjoy the beginning, but my brain doesn't work that way. My brain wants to find what's wrong and fix it.
We interrupt this video to bring you something completely different. Okay, you're probably curious what I mean by backwards blueberry mead. Well, there's a lot of different ways to make mead, especially like you want to make a fruit mead. You can use whole fruit, you can use juice, you can put it in primer, you can put it in conditioning, you can put it in both, you can do all sorts of things.
We've done multiple experiments on this, and I will link those results in the description below.
What we have found is that if you put fruit in primary versus conditioning, it really doesn't change much except that you get more of a little bit of a brighter fruity, yeah, I can talk, a little bit of a brighter, fruitier flavor when you put it into conditioning. It's also easier to control how much flavor you're adding. So we're going to go step by step through a very basic way of making a mead with ultimate control along the way. So we have 3 pounds of
Wildflower honey.
Whose honey is this though?
This is sweet
Sweet Squeeze. Try saying that 3 times fast. We'll have links to all the stuff that we use in the description below that can all be got from Amazon. That's where we got it.
But basically, if you can find a local wildflower honey, that will work just as well.
We went with wildflower because of its aromatics and the floral essences that shouldn't conflict too much with a blueberry. Whereas like an orange blossom might, you know, that orange might just conflict with the blueberry a little bit, should be a little bit tart, and the orange flavor with blueberry doesn't seem to work for me.
Clover honey would also be another great option.
Yes, I agree. So you want something on the neutralish side. No honey is truly neutral, but you know, as close as you can get. So 3 pounds, that's the important thing, 3 pounds. So to that, what are we gonna add? Oh, I have the recipe.
Notes. We probably want to start adding water at this point.
Right. We are going to use 96 ounces of water. We're using a little big mouth bubbler fermenter because there's a large addition that's going to happen after fermentation. So we want to have some space. So 96 ounces of water, please.
The final frontier.
The reason we're using 96 ounces of water is because 3 pounds of honey takes up roughly 32 ounces, or a quart. So we're adding 3 quarts, or 96 ounces of water, to make a full gallon. That's important, but not super uber critical. If you had a little bit more, a little bit less, it's not that big of a deal. And now, we need to mix, and for that, I'm going to need my spoon of unusual size. Okay, I have 2 of these now. Drew sent me a second one. He thought it was a smaller one, but it's the same size. It's the exact same thing that we already had, but it's okay. It's the thought that counts. But you know, it's funny, there's actually a mark right here. I think I'm just gonna cut it right there, and then I'll have a spoon of normal size. That's so not fun. But anyway, and I'm just going to, she put a string on it so she can,
Put a string on it. Okay, we have this.
We've got a little house, okay?
And so our fancy schmancy nail in the wall that holds our spoons of unusual size and our pizza peel of unusual size.
I have an awesome pizza peel.
Brian has a thing about pizza. Let's just put it at that. And so this second spoon of unusual size needed a string in order to fit on our fancy schmancy nail.
It did not need this long of a string to fit on our fancy schmancy peel.
I was unsupervised when I was stringing the spoon. What can I say?
Okay, I am mixing this up, and I am not being prissy about it. I am okay with getting air in there and getting it all sloppy. I just don't want to get it...
Why is that, Brian?
Wow. Somebody's in a mood today. It's because in the beginning of fermentation, you want some aeration. You want oxygen. The yeast need to build up a colony in the beginning, and they do that with oxygen, and that comes from the air. Once alcohol is present, you do not want any more oxygen because that's when acetobacters can be activated, and they take the oxygen and the alcohol, and they turn it into vinegar. So you don't want to do that.
So before alcohol, oxygen good. After alcohol, oxygen bad.
They're not in kindergarten. They got to be drinking age in order to be interested in this. It's okay.
No, I was doing...
We are just coming off of a couple of tastings, just so you know, so yeah.
We don't need excuses. I'm wacky regardless.
This is true. We didn't have that much alcohol anyway. I did have some whiskey in a video though.
You did.
I did. Not a lot. Now, if you mix this thoroughly, you'll get an accurate first reading. If you don't mix this thoroughly, you'll get an inaccurate first reading. Does it really matter? No, it just means that your ABV calculation later on might be questionable. So I'm just trying to get it as close as possible. We should get a 1.105 reading at the end. I'm hoping it comes out to that. Every honey is a little bit different, but I think the Sweet Squeeze was pretty much spot on.
And so that's a good note for you to take it home if you are not using the same honey that we're using, which is completely fine and okay. Just remember that your first gravity reading may be different than ours, simply because your particular honey may have a different gravity reading than ours does. Is that bad or good? No, it's just different. That's all.
It's just a thing. Sometimes a thing is just a thing. And sometimes a string is in my way. I'm gonna cut it to like here, so I have just enough to put my hand on it. Because that's all I need. That's it. Exactly that.
All right, then we can put a little mark with the Sharpie and you can...
My rule of thumb for mixing, when you think you've mixed enough, go like another minute or two. I think this is looking pretty good though. Every drop counts. Every last drop is sacred.
All right, do you want me to just hold this?
Yep,
and
because
you
I'm going to need it
can
again.
Add the Fermaid-O mixture.
Next is Fermaid-O. Now, we often say that this is optional. I don't really think it's optional anymore. I think it's not necessarily mandatory. It's option-mandatory. Optionatory. There's the word of the day.
The reason being is that at this point, all we're really doing is
Fermenting
water,
honey.
yeast, and honey. So
There's not much there.
there's not much there for the yeast to be happy about. So Fermaid-O is going to help with that.
Now, let me explain what I mean by that. Yeast, just like people, need nutrients, not just sugar. We live on glucose too, just like they live on sugars. But they also need other minerals and vitamins in order to survive. This adds a little bit of that, one of them being nitrogen. That's a big thing. And it's just 2.5 grams of Fermaid-O in a little tiny bit of water. And we're just going to mix that through. Once that's in, the next ingredient, this is optional, but going to improve your brew significantly. If you do not want to use a powder, you can totally just use 1 cup of your favorite black tea. I'm not going to get specific because they all work. This is actually wine tannin. It's made from, basically it's oak extract. I think it's literally like charred up oak that they grind into a powder, okay? So what it does is it adds tannins. It adds mouthfeel, complexity, depth to the brew. Tea from tannin, tannins from tea can do much the same thing. We actually did a test on that. There wasn't a lot of difference. The main difference is consistency and predictability. I know if I use a half teaspoon of this, what it's going to be like. Versus a cup of tea, I'm hoping I didn't steep it 30 seconds longer than last time. Get the idea? So if you are consistent in your tea making, you're going to have consistent results as long as you use the same tea and you do exactly the same thing each time.
The also thing you want to take into consideration if you're using the tea method is that the additional water that the tea adds to this will dilute the sugar if you use the exact same type of water. So if you reduce the amount of water based on how much tea you're adding, then you're good to go.
You need to mix that again.
Oh, I thought we didn't mix the tannin because it gooped.
It goops anyway, but I don't want it just sitting there.
All right.
Get it in there.
Get in your home.
Okay, the next thing we're gonna do on this, because we're nearing the completion of the initial process, and I know what you're saying, there's no blueberry in there. We know. But the next thing is we're gonna take a gravity reading just to verify those numbers, make sure that we're where we think we are, and it's mixed. It's good.
Well, I got a goober on my spoon now.
I don't know, it sounds like a personal problem. There. Gotta get violent.
Violence is the answer. I said it.
Whatever. That goober, see that little spot right there? It's not going in. He is not going to fulfill his destiny. Let me have the reading equipment, please.
Okay.
Okay, to take a reading, use a cylinder and a hydrometer. And, well, we're using the master baster, which is really just a turkey baster. We just call it a fancy name. And you stick it in there, pour some sample in until it floats. Make sure it is floating. That's critical, because if it's not floating, you're not really getting a reading. And I estimated this should come out to 1.105, and it is 1.108. I'm gonna call that close enough. So I'm taking a note. Okay, 1.108, that gives it an approximate 13.5 to 14% potential alcohol when it goes dry. That's important to know because we are actually gonna be diluting this at the end. So we wanna be careful with how much alcohol we make. I wanted this to end up somewhere around 10 to 11, maybe even 12%. Now, that's important. Too many times we gloss over the amount of alcohol we're making and we say it's because we don't want to stress the yeast and things like that. You have to remember, ethanol is a flavor, okay? More alcohol in a brew does change the flavor. We have proof of that with, oops. I'll get into that in a second. Next thing we need to do is add yeast. What kind of yeast are we using?
We're using Red Star Premier Classique.
And why are we using Red Star Premier Classique?
No, let me get out my data sheet here so I can tell you
But
all
before
the
she gets to
good
that,
things.
these are terrible packets, which means they're not terrible, which means I have to use scissors. Drew, the same guy that sent me the spoon of unusual size, sent me some left-handed scissors that actually work really, really nice.
In red.
In red, just for me, so I can tear open packages on screen. How much of this yeast am I gonna use? All of it. Can you use half if you want? Sure. Can you try to measure out a fifth if you want? Sure. But just remember, every time you go down, you are diminishing the idea or the possibility of a robust colony. So I like to just use a full packet, whether I'm making 1 gallon, 3 gallons, or 5 gallons.
So the data sheet on Red Star Premier Classique
Wait.
reads, back your packet.
There's a couple extra. Data sheet, yes, go.
A strong fermenter with good alcohol tolerance that is useful in producing dry, full-bodied red and white wines will leave a wine with intense color. That was my trigger word, first one. An excellent flavor, trigger word, second one. Complexity while preserving tannin content. This yeast will produce hydrogen sulfide gas in the presence of excess sulfur compounds and therefore should not be used to ferment grapes that contain residual sulfur dust.
Okay.
We're not doing that, so we don't have to worry about that.
Right, and that's important. Some of the things that are in there are for wines, okay? You have to remember. So you're kind of playing the game of what works for mead, what works for wine, even though, in my opinion, they're much the same, but they do use a different base component as the sugar. So you got to remember that. So
This yeast's ideal temperature range is 59 to 86 degrees Fahrenheit,
we'll be at about 75 degrees Fahrenheit, which is like smack in the
Good.
middle.
and its alcohol tolerance is 13%.
13%. Oh, okay, I thought it was 15.
13, as the note states.
Oh, okay. Well, let's hope it gets to 13% because we have enough in here to actually get 13.5 or 14%.
Now, as Brian likes to say frequently,
Yeast can't read.
so what percentage will it get to? Only they know.
By the way, if you heard R2G2, that was my phone. Somebody just left me a voicemail. You probably didn't hear it though. I don't tend to mix the yeast. I'm just going to give it a little bit of a...
Wiggle, wiggle.
Yeah, there's a couple of clumps in there. It will get in there. It's all fine. You could literally just dump everything right in here and it's still going to work. You just don't get the advanced warnings of the readings and things like that. So next we're going to put a lid on it. I was talking about something important, but
Yeah, you were. And then you derailed
and then
yourself.
I derailed
I'm
myself.
like, you don't want to do that. You don't ever want to do that. 'Cause
Yeah,
you'll
'cause
never
now I
get
don't
back
remember.
there.
Well, I'm going to go off on a different tangent. The way we are constructing this, we get control. I said that in the beginning. And what I mean by that is right now we are just making a must, a simple mead that could be flavored a million different ways. We happen to be adding blueberry later, and I'll explain how that's going to work later. But we're also going to keep an open mind to sweetness levels, acidity levels, tannin levels, things like that. So we can balance this as we go. So first, we want to complete fermentation. We want to make a basic starter mead, just something very simple to work with that we can add flavors and other enhancers to down the line. So we have the lid on it, put an airlock on it, and then what are we going to do with it?
You know, that's it.
Probably a couple weeks. Let this ferment out. Once we see very little to no airlock activity, which is probably going to be 2 to 3 weeks, we'll be
Take
back
our
to,
first check.
and we'll show you what it looks like then. So it's been a couple weeks. Time to take a reading. So airlock activity was down to a crawl, down to basically nothing. We had given this a couple of swirls. Just want to give this the olfactory and optical observation. It smells like a mead. Does not smell like blueberries. Which is probably a good thing because we haven't put any in yet. But it does look right, it smells right, so now we need to take a reading.
Oh, I don't have this stuff.
So it's interesting. It hasn't really started clearing yet, but I do believe it's close to being done, if not totally done. Okay, this was started at 1.108, and right now, look at that. It's actually sitting at 1.020. That means it's possible that it stalled. Looking at it, I don't really see a lot of bubble activity. So you know what we're going to do? Yeast stalls, give it a stir. Whenever we think we have a stall, which this may be stalled because we don't have 2 readings, we don't know for a fact, but after this amount of time with that little airlock activity, I think it needs a little kickstart. So what we like to do, our first line of defense is 1 teaspoon of yeast hulls, not Fermento yeast hulls, because it doesn't need the nitrogen from what I understand. It just needs a little extra motivation and a good stir.
We did notice that this was pretty gassy when we took our sample, and the excess gas not being released from the solution could, in fact, be the reason why it slowed down in the first place. Look at all that foam. That's all the gas being released from the solution. So simply doing that could have jump-started this.
That's an amazing amount of gas. Yeast don't like to swim in their own waste, and their waste products are the alcohol and CO2. So if this was overloaded with gas, there's a reason why it could have stalled. We're also starting to see that there's a reason we liked 71B yeast, you know? We just really didn't have these kind of problems. But it's okay. This is part of homebrewing. You're going to have things that don't go exactly as planned, things that don't work exactly the way you want them to. How to get around that and get past it is really the key to homebrewing. Now, one other thing that I will say, if this really did just stay at that 1.020 mark, and that's all it was ever going to do, that's totally okay, because the trick to this is we're going to back sweeten this anyway. So if that's the sweetness level we want, we just pasteurize and now it's safe. It's the same thing as if it went dry and we added sugars to it. So don't think of a stall always as a failure. Think of it as it's a stopping point. But I see a stall as an unsafe stopping point because it's kind of like a time bomb. And what I mean by that is if it's whatever level it's stalled at, what if conditions changed? It got warmer, it got colder, it got disturbed, somehow a protein chain formed just right and caused the right conditions for the yeast to start back up again. You now have live yeast with fermentable sugars. That's a bad combination. They can cause excess gas in a bottle, say it's bottled, and cause them to burst, which you do not want to have. So my thinking is if you ever get to a point where a stall has happened and you like the way it tastes, pasteurize it. Let it sit for a few more days and then bottle it. Now it's safe. Now that stall just became part of the plan. That's my story and I'm sticking to it. So I'm several minutes into doing the degassing process and it's still foaming up. That tells me, yeah, it was way gassy, probably far more than the yeast could really tolerate. And that is going to be part of the problem. So I'm just going to degas this a little bit more, put the airlock back on, put it back on the shelf, and we'll see in another week or two. It's been 7 days. We added yeast hulls. It was at 1.020 last time. Let's find out where it is now. But first, a visual inspection and an olfactory inspection. It smells like mead. Okay, so for those of you that don't understand what I mean by is it done and did it do anything, gravity readings start higher at the beginning of fermentation and they go lower as fermentation goes through. Ideally, we like ours to go dry or about 1.000. This one was at 1.020, so we added some yeast hulls, shook it up, and tried to get it going again. Now, in this particular case, it's not a big deal if it stops, okay? But I'll get into that in a minute. Let's just see, did it actually keep going? The answer to the question of did it keep going is yes, it absolutely did keep going. We got it to ferment some more. Let's see. Now, while it didn't go technically fully dry, it did go to 1.004. Okay, so that's pretty significant. I'm okay with that. Most people would consider 1.004 to be dry or just off dry. For mead, it's actually considered dry. If you don't know what any of that means, I did a video on it. Just going over all the guidelines, and they are just guidelines. Just saying.
Now, if this was our final product, we would probably put this back together, let it sit another week, and take another gravity reading just to be sure. However, we know we're going to do more stuff to it.
That's right.
So we're not concerned.
We've been calling this a blueberry mead, but there's no blueberry in sight. That's coming. But first, we need to rack this. Before we add the blueberry, though, there is something I need to know. See, here's the thing. I know how much blueberry stuff I'm adding, but I don't know how much mead I have. So we're going to rack into our pitcher with the funky raised letters that are just awesome. And that way we know, and I can calculate our final ABV. If you don't care about the ABV, you can just mix to your heart's content and it's all good. But I actually want to be able to tell you guys, so that's why we're going to do it that way. I poured my sample right into the pitcher because I know what'll happen. If I pour it directly into here, and all the wispy stuff at the bottom goes all over the place, and it makes a mess, and then I can't rack it today. And we really want to rack it today.
Speaking of mess, we're leaving the cap on the end of our autosiphon because there is a significant amount. I don't know if you can see it from your point of view, but it goes to roughly about there, and that's all the lees. all the dead yeast particles and all the sediment that fell out of suspension.
We use an auto siphon when racking. I highly recommend investing in one. They're like $20. They last for a while if you get the right one. And we have links to this stuff in the descriptions of almost every one of our videos. And they're just great to use. Ours came with a stupid long amount of hose, the tubing. So we cut it to fit our size. Whoops. Pay attention when you're doing this. We cut it to fit the size that we like to use. And then, see, pay attention. And then we have some extra tubing that we use for blow-off tubes and things like that. Now I'll get to racking and paying attention so Derica stops giving me that look. So I'm just going to take a note on how much we have here. We actually have 120 ounces. That's important for what I'm going to do next, right after we rack it again back into a little big mouth bubbler so that we can add the next ingredient. Okay, in case you were wondering why we just did a double racking, it's because when it was in the fermenter, it had all the lees in there. If we were to mix this in there, we'd have this clumpy mess, and then we got to pasteurize it. Instead, I'd rather keep it clean. Now, we could have done that and let all the sediment settle out after pasteurizing, and it would have been fine. We might have had a little bit more loss that way. I'm not sure. But this way, we're going to take our blueberry juice. And yes, that's what this is. It's Knudson's blueberry juice. Here's the ingredients. Filtered water sufficient to reconstitute blueberry juice concentrate. So that's all it is. It's blueberry juice concentrate and water. No ites, no eights, no nothing else. Not that in this case they matter, but I would rather not have any of that junk in my food anyway. So that's me. Now comes the problem of, do I just pour this? Do I rack it, siphon it properly? I'm going to pour it, but we're going to do it very carefully. So if you would tip this sideways for me. Here's the trick to pouring carefully. Now this still has some gas in it, so it's not as big of a deal. You want to just, you got to commit first.
Yeah.
And then you can go back to the side and you see there's no sound or very little sound. I'm not causing a splash. You also might be wondering, why do we use blueberry juice instead of whole blueberries or dried blueberries or frozen blueberries or any of the other styles of whole fruits that you can use? Because we want to make something simple and a little bit different and unique. So basically what we're doing is flavoring a mead with blueberry. So it's a blueberry flavored mead, if you wanted to be technical, because we didn't ferment any of the blueberry. Now I know what you're thinking. We just added sugars to this. It's going to ferment. No, it's not. We're going to pasteurize it so that it kills off the yeast, and then it just stays exactly where it is right now. But you know what we got to do?
We gotta take a taste.
I need to taste this, and then I need to figure out its alcohol content.
So you're gonna have to swirly stirry, because we didn't stir.
I'm going to very carefully stir. It's not going anywhere. She's holding the fermenter like it's going to flip over. Yeah, the baster can flip it over. It's habit.
I'm a creature of habit, what can I say?
Okay, it does have a gorgeous color that will clear out a little bit over time after we pasteurize. Right now, I'm not detecting a lot of blueberry. Keep in mind, we just added it. It needs time to meld. There's a little bit of blueberry flavor. I'm sorry, there was a little bit of blueberry smell. It's nice. Needs a little more sweetness though. I'm betting that juice was 1.050 and broken down among the 4 parts roughly. It probably brought it down to like a 1.010.
Well, rather than guess, why don't we go ahead and take a reading before we sweeten it further?
Okay, we can do that. We'll just take all kinds of readings, and it's totally okay. I'm not being sarcastic either. Having more readings than you need is better than not having them if you want them. But I'm betting you this probably sweetened it to about 1.010, maybe even less, because it doesn't taste very sweet to me. And I think blueberry needs to taste sweet. When it's dry, it doesn't taste quite right. So right now, the gravity reading is, as I said, 1.010. So we want to sweeten this a little bit more. I think it could use some, like I said, blueberry should be sweet.
Yeah.
And then I will figure out the approximate ABV. It'll never be perfect, but we'll try. I'm gonna pour carefully. Barely a ripple. Okay, let me get the sugar.
Nope. This is a mead, so we're gonna use honey.
You know, she's right. Let me get the honey.
All right, so we have a technical difficulty, and that being that most of our honey that we have, which we have copious amounts of honey, but they're all crystallizing, and we're dingbats and we didn't preheat it.
I didn't think we were gonna have to sweeten this one.
So we're going to be using our sourwood because if you watched our 3 honey mead test, the sourwood came out a lovely flavor. So we thought that that would be a good addition to
There's
this.
some on the lip. Go ahead and grab that. And then she's going to sanitize her finger. Don't worry.
Yeah, it has a nice sweetness to it, but it doesn't have any citrus notes or other notes that we feel like are going to get away in the
We had an orange blossom, but I didn't think that was the right thing to add. Now, adding honey to this, because it is a mead, makes sense. But it's going to give it more honey character. It's going to give it a little bit more viscosity. And you probably saw, I just poured a bunch in. I didn't really keep track. I mean, this total jar is, it's a little over 2 pounds. It's like 2 pounds, 4 ounces. So I put in probably, what, a quarter pound maybe? Just a little over maybe?
And that's why I wanted Brian to take that initial gravity reading with the addition of the blueberry so we can give you another reading after we're done sweetening it to our taste. So that way you can have an estimate of the difference in gravities to what you might want to do for your sweetening.
Okay, so now I'm going to take we're going to take a taste.
We're going to take a taste.
And we prefer this method of sweetening where it's not so much about the volume you add as the sweetness level that you add. So we taste it in between, and that is what makes the difference. Believe it or not, it smells a little different. I smell a little bit more honey, and that's
good.
important. I always make the joke it smells the same, but when you add honey, it doesn't smell the same, which is why I make that joke. My feeling is this. It's probably about a 1.018 or so sweetness, maybe even a little bit less, 1.018. If we add more honey, we're going to lose more blueberry.
Okay.
I think the blueberry character is just strong enough right now.
Okay.
With the honey, it works. I think if we go further, it's going to be too much, but it's not as sweet as I would like it to be. That is the truth. So this is where you kind of have to make a little bit of a decision.
All right, well, here's something to throw a wrench into the works. If you want to increase the sweetness, but you don't want to dilute the flavor, do you want to sweeten more with sugar?
You can, or you can sweeten with more blueberries. However, we don't have more of that juice. So just going with a real world example, if you didn't have more of that juice, she has a point. We could add sugar to this and it would raise the sweetness level without losing the flavor. And you know what? I like that idea. Let's go with that. Now, I know there's at least 10 of you out there right now freaking out, screaming at the screen, and typing in nasty comments because we're adding sugar to a mead. But let me explain something. Honey is technically sugar, okay? It has flavors to it that alter things. Right now, we have this balance point of honey character and blueberry character. If we go with one or the other, it's gonna change it. So instead, we're gonna add sugar, which brings nothing to the party but sweetness. It's completely neutral for flavor, realistically. If anything, it'll boost the flavors that are already there.
But we chose honey initially because I felt like, and apparently Brian agreed with me, that the honey flavors weren't coming forward enough once we added the blueberry. So now that we have that nice balance between the blueberry and the honey notes, we just want to bump the sugar, the sweetness up, and so that's why we went to sugar.
Exactly. It's just another tool in your belt. Not necessarily something you do all the time. We rarely add sugar to mead, to be honest. But like a lot of people will use non-fermentable sugars to sweeten a mead, same concept. I mean, you're just adding sweetness to it. You're not changing the flavors. So we're just using it as a flavoring tool or a non-flavoring tool.
Sweetening tool.
It's a non-flavoring tool. I just had one of those moments where I was like, did I mix it after I added the honey? Yeah, I did. I didn't add that much. I just added probably another quarter pound of sugar, which sugar has a little bit more sugar sweetening power than honey does. So I'm betting you we're probably somewhere in the 1.025 or so range right now. I'll have to actually take a reading to find out, but that's just my guess. When I taste it, I'll know better and then be wrong. Watch. When you do mix things in this state, you want to be very careful to not splash or cause ripples or oxygenate. You are taking a risk anytime you do something like this, but I'd much rather take a little bit of a risk by making something that I didn't like palatable than putting something that I didn't like on the shelf that I knew was safe. Because I'd never drink it. I don't really hear any more grit. My hand is starting to cramp up. You know what that means? I'm done stirring. All right, so we take another sample. It smells exactly the same. Apparently she hated it. I would say that it's now sitting at a very nice sweetness level. It's on that border between a sweet versus a dessert, but the blueberry flavor actually got boosted.
Yep.
I was worried there wasn't enough. Now it's boosted, but I still definitely get honey.
I am at the point now where I feel like this is what I envisioned with the blueberry mead. And that's even with the touch of youth that I'm still getting from this. Because this is still very young and it's lifespan of a mead.
Yeah, you got to remember this was started on March 22nd. Today is April 11th. It's 3 weeks old.
All right, so now it's time to take another gravity reading so we can tell you what sweetness level we got to.
So for that, I'm going to estimate. I'm going to go with 1.
Get your hydrometer.
I'm going to go with 1.024. I believe that is it.
I never bother guessing because A, numbers, and B, whenever you add a fruit to a beverage, your brain tends to elevate the perceived sweetness because fruity notes just trigger the sweetness calibrator in your head. So
I just like to do it because it's fun.
Yeah.
Okay, I was a little bit off. It's 1.026. It's off by 2 points.
All right, so I am happy with this flavor.
Yes, I think this is perfect the way it is. So what I would like to do now is pasteurize this. And we will pasteurize it right in this container.
Yeah.
I'm just going to pour the sample back in carefully.
We have a video on full gallon pasteurization, so I'll make sure to link that in the description below.
But there is one more thing that they probably want to know. What's our ABV?
Ooh,
How much alcohol is in here now? Now, I intentionally worked on diluting this. I intentionally worked with a little bit higher gravity when we started this. So using the calculator the teacher said would never be handy, I'm going to figure this out. So we had a 1.108 to start, right? It ended at 1.004. So 1.108 minus 1.004 gives us 0.104, multiply that by 135, and I get 14.04%. Now,
for some of you who are confused about our abundance of gravity readings that we took after that, those had nothing to do with fermentation. Those were for changing our sweetness levels. So those don't play any factor in figuring out our ABV.
But what does is we started with 120 ounces of 14% mead and 32 ounces of 0% blueberry juice. So the way I do that is it's basically just an equation. I use 120 parts, so 120 times 14.04 equals 1684.8, but that doesn't matter, plus 32 of 0. So 32 times 0 is still just 32. Well, it's 32 times 1 because that would be the gravity is 1. So we go with that. Now I divide by the total amount, which would be 152. Divided by 152 gives me 11.29%. So 11.3% ABV at the end. This ends up at 11.3%, which is respectable for a mead. They're anywhere between like 8 to 15 is like a normal mead. And we're gonna pasteurize this like we said. Then we are going to put it back on the shelf for a little while, let it settle out, because the pasteurization process invariably will help clear this. And it'll mellow the flavors a little bit, might make things meld a little bit better, and then we'll be back to give you our final idea on the tasting. It's been sitting for a week, letting it clear out. It looks pretty good. It's very, very dark, so it's hard to tell for sure. But it's time to taste this, put a score on it, and then pack it away for a year. See if it gets better. It has a beautiful color. It did clear, really, really nicely red. It's weird, they call them blueberries, but yet they're red.
It's gorgeous.
Okay, can we just set that lid on top of there while we're
Absolutely.
talking and stuff? So, as I was saying, on the color, it's absolutely beautiful. Gem-like quality. It's a 10 for clarity as far as I'm concerned.
Beautiful.
on the smell. Get a little bit of the young note, but I definitely get some honey and I get some fruitiness.
Yeah, it's like that sharp tart fruitiness.
Yep. Now, the more I'm exploring it on the nose, I'm getting more of the blueberry note coming through.
Yep.
It's like you need to acclimate to that ethanol. What's the ABV on this? I think we said it's something in the...
11.3?
Where do you see 11.3?
Is that what that is right there?
Yeah. What do you know? I actually wrote it down. Okay, so that's interesting that there's a strong an ethanol note in the nose. But once you start smelling it...
It's blueberry.
Yeah, it's blueberry and honey, just without a doubt.
Going in.
Yeah, I agree. That is awesome. That is so good. It has all the right notes. It's got the slight tanginess of a blueberry, but it has the sweetness and freshness of fresh fruit blueberries.
And it's got the honey.
And it's like you drizzled honey over flesh blueberry. Yeah.
Ooh.
That's a whole different kind of blueberry there. But yeah, it's like you had a bowl of blueberries, and you just poured some honey over it, and that's when you're...
Oh.
It's rich and viscous without being cloying. It's not overly sweet, and it's not even like super thick. It's got a good mouthfeel without being too much.
It's a perfect viscosity for what I feel a mead should feel like.
Yep. What's really interesting is I'm getting an odd after breath taste, almost like wheat.
Mm.
Do you get that? We got it on the buckwheat honey blueberry cider that we did years and years ago.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering...
It's kind of like...
Now this is Sweet Squeeze Wildflower.
Shades of beer.
It's a very mild thing though.
Yeah, I really wasn't noticing it until he mentioned it.
It doesn't take away.
No.
In fact, I think it adds to the experience. It adds another dimension.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. I mean, how else do you say it? It tastes like blueberry mead should taste.
Yeah.
This
And
is
that's
so much
why
better than the first one that we made.
Our first reaction was just like, because there it is. It's lovely. And I know this probably sounds weird, but it's lovely when your intent, your vision, your aspirations all come together, and you just drink it, and you're like, that's exactly what I wanted. Because normally we come pretty close.
We've gotten really close a few times.
But I think now
The sangria was a good one.
Oh, the sangria was beautiful.
The fine wine was another good one.
This is what I was hoping for, and here it is.
And you know, this is part of the experience of homebrewing. Many people will make the same recipe 5, 10, 20 times to perfect it. And I have zero issue with that. We end up doing that too over time. But I don't want to make it and then make it again and make it again and make it again and then only film the last one. I'd rather show you guys, hey, this was our beta test. You know what I mean?
It's a process.
Yeah,
And
because nothing we've made is undrinkable except for maybe the nettle one. That one was kind of... But everything along the way has been great. Like good stuff, decent, drinkable meads. Every once in a while, one is just stellar.
I think our new improved method of continuing the process.
Yeah, we don't give up.
Starting with our base concept and then continuing to reach that end goal, that ideal perfection. I think that has really helped our final product and
Oh, absolutely.
helped us think about things slightly differently. So it's not just like, okay, well, that's what it is. It is what it is. No.
Well, also because now we're doing it all in one video too. It used to be, I mean, the longtime watchers will know, we used to put out 3, 4, 5, sometimes 6 videos for each brew, and it got difficult to find them all. But the reason we stopped doing that is because we would make it and then release that. Then we would do the first check and release that, do the second check and release that. And what would happen is, what if that brew wasn't so great? Now somebody else that was following along with us, they have done everything we did. And if it wasn't that great, we kind of led them astray. I mean, a little, you know, but buyer beware, of course. But by doing it all in one video, you're not as likely to have started it by the time you finish the video. So you can go, okay, that one they did not like, I'm not doing it that way. Or that one they really like, I want to do that. So that way you get to see our trials and errors and everything in between.
Yeah.
And I don't know, it just keeps it more real. I think it's an adventure. You know, we're just as surprised as you are how things are going to turn out sometimes.
And there's multiple ways of coming towards the same concept. When you add the fruit, what style of fruit you're adding, you know, if you're adding chemicals, if you're avoiding chemicals, all these different things. There's no right way and there's no wrong way as long as you don't create something bad for you.
There's the right way for you.
Right. And what we try to stress here, and I think sometimes it gets lost in our exuberance, perhaps, is
You're
that,
exuberant, I'm not.
Is that we want you to know, we want you to understand the process, and we want you to understand when something is appropriate to add, when something is not appropriate to add, and what it's going to do to your brew. As long as you have that information, then you can go, oh, well, the fruit that I want to use isn't in season, but I have frozen variety, and that's going to work fine, or I have a dried variety, and that's going to be fine. And these are the different steps that I need to do to create what I have envisioned as my final product. And so that's our hope to instill in you, is to give you as much knowledge as possible so you have the choice. You have the opportunity to use what's available to you and create something that you're going to enjoy.
It goes back to an article that I wrote many years ago that I think is still in our blog. Are you a how or are you a why? Because there's lots of people on the internet that will say, here is how you do something. Step A, B, C, D, E, and F. And if you follow these steps, you'll be successful and it'll be great.
Done. End story.
And we could do a Mead video in under 7 minutes, because we showed it, on how to do that. But it didn't explain why. And that, I think, is far more important. If you understand why you need to do step A, and why step A included step B and step C and D and E and F, and how all those things are conjoined together, and why what you did in A might affect F, that means we've taught you something, not just said, here, do this. So that's kind of a different scenario, and that's why we like to call ourselves a teaching channel, because we're teaching you how to fish. Basically, instead of giving you a fish, we're teaching you how to fish. Because here's the thing, if we could open a meadery with a reasonable amount of time and effort involved, we would, and then we'd sell you mead.
Yeah.
But instead, we're teaching you how to make it for yourself.
Yeah.
To me, they're just opposite sides of the same coin, but unique business, unique concept, and that's what we like to do. Is we're both teachers. We always have been in some way or form. Derek did it officially, I did it unofficially, but
You did it officially too. Once you were in the teaching circuit.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. As a photographer, not as a.
Right.
But and now I've done it officially as a meat maker. Oh wow, things change. But anyway, we've gone off on a long enough tangent. But you guys are used to that by now. That it's time to put a score on this. I think. Do you have a score ready?
I have an illegal score, but I'm going to maneuver it to a legal score.
What she means by that is our scoring system goes from 1 through 10, with 11 being reserved for only the most amazing of greatest things. That's right, ours does go to 11. And 1 is absolute crap. It means you probably dump it and it's probably vile and disgusting. You wouldn't give it to your worst enemy. 10 is like the best thing you've made. It came out exactly the way you want. It's just perfect for you. 11 is like just a notch above. It's that exceptional thing that doesn't come along very often. We go half points. That's the illegal thing she's talking about. She wants to go 3/4 or quarter point.
I do.
I know.
But
I know.
I'm not gonna.
I'm not gonna. Are you ready?
Yes.
1, 2, 3. 10.5. That's right. This is not an 11. This is not an 11.
It is so close to an 11.
But it's better than a 10.
But yeah. But I went.
You're being very conservative.
I'm being very conservative. I know. I don't know why.
We have a lot of 10s on this channel.
We got a lot going on, and
I usually give higher scores than you anyway.
I wanted to give this a 9.75. See, only because I wanted to give it some room to go higher for the 1 year, and that's like what we're waiting for.
Well, yeah, I can understand that, but I
Because
judge it as it is,
this-
not for what it could be.
This would be absolute perfection if that little tiny youthness was gone.
See, after a while, I don't taste the youthfulness anymore. By the time I had the second too little
Oh
on
yeah.
pour.
Okay, could I drink all of this right now
Oh,
and regret
yeah.
it tomorrow? Yes, absolutely. But I wouldn't regret it today. Today I'd
So-
be very happy.
So are you saying that you would be willing to raise your score to a 10?
Yeah.
Look at that, 10 and 10.5. That's awesome. Considering the last one we made, I reviewed some of the footage on the 1 year, which you saw some of it in this video. I think I raised my score to a 9 after we added honey in the glass to sweeten it up.
Yeah.
This, straight out of the bottle at only a few weeks old, yeah, this is like, oh wow, this, it's not even 4 weeks old yet. And I'm giving it a 10.5. This is literally just under 4 weeks.
It's lovely.
At a year, this might be our first 12. Who knows? I mean, the scale will just keep going up and up and up,
We can go to 1 million, maybe.
Power creep. It's a thing. If you watch video games or play video games, you know what power creep is, and it's just
All right. So we're going to bottle this now.
Yep.
But that's boring. However, if you want to watch how we bottle and learn our process, link in the description below to that video.
And if you can't find that video or you found that video to be too boring and you want me to make a new one, let me know in the comments below and we'll work on making a new version, even more silly and crazy, but it'll probably be like 3 to 4 minutes long. So, there's that. If you've made all the meads up to this point, you probably have little bits of various honeys left over. So just take all those bits and pieces and put them together. And that's what we did in the very next segment, the leftover step feed mead. If you're like most homebrewers who make mead, you probably have a million containers with like that much honey in them. So you know what? We're gonna make a mead. I'm gonna call this one leftover step feed mead, because that's what we're gonna do. So we have all these leftover honeys and we're just gonna make something with all of them. It's more of a traditional, it's gonna be a pretty simple mead really, but it's really just to get the point across that, mix and match, it's okay.
But because we're using leftovers, which are pretty hard to get out of their containers thoroughly, we're going to use a gravity reading as our measurement of how much honey rather than a weight. Because this way, particularly in this one that's all crystallized, we can add hot water, shake it all up, get it dissolved, and then dump it in, and not have to worry, oh wait, we didn't get the measurement on that, because we'll get a gravity measurement.
We just had a Knox sighting. He smelled my fingers, so now I have to wash my hands again.
All right.
I feel like a surgeon. Okay, so one of the first things that I want to do though is get our yeast started. And for this, I'm going to use Lalvin EC1118 yeast. I'm not even going to mess around.
Did you pour water in your...
I did not yet. I'm going to in just a moment.
All right.
I'm going to use the whole packet. Just dump it right in. I'm using a Pyrex because we are going to hydrate this sucker to see if this yeast is alive. We didn't always do that, but we had some bad yeast, so we're testing it now. Just going to pour in some tepid water, it's room temperature. Then using the whisk of unusually small size, also known as the wuss, I'm just going to give it a whiskey whisk. Just want to mix it up. That's what should happen if these yeast are alive, is it should create a foam dome. It should make foam. It should, show some activity of some kind.
Do something!
I know, right? So, as Derica said, we're not actually going to be weighing the honey today, but we are still going to give you an idea of where it's at because we're going to use gravity readings. Much more effective, actually. It's a more precise way to do it because this way you can make a 1 gallon, 2 gallon, 5 gallon, 2.465 gallon batch, and it'll all work out the same if you go to the same gravity reading.
So we have a pitcher over here that's room temperature water, and then we have a pitcher over there that's recently boiled water.
Yeah, it's hot, so I'm just going to pour some into this. I mean, you've all seen this trick. This is not really... Try not to knock everything over. I have a million things over here today. Okay, this bottle right here is the reason why we're not weighing anything, because there's like a teaspoon of honey in there. But it never gets used because you'd have to wait like an hour and a half for it to get to the thing, to pour it out, to put it into your tea or whatever you're going to use it in. So this is so much easier. See, look at that. It's all off the bottom now. I'm just going to dump that. It's hot. Just gonna, whoa, it's still hot.
Yeah.
Just gonna dump that right in there. See, this is, you're gonna get to watch me burn myself.
That's done.
Yeah. All right, next we have, this is some Kirkland wildflower honey with just a little bit in the bottom. I don't know how much that is. I know there was 5 pounds in here originally, but what's in here now? I don't know.
Now, ideally, when you're pouring it into plastic bottles in particular,
You want to be careful.
you probably want it to let it cool
It's not
slightly.
boiling, it's just hot.
But you still want it to be warm so that it'll dissolve the honey so you can get the honey out.
But this is YouTube.
That's the whole point
So-
of this.
We do it differently. I don't know, that made sense in my head. Let off some pressure. I'm also aerating the heck out of this as we go, so there will be no bejesus left by the time we get to the final stages. Don't fear the foam. All right.
Let's do the crystallized one first,
Sure.
because that one's
So we have
gonna
some
need.
crystallized honey here. Let me show you just how crystallized this is. I mean, look at that. Even the crystals have crystals. You know, it's just seriously crystallized honey. So it would never get used for much of anything else. We'll use it for this.
This is the sourwood honey from Tennessee that I think we were gifted. Yeah, we were gifted this. And we actually did a video where we compared this with 2 other different types of honey, and this was one of our favorite honeys of that experiment. So I'm really happy that we're actually getting to use it, even though it's thoroughly crystallized.
This is like nuts. The water's not that hot. But the honey is just that The honey is just that crystallized that it's just stuck everywhere. That lid does not.
It is not
Like the
enjoying
pressure.
this experience at all. But that illustrates a good point that I would like to mention now that I have the opportunity, and that's fermenting in mason jars. You don't want to ferment in a mason jar or put a carbonated beverage in a mason jar because mason jars are made for canning. And if you are familiar with canning, canning creates kind of a vacuum environment. So it's pressure coming from the outside in because it's sucked out everything from the inside. So it's forcing to not crack under the outside pressure of the atmosphere.
Right.
Whereas
The jars are made to hold pressure this way.
fermentation is creating gas and carbonation
That just
as well,
sounds so nuts.
is creating pressure from the inside pushing out. So mason jars, and particularly their lids, are not designed for that distribution of pressure, and they're probably going to fail, aka explode.
This is going to take a while. I'm just going to do this one, and then we'll be back. Okay, that other one is sitting in a timeout in the corner and thinking about what it's done. It was so crystallized at the bottom that it wouldn't come out. So what we're actually doing, it's harmful to the honey, but we had to microwave it, okay? Because, well, we're trying to make a video today, not like tomorrow. So that one has some hot water sitting in it and it's going in the microwave. But what we're gonna do here, this is some pure American, I believe this is wildflower honey.
I think so.
Yep.
I know it's from Oregon.
It was sent by Jeremy Burke in Oregon, and there's just this much left in it, so we're going to use it up. It's not actually crystallized, it's just a remnant. There's just not much there, so I'm going to use it up.
It's leftover.
Leftovers. Pouring honey has to be the least exciting content you can put on YouTube. And then it's sticky, and it just goes everywhere, and like, see, I can't even get it to stop. Stop! It just goes to another side, because there's still too much coming out.
What are you trying to do?
Trying to stop so I can put hot water in this and just get everything out at once.
Okay.
And it's not working. There we go. See? Like that. I'm out of water.
Want some of this water in there?
Yeah, that should work. It's not hot, but it'll work. Maybe. The honey's still running through?
Yeah.
Wow, that's some thick honey. But to me, this is a great way to just use up leftover honey that you have and still make something that you might like. You can also just use the remnants to sweeten things. The problem is if you have to add water to get it out, now you're diluting. So it's not necessarily great for that unless you know you need to dilute. I'm making that face because the funnel's kind of full now.
Nope. Nope. Nope.
Ah, I wasn't gonna do it.
Give it to me.
All right, my hands are so sticky right now. Be back. Okay, so while this is still pouring in and we're still heating up the other one, I'm just gonna grab like a spoon or so of this honey liquid that we have here, not a lot. It's just honey water. And I'm putting that into the yeast. Just give it a little something to get started, because it didn't look like they're doing a whole lot yet, and I'm not ready to call it, so give them another chance. Okay, after some coaxing in the microwave, the jar is really, really hot. So I'm wearing a flame retardant glove because it was really hot. But it did mix up fully. Beautifully well, actually. So I'm just gonna dump this in. Got some lovely steam coming off this. It's also really warm, which means we're not pitching yeast yet, because if we pitch yeast now, we'll kill them. So I'm just gonna pour some water in here and make sure everything is really mixed up well, and that will also cool it off. And of course, I have to spill some. If your funnel sits perfectly like that, it's gonna create a lock, and it makes that happen. Not really a whole lot else going in here, except
Nutrients.
well, nutrients for one. So I'm going to add 10 grams of Fermade O. If you're wondering why we use 10 grams, it's because it works. If you're using any other nutrient but Fermade O, I would recommend using the manufacturer's suggestions or finding some online source to get the right amount, because there's no urea or diammonium phosphate in this. So basically you can use as much as you want. It doesn't hurt anything. I mean, you know, within reason. You don't want to like fill it halfway, because it's kind of not that appetizing. But 10 grams in a little bit of water. I'm gonna rinse out the funnel.
Do you want to put the next dry ingredient in? Because you'll have to rinse out the funnel then.
I'm gonna put in the next dry ingredient and then rinse out the funnel. So this is pretty simple, but we are gonna be adding wine tannin. If you don't wanna use wine tannin, the powdered stuff, which is basically just powdered oak extract, if you don't wanna use that, you can just use a cup of strong black tea. No worries there. The black tea of your choice. And if you want to use some tea that isn't black, like a green tea actually has quite a bit of tannins in it too, you can totally do that. If you want to use Earl Grey and have it taste like bergamot, sure. If you want to use some herbal tea, well, that's where I would say you're probably not going to get the tannic effect that you might want, so no.
Unless it's an herbal blend that has black and or green tea in it, then you should be fine.
I'm using a rounded ½ teaspoon of our powdered wine tannin. Why a rounded ½ teaspoon? Because that's how it came out of the jar. The lid doesn't let you do anything but a rounded teaspoon. So there we go. Now I gotta get all that in there. Getting kind of full. Okay, at this point, I wanna give this a really good mix.
Do you require the thumb saver bung?
I would like the thumb saver bung, yes.
All right, let's see if I can find it. I do not know where the thumb saver bung is currently.
So I'm using a regular bung. But it's
so
okay.
we are sacrificing Brian's thumb to
It's
the
not that big of a
brewing
deal.
gods.
It's mostly a joke. It's just, you know, when you put your thumb over the hole, after a while that can kind of hurt. That's all. That's it. It's not that big of a deal. And I'm aerating this. Somebody actually questioned whether you can actually add oxygen into something in a closed environment like this. And at first I was like, well, yeah, of course you can. Then I thought about what they were actually asking. We're not taking into account that there is air in here. That's air. So I'm trying to force some of that air into the brew. So yes, you absolutely can. Will you get a lot? I don't know. I mean, there's still air in there, so I don't know. But has it never failed us? I don't know. We don't get a whole lot of sulfide smells in our brews, so I guess we do okay. I mean, I don't have a proper answer for that question, you know? Damn it, Jim, I'm a brewer, not a scientist. That's the proper answer. I don't have anything better. Okay, so I checked the temperature off camera. It's 104 degrees Fahrenheit, which is something Celsius right here, which means we are safe to put in our yeast. You want to be under 120 degrees, because at 120 degrees, they die. Preferably, I like to be closer to 100 or below. Our yeast foamed up slightly. I think adding that little bit of honey helped them just a bit. They liked it.
Now this is the yeast that we bought from our local homebrew shop, so it isn't the one that traveled through Amazon.
Yeah, so we knew it was pretty good.
So yeah.
I'm gonna add just a touch more water, not a lot, or do I?
You're gonna add more mead, or more honey.
Eventually, but I wanna rinse out the funnel.
Okay.
So just a couple drops more water just to rinse out the funnel. And now, give it another mixy mix. By the way, everything that we used here was sanitized in.
They're red,
Because sanitization is like the first step. It's really important. I mean, you got to know what you're making first, so I guess that's really the first step. But after that, you want all your gear to be clean. Now, we're not talking See, it spits at you. We're not talking sterilized, we're talking sanitized. That's different. We're killing off most of the things that can cause an infection in your brew. Does sanitizing guarantee you won't get an infection?
No.
No. Does not sanitizing guarantee you will get an infection?
No.
No. It's sort of somewhere in between. It's called best practices. It's one of those, do the best you can in hopes that nothing bad happens. That's it. That's all there is to it. Now I'm going to take a specific gravity reading. This is our original gravity. This will tell me approximately where we're at. I honestly don't even have an estimate for this one. I had said off camera before we started I was shooting for like a 1.080 starting, but who knows? This could be 1.020 for all I know. It could be higher. It's apparently higher than that. So let's see, where are we? Let me get rid of some bubbles so I can verify that. Would you believe me if I said it was 1.078? 2 points away from where I had thought it might be, based on my estimate of all the honey that we had sitting around. It's always fun when that happens. I also have to write that down, don't I?
Yes, you do.
And I'm pouring the sample back in because some people don't, but I'm not some people. Due to the aforementioned sanitizing, this was clean.
Today's date is November 1st. Original
This
gravity.
is a crappy pen.
It's your Pilot G2.
Really? This is a crappy version of it. It's not mine. It's
Right.
a Pilot
Okay,
G2.
well, find your flag pen.
No, it's done now. I already wrote it. Okay, so what's left? Airlock. Right?
Right.
Can you just put that back in sanitizer?
Sure.
I had it sitting out. It's got honey all over it.
Sticky.
It's sticky. My hands are sticky again. So the yeast we used, in case we didn't mention it, was EC1118. It's an 18% champagne-style yeast. It's known to be a very strong fermenter. It, in my opinion, is not the greatest thing to make mead with, but it's this far away. Like, it's a good yeast, okay? Don't get me wrong. There are ones that I would prefer, but I wanted something that was really robust and really strong because I'm hoping that I can just keep adding remnants of honey to this and get this up to a pretty high number. That's the goal. It's a step feed, right? But anyway, what are we gonna do with this now?
We're gonna let it sit, and we're gonna let it sit on a tray with lips, so that way if it decides to explode out the airlock, they'll be caught in that tray and not all over my kitchen.
Now, for the first couple days, if it starts to get up in your airlock, all you have to do is clean out the airlock, replace it with either like a cheap spirits, like, Scoresby Scotch, or you can use mixed up sanitizer fluid. Don't use straight sanitizer fluid, mixed up stuff, if you had any laying around. We don't always have it laying around, so that's why we use Scoresby. But if it becomes too tiresome to do that all the time, you can just pull this airlock out of here and use a piece of tubing, run into a mason jar filled with either sanitizer fluid. I wouldn't put Scoresby in there. That's a waste of even that. And just plain old water, because the idea is you want the gases to come out, but you don't want bugs to get in. I don't think a bug's going to swim through an entire mason jar up the tube, and it's just not going to happen. So not as much of a worry. That's for the first few days. It's kind of cumbersome to keep around, so that's why I don't like to do it too much. But, hey, if you have to, you have to. It prevents too much loss, because what'll happen is if this gets clogged up, if you get too much stuff up in there, it will shoot up. I've seen pictures of airlocks stuck in ceilings, of eruptions like Mount Vesuvius style, of spray 10 feet in the air. So it's important. And please, no matter what you do, do not put a cap on this and tighten it down. Don't do that. Just don't. Get an airlock. If you've gone through this much trouble to make this mead so far, get a $3 airlock. Or use the tubing and jar trick. It's the same thing. There's still an airlock, technically. Okay, I'll get off the soapbox now, and we're going to put this on a lip tray. It's going to go in the fermentation station for probably a couple of weeks, and we'll be back to do the next step in about 2 seconds.
If you're one of those people that like to watch YouTube and yell at the people that are creating the videos for your pleasure, then welcome to our world, because you're probably like Brian. And what did we do when we made this step feed?
Oh, we screwed up.
We didn't leave room to step feed.
I was wondering where she was going with that. and, oh, yeah, now I know what you mean. But anyway, so the airlock has stopped. So we're going to take its first reading, too, and then we're going to rack the whole thing into there.
I will show you how to rack without actually racking. In a
No,
moment.
we're racking it. But it's, well, yeah, I guess it's not, because racking means
Yeah,
to...
yeah, see? We're racking without racking.
Sort of.
Uh-huh.
All right. Okay, okay. It's going to be one of those days, isn't it? So this is hazy. I'm going to bet it went totally dry. It was only a 1.078 to start, and it's been sitting for 7 days. Took exactly 7 days. I do smell the youngness already. It doesn't smell bad, just, you know, you can smell it.
It just smells young. It's a distinctive odor. If you get used to fermenting honey, you'll recognize it right away and realize it's no big, it's just what it does.
All right, so right now it is sitting at 0.994. Now we used EC1118 on this, has a potential of 18%. This is nowhere near 18%. I will figure it out in just a moment though. For now, I am actually going to start the process of moving it over. There's plenty of gas bubbles in this still, so I'm not overly concerned with oxidation. However, this is a slight risk. This is why you don't want to do it this way.
So what I mean by racking without racking is typically racking, the process of racking, is to remove the liquid from the sediment. But in this case, we actually want that sediment to be in our new fermentation station.
Because we don't want to have to rebuild our yeast colony over. So I am shaking this up in hopes of getting everything stirred up in there.
So you gotta kind of be vigorous with it.
But again, it's degassing at the same time. So this is a calculated risk type of situation, okay? That's why when I say you don't want to do it this way, what I meant is you don't want to start it here and then have to move it the whole fermentation. We don't really want to do this, but it's a case of we have to.
Right, because we want all of our least cake to be introduced back into the solution so that way it all gets into here.
Yep, and I think we're good. Plus, we are still going to be having an active fermentation. So oxygen isn't as big of a worry at this point. It's not really something to be super concerned about.
But we don't want to just dump it in there because then it will definitely oxygenate
Okay,
it.
everything's moving. Let's get going.
Let's go. Go, go, go.
Do it to it. Get that in there.
Put this down here.
I took off the cap.
Because we want it all.
Yep. I want to suck up everything. There's just no way to say this without sounding bad.
Such mega made to
Yeah.
suck.
Wow. That is exactly what we never said when we used to use the
Mega made acronym?
Yep.
Name? Whatever?
Yep, I always left it that. If you know, you know. And you just gave it away. We're going to lose our family.
We're sucking. That's what we're doing. That's exactly what we're doing. There's nothing
Inherently
wrongly
perverse?
implied there. This is the actual act.
We'll see in a minute. Some people are going to lose their minds right now. But I am going to pour this last bit of dregs in here because I don't want to lose anything. I want this to be as close to the day that we started it as it can be. Well, if we had started it in the Little Big Mouth Bubbler, I want it to be as close. You know what I mean.
So if you're watching this video and you haven't started this video and you want to follow along with this video,
Start in a Little Big Mouth Bubbler.
Yeah.
Or a larger container of some type. All right, but anyway, right now, let's find out. Wrong. I don't want the remote. I want my phone. So I can figure that out. Picked up the remote to stop the camera.
We don't want to do that.
I want to stop the camera. We're still talking to you guys. So right now we are at 1.078 starting gravity minus 0.994 gives us 0.084 for our used up spent stuff times 135 gives me 11.34% ABV already. So
which ain't too shabby.
yeah. Here's something else I want to do. We're going to use a little bit more math here. If I know that a pound of honey, which we should have about a gallon, so a pound of honey, 0.035, if that was all used up completely, should give me about 4.7% more. Okay, that only brings this to 16%. So we have a little bit of a quandary now. Do we put in the full pound, or do we put in like half to 3/4 of a pound? And let the yeast acclimate as it goes. And here's why I'm saying this. If I put in the full pound now and just bump it up to 16%, we're not likely to get much further. But if I do half a pound now and bump it up to like 13 or 14%, those yeast are going to build up their tolerance, and their tolerance does go up. Their alcohol tolerance does start to go up as you continue doing that. So we could potentially go further. That is the theory. Yes, that is absolutely the theory. So let's go with half a pound of honey today. Using the heavy duty scale, holds up to 50 pounds. Now, this is supposed to be leftover, but, well, this is leftover. We just have a little bit here. It's not quite enough to make a brew with.
And the reason why we're using this rather than our true leftover is our leftovers are crystallized still. So we can't do the hot water trick because then we won't have the right weight.
Right, then we're diluting it. So 227 grams, please. Okay, we got 228 grams. Sorry, that's just the way it's going to be. Now I gotta wash my hands. Okay, now that our honey's in, I want to mix this up. And it's okay if I'm a little bit rough. I don't want to be too rough, though. I do want to just mix it through. I don't think, like I said before, I think it's still degassing so much that I don't think we're going to be able to oxidize this. Plus, it's technically now a primary fermentation again. So a little oxygen ain't so bad.
Well, yeah.
But you want to be careful.
Yeah.
I don't want to go, you know, spraying air into there or anything like that.
We have alcohol present, so you don't want to oxygenate.
We're also in the probably not going to make vinegar zone, so...
Just over the cusp.
For a day or two until this kicks up again.
True.
Now, I know one thing. Even if it doesn't get mixed in fully, the yeast will get to it. We've actually done that before. Yeah. We did a no-mix mead, and it worked just fine. It actually came out tasting really, really good. But in this case, I want to take readings so we can be a little bit more accurate. I want to give you a close approximation of what our utmost ABV could be. Now, half pound of honey should be something like 17 points-ish. So added to the 0.994, that should give us like 1.010 to 1.012 right now, which should ferment out pretty quick. But I'm going to take a reading and get a check on that. Reading. I know we take a lot of readings around here, but it's important. It's also, we do more readings because we want to show you guys what's happening. If we were doing this for ourselves, we might not take quite as many, but still a good idea. I mean, a step feed, you really don't need to take them as long as it's going dry. It doesn't really matter if you don't care how much alcohol you're making. All right, our honey's a little bit stronger than the average bear. 1.020. That's interesting.
You want to tilt it? Or?
Tilt it a little bit. That way when I pour, it doesn't, see, no noise.
And that's one of our tricks for limiting oxidization when adding liquids back in, is to tilt it slightly towards where you're pouring in, and that limits the oxygen going into the liquid.
Trying to spin it in between your talking. All right, I'll hold it. You spin it.
You ready?
Yep. All right, that's on there. That's on there good. Okay, so what are we going to do with this now?
We're going to let it sit.
Give it another week. We'll wait till that kicks up fermentation again, and then wait till it stops fermentation again. It's going to be a week, maybe two for us, but it might be like, 2 seconds for you. All right, so it's been another week, 7 days exactly. And last time it went dry, so we added half pound of honey, brought it up to 1.020, see what it did. Unfortunately, the week went by and I didn't look at this. So I don't know if it did anything. I have no idea. That's how you want to be as a brewer, where you kind of forget that you did something. Not in a bad way, just, you forget, I have something brewing. This is very nice and clear. Is that floating? Nope. That's what you want in a step feed, though. You want it to keep going dry. Because every time it goes dry, that means the yeast can do more, okay? So this went to, 0.996. See, normally I don't just dump it right back in, because you see all that? Yep.
But we're going to be feeding it, so those yeast need to be doing their thing, so it's okay that they've been stirred up.
Now, I just want to do a quick little bit of math for you, because a lot of people ask, how do you calculate ABV for a step feed? And at this point, it's got 2 feeds, so we can do this. It's very, very simple in theory, but there's multiple steps. Basically, we have a primary and a finish, and then another primary and a finish, if you look at it from that perspective. So we have our first gravity reading of 1.078. We have our first final gravity reading of 0.994. And we have our second original gravity reading of 1.020 and our second final gravity of 0.996. You just subtract all of those from each other. So like 1.078 minus 0.994 is 0.084. Now I know 1.020 minus 0.996 is 0.024. So I'm just going to add 0.024, and we get 0.108 times 135, our coefficient of choice for calculating alcohol, and we get 14.58% ABV so far. But we're not done.
Now we need a scale.
Yep, and we need some honey. Honey.
Okay, so we got our honey on our scale. Or what am I saying? Okay, so we got our mead on our scale.
And I have here some leftover honey. I don't know how much is in there. It's from Jeremy Burke from Oregon. He sent us this. I think this is, I don't know. The label is gone.
It might have been blackberry. Yeah, it was blackberry.
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 Oh, this is blackberry honey. So this goes perfectly with the theme. Now, you might be tempted to try to rinse this out with water.
Is this what you wanted for this?
Yeah, it's
okay.
fine. You might be tempted to try to rinse this out with water to get more of the honey out. Here's the problem with that. Now you'd be diluting your mead, making the step feed take that much longer. What am I doing wrong?
I'm just holding it so you can talk.
Oh, okay. We're going to put in about half a pound, which is like 8 ounces. Just to give it a little bit more and a little bit more. Basically, I think I mentioned this in an earlier part of this video. I never put in more than I would be happy with sweetening to. So in other words, this is like a 15% or 14% mead. I know I can drink this at a 1.020 and it won't be too sweet for me. If I was fine with 1.030, then I can add enough honey to bring it there. That way, that's the worst case scenario, right? So if I know 1.020 is pretty much, yeah, that's about as high as I'm comfortable with going sweet, then I'm gonna add enough honey to get it there, which is about half a pound. So if I keep going that way I will never be disappointed, okay? Meaning worst case scenario, this stops and it doesn't ferment anymore. I have 1.020. It's sweet enough for me, it's good. If this ferments out, I can just add more honey. Make sense? I hope it makes sense. I probably talked in circles there. Okay, we have 2.6 ounces so far. That's nowhere near enough. Need more honey. Looking for 8 ounces altogether. I'm gonna beat you. I'll get there first. 8 ounces. Now I gotta wash my finger. All right, so now using a sanitized mixing device, I am going to stir this up. Now, when you do this, you want to be careful that you don't introduce more oxygen than is necessary. I don't degas these, okay? So there is still gas buildup inside this on purpose. That way we have a little bit of a safety net for oxygenation. People ask about oxygenation all the time. Yes, it is something to be aware of. However, it's not something to be scared of. Just do your thing, do the best you can. You're not likely to oxidize. I will tell you that right now.
So when you're stirring, you're trying to limit the breaking of the surface at the top and maximizing the movement at the bottom. So if you angle your paddle kind of like that, then, you know, it'll do that. Words and things.
Yes. And again, you don't have to mix this up. I just want to so I can get a reading on it. Because technically speaking, it's going to ferment anyway, or it's not going to ferment anyway, one or the other. But if you know how much you put in, you can kind of estimate, but I'd rather take the reading, and that way I can show you exactly what we did. So far, this is going pretty good though. This is kind of like the textbook version of a step feed. I like the fact that we're just using random honeys that we have laying around. And honestly, some of it's like, okay, we have a lot of crystallized honey. Yeah, I can't use that now. We can start out with that, but you can't use that once it's already started. So one of these days, we're just gonna take all that crystallized honey, put it into one jar and melt it all down and then use it in something. Do another swila. Stuff we had lying around.
That was
a wine.
Swila was a wine, yeah.
Might have to do a swila mead. This is sort of a swila mead.
Yeah.
But not exactly, it's close. I'm just gonna wait for 10 seconds. That way anything that's heavier than the liquid will drop to the bottom. Oh no. All right, we are mixed up.
Good to go.
That means take another reading. By the way, we do sanitize all this stuff. That's come up a couple times where people were asking. We sanitize everything. Just because you don't see us do it doesn't mean it didn't happen. There's a thing called editing, because it would be so boring to watch me sit here and check my phone while Derica sanitizes stuff. You know, that's just not a lot of fun to watch. And if you say it is, I'm sorry, it's not happening. It's looking like 1.018. Again, like I said earlier, if it didn't ferment anymore and it ended at 1.018, it would be stable. See, like that cut right there where she just threw that in? You didn't have to see that, right? It would be stable, but it would be semi-sweet, and I would be okay with it being done at that stage. That's the critical thing. That's why I don't want to add too much more, because also too much more can shock the yeast and stop them altogether. So it's best to do small increments. Like next time, we're probably not going to add half a pound. We're probably going to add a quarter pound next time. Just go little by little until we get to where we want to be. Apparently there's somebody at the front door. Label goes back on. I have my notes.
Mead goes back into the fermentation station, and we'll see you next time for the next check.
In about 2 seconds. It has been 6 more days. Call it a week. It was at 1.018 when we last left it, with a half pound of honey added. It still smells like mead. I don't smell anything untoward. Everything about it smells right. So let's give it a reading. I didn't notice a lot of activity, so I don't know that this actually completed.
But it does have a nice layer of tiny bubbles, and I see ever so slightly occasional bubbles coming
okay,
up.
well, maybe it's still sort of percolating.
So it might just be slow.
Well, if it seems to have stopped, we'll probably just give it more time to sit. Rather than add more honey this time. Can always add more later.
Yeah.
It's not clearing at all.
Yeah.
That's usually not a great sign of fermentation having occurred or finished.
See all the gas in
Oh
there?
yeah, it's pretty gassy. It definitely fermented some. 1.004 is where it's at right now. What I'd like to do is just pour this back in, give it another week, and see what happens. If it continues to go down, then we might add like just a little bit more honey and see if we can get it to keep going.
Once you put that in there, do you want to give it a bit of a swirl?
I'm totally going to give it a bit of a swirl.
It seems extra gassy.
It's very gassy, and that could actually prevent fermentation too. I just want to pour this kind of careful.
Do you want me to tilt?
Nope.
Okay.
I have mastered the art of the straight pour without making noise. I'm barely breaking until the end. Shh.
Yeah, see?
Didn't hear that. One other thing I want to do though before we put this on the shelf is I just want to give a running tally of how much alcohol we've made so far, because you know it's a sack mead. It's meant to be up there. I'm a little disappointed if it's stalled, or well, not stalled. If
I think
it's
it's
stopped.
just slowed. I don't think it's...
I can't seem to find the threads.
I know, you were akimbo.
What I want to do is calculate where we're at for our alcohol percentage at this point in time, and we're going to just take it from the top. So we have 1.078 minus 0.994. That gives us 0.084, or 84 points of gravity used up. Then our second addition, not first addition, but second bout of fermentation, if you will, we added a half pound of honey, and that brought it up to 1.020, and that finished at 0.996, giving us 0.024 gravity used up, or 24 points, however you like to think of it. And then our third bout, which we just tested today, we brought it up to 1.018 with another half pound of honey, and it ended at 1.004, 0.014 specific gravity, or 14 points of gravity. So now I add those numbers up. I know this is a lot of math. It's hard for me to say it all. You know how many takes it took for me to get here? Okay, we've used 122 points, or 0.122, times 135 gives us 16.47%. Because we used EC 1118 makes me think we still have a ways to go. But this is kind of slowing down, so I don't know.
Even that said, the 16.47% is an approximation because we constantly are adding honey.
Yeah, we are changing the volume, so it's around 16%-ish. That's the best we got. By the way, I'm doing this to degas as well as get everything all shook up. This is not oxygenating.
But the reason why we took the airlock off is if you saw, it just started erupting because there was lots of gas in there.
I'm getting bubbles on my fingers in the top here as I was doing that. That's how bubbly this is. And now I just want to give it a little more to make sure.
That's still...
Oh, yeah.
Need to do.
I just like to.
You do.
It's
you really
fun.
Do.
If you're not having fun at what you're doing, you should be doing something else. So we're going to do it again. That's just crazy. Now, I will probably degas this a few more times over the next couple hours and the next couple of days, just to make sure that it has all the benefit that it can possibly have. Some people might say, oh, you should add nutrients at this point. That's not a great idea. Nutrients past a certain point really don't help, and they can actually end up flavoring it a little bit. So
we
it's not
already
something you want to do.
have 10 grams of fermented O in here. I
they
really don't
didn't-
want to add more.
If they used all that up, that's on them.
The most I would be happy with doing is maybe adding some yeast hulls.
If we feel the need, but I don't think we
I don't
really.
feel it's necessary at all.
Look at the...
No.
It's super gassy. Now, I've seen where gas can sometimes alter the reading, so there could be that involved, but also that much gas in there could prohibit further fermentation. So we'll just give it the best chance we got, put it back on the shelf, and see in about 2 seconds.
Yeah.
It's been 7 days. That airlock, I don't know that it moved all that much, but let's take a check on it anyway.
All right, so there's a couple of things that we look at
Put that on there good, didn't we?
when we are doing fermentations that are visual cues onto whether a fermentation is done or not. One of them is the bubbles in the airlock. That doesn't mean anything. It just means something has happened at some point. Other than that, not much to go on.
Oh, that's right. This is the one that's honey, yeast, fermento, water, wine tannin.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Smells like a mead.
Smells like a mead. So we weren't seeing much bubble activity. We're looking carefully at the sides. I don't see any of the telltale signs of little bubbles coming up the side, which is
Be
another
honest, I just
sign.
kind of put this in the fermentation station and let it do its thing.
But there's something that I'm noticing visually about this that is making me go,
What's that?
and that's that it's not really clearing.
No, it's got a haze.
It's seriously hazy. So what does that mean from my knowledge? Apparently it means Jack, put your explicitive of choice there. But normally
It blew through it.
it means that it's not, never mind. I'm just going to stop talking now because
I was under the assumption that this was going to be done. 1.000. Like, totally dry. Now, it had been going to 996 and 994, so it's getting closer.
It's
You can tell.
slowing down. So at this stage, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead with another honey addition because this is our step feed, but we're probably going to reduce the amount because it is slowing down. And
I've been adding a ½ pound, I think a ¼ pound.
Yeah.
Now, my rule of thumb, though, is you never want to add more than what you can tolerate in sweetness level. So a ¼ pound is something like 1.008 gravity-ish. I think we can actually go more. Like, usually I like meads around a 1.020. So
Okay.
I think a ½ pound is still
A
appropriate.
half pound of soup. Okay.
Now, this is where the choice has to get made. We are at a point with the yeast that it's up there, okay? It's made a decent amount of alcohol.
Do we know what that is now?
I can check that in just a second. And that's where that turning point matters, because if I put in a ½ pound right now, it's possible we're so close that it's going to stress the yeast and it won't go any further. But if I only put in a ¼ pound, it might actually burn through it all. So you have to be careful. It's kind of like if you're in a very congested area and you leave earlier, you can actually get there later. And then if you leave later, you can get there before. Yeah, let me figure out the alcohol.
All right, we're not going to do all the math this time
No, because
because
I'm at 16.47% from last time.
we've done it multiple times
Yep.
through this video.
So we added honey to, we didn't write down the last time. I didn't write down what my number was last time.
Do we need to go look at the
I need to go check the old footage and find out what my number was. I'll be right back.
Pardon.
So after checking the footage, it turns out that we didn't actually add any honey last time around. And see, here's the thing. That's just a weird thing. I didn't have it in my notes, and it wasn't in my notes because we didn't do it.
Right. So before now, we were at 1.004, and now we're at 1.000.
But what are we looking at now?
Now is now.
But
Then,
what was before?
that was then.
Yeah. Welcome to our life. This is what it's like.
So we have made a consensus. We are going to go ahead and add some honey, but we're only going to add
1/4 of a pound, 4 ounces.
why?
About 112 grams.
Because we know we're going to probably want to back sweeten this anyway. So if it doesn't ferment anymore, we're probably still going to be okay. But if it does continue to ferment, as it seems to be slowing down and doing so, we will be continuing our step feed. So it's a win-win.
Yeah.
Oh, you got to take the lid off.
Helps to take the cap off. Kind of like with photography.
Yeah.
This is a heavily crystallized honey. It's probably going to take a while to get.
This one doesn't time out, does it?
Yes, it does.
Oh.
I will figure it out.
Do you want me to?
Nope, we're good. Okay, this one's too crystallized. I give up. Go back to the old standby. Good old Kirkland Costco honey. Whoa. Careful. Don't need that much. So we got our 4 ounces of honey added.
Let's take a note.
Yeah. Notes.
You need a stirring paddle.
I need a stirring paddle, please. She wasn't prepared for that. Proper paddle preparation is important.
Paddle.
Paddle prepared. It's like mischief managed.
Yes.
It did get a couple of big bubbles on the surface a few days ago, which I thought was a little strange, but they seem to have diminished. So something was going on. It did go down 4 more points. So obviously, you know, a little bit of activity.
Do we need to take another gravity reading?
Oh
right?
yeah,
Okay.
I gotta know what it's at.
Oh, we got all our stuff. Okay, good. Phew.
But it's only a 1/4 pound, but it was sort of crystallized.
I wanted
So
to make sure my job was done.
I don't know that this is gonna mix in well.
Yeah, I see a blob.
It's
but
clumpy.
I don't know if that's. I'm assuming that's honey.
It's honey. Remember, this was
The super crystallized.
super crystallized. I got like 1.3 or 1.5 ounces of the crystallized stuff out before I just said no. It was just too much.
So ideally, we would want to lightly warm the crystallized vessel so that way they would liquefy. That's the word. But even though we know that's what we're supposed to do,
Ain't nobody got time for that.
we don't ever seem to do that.
We just need to like get a big vat of hot water and just leave all of our honey in it. We have like 7 or 8 various.
I finished one. I use it for tea, so I like scrape it out, and then when I just have the leave-ins, I just pour the hot water for my tea in the honey vessel and then swirl it around and dump that into my tea.
By the way, before anybody freaks out, just like we always say, I'm trying not to oxidize this. I'm being careful, but I do see like little bits of brown, which is the honey, every now and then.
So we need that to be dissolved and distributed evenly. Otherwise,
Just for a reading.
our reading's not going to be accurate. So,
But it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. It's just, you know, to get a semi-accurate reading. I'm calling it. This is taking too much time.
all right.
Sometimes the honey like that just doesn't mix well.
And our
Please don't get to
ABV final adjustment is going to be an estimate at best, so we're not overly concerned about it.
Yeah, so we were at 1.000. I expected to only get like 8 points out of that, and I actually got 10. So 1.010. So my point is, if it doesn't ferment anymore at all, 1.010 is sweetened. Okay, and it's stable sweetened. That's the thing. This doesn't need pasteurization. This doesn't need fortification. This isn't a third way to go without having to stabilize.
So what are we going to do now? We're going to let this sit. I'm just answering the questions that I knew were coming. But we want this to either continue fermenting,
Or
as
do nothing.
what our hope was, or do absolutely nothing.
Because if it only goes down a couple of points, I gotta let it sit another week after that to
fine.
see, you know, and it's just, it gets old.
But there are some concerns that I have now that are something we can work with.
What are your concerns?
The clarity,
Oh, it'll clear.
or lack thereof.
It'll clear. We have other things, other methods that we have not really played around with much on the channel to clear brew.
So
And
this may
might
be
the
an
one
opportunity to
try.
utilize those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Talking about bentonite.
All right. So see you in a couple of seconds, which will be a week for us.
It's been sitting for a week. Notice that airlock? See, it's just kind of like that, but it's not moving. I don't see any bubbles. So guess what we're gonna do? We're gonna take a reading. Okay, smelling it, it smells like a young mead still. It doesn't smell untoward. There's no weirdness. There's no, you know, eyeballs looking back at me. It didn't blink when I looked into the fermenter, okay? 1.006, which means it went down 4 points in the week, okay? it's getting close to the end here. I think what we're gonna do is just put it back in, let it go another week, see what happens. We were at 16.47% alcohol before the last edition. The last edition only burned through 4 points, so 0.004 times 135 is 0.54 plus 16.47 gives us 17%, 17.01 according to my calculations, which means we're at about 17% alcohol, which is still lower than the ABV tolerance of EC1118. And I always find this interesting. We have yet to see EC1118 actually get to 18%.
Yeah.
I don't think we've ever actually had it happen. I see people all the time that say, oh, I get 20% on EC. Okay, I don't know if it's environment differences or things like that, but we've not had it. I think we've had 71B go to 17.5.
Yeah.
We're going to give it some more time.
At this point, do you want to risk giving it a gentle swirl just to see how much
Oh yeah,
gas might be trapped in there?
Quite a bit. So here's what I'm going to do. Swirling can often help to get things moving again, but it also degasses. Degassing can actually help things ferment. I took the airlock out for a reason. I would have exploded it because I'm not shaking, I'm stirring. See this? Swirling. So what's happening is all that CO2 is coming out, forcing, there's probably a jet coming out of this. Like, I don't know if you can feel it. No, you can't, obviously. But it's pushing all the air out that hole. And this could probably be done for like 20 minutes if I really wanted to.
Now, there are many other methods of degassing. This is just the down and dirty,
simplest most efficient
way.
When it's still in the fermenter.
But as you can see, the pressure in the airlock, it's still pushing gas out, and it should be bubbling
See?
like that.
See those on top? That's why I didn't want it to...
But we wanted to do that after putting the airlock on, just to hope to limit oxygenation.
So what are we going to do now?
We're gonna let it sit.
See you in a week. Okay, it's been 9 more days. The airlock was not showing any activity. I don't really think it did any activity at all. It was not activitous.
It wasn't active.
It had no activity. It did nothing. So let's just take a reading and see where we're at. It smells like mead. I'm going to say it hasn't moved, 1.006. So it's done, basically. It's just not going to move anymore. So here's our options. We can leave it for another week. It's stable at 1.006 twice right now.
Sure.
Or we can rack it. What do you think we should do?
I don't know.
Well, I need to know before I pour this back in.
Sure. What are your thoughts? Do you think we should just go ahead and rack it? I mean, we did our double check.
I mean, right now, we know it's at about 18%, 17.8%. We used DC1118. That's about as much as we can expect from it. What are we going to do? Could we try to get it to go a little further? Maybe. But yeah, let's leave it. I'm just going to pour the sample back in. Let's let this clear some more before we rack it.
That's probably a good idea.
Yeah, because... Again, proving there's no reason to rush. Plus, who knows? Maybe it will knock out a couple more points over time.
Can we tilt it or?
No. Okay. Well, yeah, because I don't want to oxidize. But this is one of those examples of you don't necessarily have to rack it right away. Did that just pop on me?
It did.
Nope, it's on.
Okay.
Okay. And I just want to swirl. So yeah, you don't have to rack it right away. We can leave it in here for months before we do anything with it. There's a lot of gas in there. That could be preventing it from going a little further.
Yeah, I did notice when you are putting the liquid in the test tube.
It was gassy.
It was gassy.
Okay, let's do it this way. Take that off, and I'm just gonna... Best thing that I can do with this right now is just keep doing that until there's none left. Like until there's almost none. Because I do have a bit of headroom here. I don't want to completely degas. I'd like it to stay with a little bit of CO2 in there. But that's a lot. And that's probably why it's not going fully dry. But it's okay. I'll do that off camera. It goes back on the shelf for another week.
We'll see you then.
We left this for a few weeks to settle out and see if it was really going to go through those last 6 points. We loosened the lid early. So let's take a reading and find out just to make sure, because it was at 1.006. That means it wasn't quite done, but it might have just given up and passed the tolerance of what that yeast could really do, and that's the end. Looks like 1.004 to me, so I'm gonna write that down. So what are we gonna do with this now?
We're going to rack it.
Yep, we're gonna rack it over to another 1 gallon, and we're gonna put it on the shelf and let it sit some more. All right, so I have my sample going into this carefully, because if I pour it into there, I'm gonna disturb all the lees and make racking kind of pointless.
So for our normal racking procedure, we put our destination lower than our source. We get out our
Auto siphon and tubing. I'm leaving the cap on. There's a lot of lees in the bottom here. I don't want it in my bottle, but this is why we do the racking procedure the way we do. That way, any lees that gets in there, it's gonna sit for a week or two and fall out before we move on to the next step. We have a dedicated racking video on how to do this, but you just saw it. That's pretty much what you do. Pretty decent amount of headspace there, which means not too much. And we're just gonna put the airlock and bung back on it. Our notes. Now what are we gonna do with it?
We're going to let it sit.
Give it another week or two. We'll be back to show you. Okay, it's been sitting for 2 weeks. It's time to rack this and do our adjustment tasting on it. So racking, you've seen this before. We're gonna move it from here to here. Time for a taste. When we last checked it, it was 1.004, so it had a little bit of residual sweetness left. It's the tiniest bit of haze. Good color. Smells nice. Remember, this is just a bunch of different honeys put together. You taste it. That's why I gave it to you. Ladies first and all. Being a gentleman. It smells very honey forward. Tastes like a kind of a light white wine.
There's honey in the afternoon in particular.
Now, some people have said that they'd like to see us do more with balancing flavors. This is sort of a traditional mead at this point. So, in true traditional, which we don't really care about such things because we're not competitors, you can't really add a lot of things. So, we're going to throw those rules out the window, and we're going to add whatever we feel like adding to make this taste better.
Well, first of all, I need a lot more honey.
It does need a lot more honey.
It's got that, like, almost bitter, but not bitter. Like, bitter's not the right word.
This isn't very old. I mean, we started this November 1st.
I'm feeling the tannin. I don't think it needs more tannin. We added wine tannin initially, and I think it did its job.
It needs acid.
It does need acid.
It needs brightness and it needs sweetness. So let's start with sweetness, and then we'll add some brightness, and we'll alter that.
We're just going to do gravity reading sweetness adjustments.
Yeah,
right? Okay.
yeah. We like to use the gravity reading at the end rather than the amount added. If you have a different amount of alcohol, it does alter it slightly, but you're probably not going to be more than a point or two away from what we did. If you are, then know that you're not going to get the same thing we did anyway.
And even though we say, well, this is what our gravity reading is, we really try to urge, and maybe it's not coming across, we want you to sweeten it to your preference.
Yes. This is your mead, not ours. Sweeten it to your tastes.
The ending really doesn't matter what ours is what tastes good to you. Sweeten it to there.
Yep. And I put in a pretty decent amount to start with because we both kind of had the feeling like, this needs to be a lot sweeter. Come on, stop. Stop.
It's got a gloopy.
It's got a bubble.
You got me. Oh, Elizabeth, I'm coming for you.
Who's Elizabeth?
Isn't that what he says?
I don't know. What are you talking about?
Oh, golly, you don't get that reference?
I've heard it. I don't know what it's from. I need a mixation device. So when you're doing the sweeten to taste method, it's very important to mix it up thoroughly. Now, something we hadn't considered. Off camera, we were like, oh, we have to plan this out because we have to pasteurize this. No, we don't. This was a step feed.
Oh, this is a step feed.
This is stable. Instead, what we're going to do is we're going to leave it in the bottle under airlock when we're done.
Just in case.
We'll talk about that later.
I totally forgot about that. Beautiful.
Yeah, me too.
Yay!
That's an advantage to going beyond the tolerance of the yeast. There's a few ways to make a stable brew. One of them is pasteurization, another one is exceeding the tolerance of the yeast, and another one is chemical stabilization.
And you might say, well, what about fortification? Well, fortification
Actually, that is too.
Is exceeding the tolerance of the yeast, though.
Well, yeah,
it's a
different way of doing it, but fortification is, So I was right, there's 3 ways. Actually, there's probably more.
Yeah.
A little more honey smell. I didn't put a lot in.
It's better. Still got some ways to go, but it's better.
You want that sweeter? I think it needs the acid now.
Let's do the acid. And can we use acid blend since it's right here?
Yeah, we're going to use acid blend.
A citric.
I was considering using lemon juice to do this one.
Yeah. But it's behind all our gear.
Yeah, it's in the fridge and it's behind all our gear. Acid blend is really just, obviously it's a processed product, but it is really just the acids in powder form. We use it honestly like all the time. It's very convenient. But if you wanted to, you could just use lemon juice to bring the brightness up. It's going to add a little bit of a lemony flavor as well. However,
The measuring device.
question always arises, how much do you use? Because if you listen to what this says, 1 teaspoon per gallon increases acidity by 0.1%. What does that mean? Well, I'm actually not an expert in this kind of thing, and I know that pH changes logarithmically. It's not a sliding scale. It's like a curve. From past experience, though, when we've needed quite a bit more acid, I've used a full teaspoon, so I'm using a full teaspoon. I know I used to do a half teaspoon and then another half teaspoon. I think the full might be enough. We might even need more. And now, let me explain some of the balancing that we're doing. Tannin, sweetness, and acidity are the 3 basics. There's a lot more flavor components. There's a lot more compounds that can alter flavors. But in a very basic sense, those 3 are the things that you really want to aim for most. So we have the tannic quality going for it because we added tannins to this. Yep, we put wine tannin in this. We could have used tea if we wanted to. So we have the tannic quality. That's coming through fine. Now we got the sweetness higher. It might not be there yet, but it's close. Now I want to get that brightness level, the acidity level, the bite of it closer to see, does it need more sweetness or not? This is part of the fun of homebrewing for me, this is the mad scientist part. This is where you get to put your own personal bias into that brew. This is where you fine tune it to taste the way you want it to. That is pretty good. I think it needs a little more brightness though. Just a touch more acidity. You see the difference though? I'm gonna go another half teaspoon. I'm gonna eyeball a half teaspoon.
Yeah, that helped it a lot.
Yeah, it's amazing how you can take a kind of a meh brew with a little bit of acidity, brighten that right up. It's just like in cooking, if you add lemon juice to a dish, it brightens it up. It can make those flavors pop even more. And that's what I'm getting. The florals of the honeys are now popping a lot more than they were before. And that, that's what a mead is about. It's about that floralness of the honey, the slight astringency of the honey, the tanginess, and the sweetness. All those things play a part. That said, if you don't want to do these things, don't. This is fine just the way it was. You could have put it in a bottle, let it sit for a year, and drink it in a year. Or drink it right away if you like it. I don't even think it needs more sweetness now.
That is amazing. To be honest, I really wasn't digging this. I was like, yeah. Now I'm like, I could totally drink this.
Yep. Now, I want to put this back into a fermenter. We're going to put an airlock on it. We're going to let it sit for a while. Make sure it doesn't ferment any further, but I do need to take a hydrometer reading for you. We are going to give you a hydrometer reading on this now so that we can tell you, where to aim for, basically.
Oh, Brian is doing this. I want to just talk a little bit more about balance and what we did here and how that would differ on a different brew. Now, this was basically, as Brian said, a traditional. It was mostly just honey. That's
Mostly.
So we didn't have a lot of other things going on. We knew that honey is naturally slightly acidic, but as far as the flavor profile goes, it doesn't come across acidic on the palate. So the brightness and the things that were missing, the bitterness getting in the way of the sweetness, and all those adjustments were based on this particular brew. So adding the acid blend to this really truly improved it. It brought it to a place that really was unpleasant for me to a very enjoyable place. And it was just a teaspoon and a half in addition in this entire pitcher. So that should tell you something about that. Now, if this was a mellow, say with an acidic fruit, such as cranberry, then it probably wouldn't need the acid blend. In fact, it might have even needed to be adjusted to be less acidic for the yeast to ferment it in the first place.
That's true.
These are things you need to take in consideration when you're going to the finishing stage where we're at right now with this brew, with whatever brew you're working with, is that not all things are equal. Everything is different based on the ingredients of your brew.
By the way, we sweetened this to 1.012, so it's considered a mildly sweet. In our general experience, it's mildly sweet.
Did you take a note or?
I took a note.
You took a note. Excellent. Did you add the acid blend?
I did.
Excellent.
So we left it for like 3 weeks. Why? Because, well, there's just no rush. We wanted to let it clear out, settle, do its thing, maybe a little touch of age. 3 weeks isn't much, but it's better than nothing. And no, we're going to give it a score after we take a taste. Gotta taste it before you can give the score.
That's usually how that works.
Yeah, I mean, I can guess, but it's not necessarily going to be what we want it to be. It's got the slightest bit of haze. And when I describe that, I'm just doing it to describe it. It's not really a judgment call of any kind because that amount of haze means nothing. Some people might get offended by it, but
We don't.
yeah, if you handed this to somebody and they got offended by that haze, you know what? Take it back and don't give them any more. The color is beautiful.
Yeah, it's the typical goldenrod of mead, and that makes me happy because that's what I expect when I'm drinking a mead.
Yeah.
And as this is basically just honey,
Honey.
then that's a good color for it.
It's made from honey.
The aroma is far more complex than I was anticipating.
Yeah, we did some finagling with this one.
Yep, yep.
We added honey to it, and I have notes right here. And we did a little bit of acid blend in this one. Now, there's also wine tannin added in the beginning. Not a lot of wine tannin.
I feel like I'm getting the acid blend on the aroma. Are you? Do you?
I don't know that it's really acidic. Definitely floral and honey, though. Like, this is, and this
Right.
was all different
This
kinds
just
of honey.
rando.
This leftover honey is what this is.
Yeah.
Honestly, for just a thrown together thing, this actually smells really good. It's a very enjoyable smell. I would say one of the better.
I'm getting earthy
smelling meats.
notes. I'm getting lemony notes. I'm getting floral notes. I'm getting honey notes.
Could the acids maybe be aspirating some of the
Yeah, I think so.
aromas into your nose? Into your nose holes.
My nose holes.
All right, I'm going in.
I feel violated somehow.
That is like thick, mouth-filling. And you're right, the kind of the lemony thing.
Ooh.
There's a very citrusy lemony thing
like
going
it.
on. Oh yeah.
I like it right up front. It's like honey, but it's not, like Brian said, it was thick, but to me it's not that syrupy
Oh no,
cloying.
it's not syrup. It's
It
mouth-filling.
It's mouth-filling, yes, absolutely. But right after that, boom, honey shot, I started getting the lemony notes and
A little bit of a bite from the acid blend.
a touch of other citrus as well.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say all the ones that are coming to mind.
No, I'm just going to say citrus in general.
Those of you who've seen many of our videos probably
She's
know
talking
what
about
I'm
grapefruit.
referring to.
I don't get a direct grapefruit. I get a very, very slight hint of grapefruit. I'm getting more lemon orange, even almost a lime kind of thing. But there's a bit of a floral note in the aroma.
It's like
doesn't
that-
really come through in the taste.
That citrus tree where they like graft all the
Yeah.
citrus on one tree. That's what it's like in a glass with honey.
Yeah, it has just, honestly, I think adding the acid blend really changed this. It has just
And
enough.
we noticed that right when we were doing
Yes.
that.
Yep. It took
That-
this from a
It took it from
to
like
a
a-
whoa.
Yeah. And now that it's had that time to sit, it's a nice beverage.
Yeah, it's really interesting because you're getting the full honey flavors and then that kind of acidic little backbone to it. Really gives it some character.
Yeah. Yeah.
Love that.
I could see enjoying this on its own and enjoying the experience of it because it does have all those different layers and nuances.
Right.
I can see pairing this with food, pretty much full spectrum of food. I can see drinking this chilled after doing yard work.
Yeah.
Those
I mean,
are
it's-
like my three categories that normally come to mind when
This is like a semi-sweet. It's not.
yeah.
It's not a dessert. It
Nope.
could be drank with food, no problem. Like you said,
Yep.
And basically, it's an anytime mead.
It is an anytime
Now,
mead.
the one thing that I'd like to say is this is 16%. Okay, I'm assuming it's about 16 because we did dilute it a little bit with the honey, so it was like 16.5 or so. But diluted with the honey, I'm gonna say 16%. That is a little surprising.
The alcohol percentage is not being read in the experience.
Oh, actually, you know what we need to do? We need to make sure that it didn't ferment more.
Oh, right.
Yeah, we never did that. So grab me the hydrometer. Let's do that. If you're wondering what I'm talking about, because this was a step feed, we fed it until it stopped. And then we fed it some more to make it a little bit sweet. But we didn't do any sort of stabilization. We didn't do any pasteurizing or anything like that.
Right.
So I want to make sure that it didn't actually ferment some of that.
Because we did add more honey, which is a fermentable sugar, after we were done fermenting, because that was our flavor addition.
Nope, did not ferment at all. 1.012 still. So that's beautiful, which is what's expected.
Yeah.
So this is another proof of something. We used EC1118 yeast for this, which is an 18% champagne yeast. This is 16%, but it's stable.
Yeah.
It didn't stall. This is stable. We kept adding, if you watch the whole video, we kept adding until it stopped. Then we let it sit for a while, and it still didn't do anything. Should I pour that back in?
We're
Are you going to have any more?
No, I'm ready to do my numbers.
Okay, then I'm going to pour it back in, because it's going to have... The reason why we're having some trepidation is because it could hit the lees cake on the bottom. There's a little bit of dusting there, and it'll, you know, make it come back up. But this is going to sit for probably a month or two before we bottle it anyway. We just like to do that now, lets things clear out and clean up after themselves, so to speak.
All right, so our first score is our repeatability score, and this is how easy do we think it would be for you, a viewer, to replicate this. And I'm going to give it a lower number.
I'm going to give it a 5.
I'm going to agree with that.
Because you would
5.
have to have all the same honeys we did and have everything happen the way we did to
we
make
don't
what we did.
even remember, because we really didn't pay attention, to be honest, what honeys we used.
Yeah,
So
because that was the point, is to just put random stuff in.
Right.
But could you replicate this method with any old honey and get it to somewhere in this kind of vicinity?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
No problem.
No problem. So for that, it's a 10.
Yeah.
But in reality, to get exactly what we have, it's like a 4 to a 5.
It's a crap
It's
shoot.
even a 3, because you need exactly the amounts of honey that we had. And I don't even think we measured half the
We
time.
just did stuff.
We just threw a bunch of stuff in a bottle and let it ferment. I'm joking,
And
but we kind of did.
sometimes we get criticized for that, but we
Sometimes?
actually do that on purpose because we want to show you how easy it is and how, even though the procedures and the science behind it are exact, the process itself doesn't necessarily have to be exact to get something good to eat, drink. Good to drink. That's what we're doing here. So hopefully that gets conveyed in our process and that we don't look like a couple of chuckleheads, but we're actually teaching you and trying to encourage you to experiment and try new things. And all the details that we cram into each of our videos are tools for you to use, so that way if you feel like you need an adjustment, you know how to go.
Yeah, I mean, it's really easy to have made a recipe 15,000 times and just say, add this, add this, add this, add this, wait this amount of time, and it's done, and here's what it tastes like. That's a really easy thing to do. I would much rather show you all the stuff that goes wrong along the way, because that's what really happens. You can copy someone's recipe exactly, and it'll come out different, and it might not even work the same way. So this is how we do it.
Yeah, it's more than a recipe. It's the tool set
Yeah.
for you to go beyond that
Again,
recipe.
we're not giving you a fish, we're teaching you to fish.
That's right. Also, another thing that what I meant to say earlier when I was like, do we have any more talking to do, is about our yeast and why we didn't make it to 18%. We, in this particular environment of this particular part of Florida, in this particular house,
We've never gotten EC1118.
we've never
18%.
got EC1118 to go to 18%, but we have had...
We had 71B go to like 17.5.
Yeah, so...
We had bread yeast go to 15.5. EC1118? Never. K1V1116? Nope, can't get it to 18.
So it's just our little weirdness in this particular...
Yeah, it bothers me. It does. It bothers me.
It does, but that
Because
doesn't...
I hear from people who say, oh, I just threw a bunch of yeast and honey and water and it went to 18% with EC. I'm like...
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I just want to put that out there, that isn't a slight on us, and it isn't a slight on you if you're having similar issues. It's that
Your environment has a lot
this
to do with it.
entire thing has a lot to do on the specifics of your environment.
Yeah,
And
we don't
so keep that
sorry.
in mind.
we don't get too into temperature control, okay? That is a thing. It's more important for beer, in my opinion, but it is important for mead as well and any kind of fermentation. We tend to just let the temperature of our house work, but our house only fluctuates by 3 or 4 degrees from day to night. So it's not that different. Now, if your house fluctuates 10 or 20 degrees from day to night, you may want to look into some amount of temperature control. We don't really talk about it much because we go off of our experiences and that's all we really have to work from. But the next score
is our personal preference score.
Yep, and it goes 1 through 10 with the occasional 11. I'll have a blurb up here of what the scores actually mean, but basically 10 is better, 1 is lower, and I'm empty.
You're empty again?
Yeah, I'm not going to refill.
All right, you recall what you want?
No, I do need to refill. The things that I look for are, does the smell and taste match? In this case, pretty darn close.
Yep. Yep. I mean, a complex odor, aroma, whatever.
Odor. I think the aroma is a little more floral than the taste, but that's about the biggest criticism there.
But the complexity.
Oh yeah, this
is
has
on par.
layers. There's
Yeah.
layers. This is an onion. This is
It's an ogre.
an ogre. Yep. I have a score. Are you ready?
I'm conflicted on these numbers because I don't like numbers. Numbers are not my thing. And so sometimes I feel I have number guilt.
Well, I mean, basically to me, like 7 is a breaking point. 7.5 is great. 7 is very good.
Yeah. All right.
Below 5 is not so good. So it's kind of that kind of range-ish,
Yep.
sort of.
All right.
A little bit.
Go.
You ready?
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 7.
7.5.
I was debating on 7.5 and 7. I was
in between
right on that tipping
7.5
point.
and 8 because I'm really appreciating the layers. And if, again, you've watched many of our videos, you know that's my thing. That's my wheelhouse. Does it have a bunch of shit going on? Oh, I said the word. This does. And that pleases me. Now, is it my particular flavor profile? No, because I'm a fruity girl. I like all the fruits.
But it is a little fruity.
It's got the citrus thing, which is kind of making me happy. So that's why I'm like 7.5, 8.
And just for the record, there is no citrus in this.
It's just
You've
that
been watching,
acid
you're not
blend
confused.
magic.
It's just the way the flavors of the honeys worked. There could have been orange blossom honey
Oh, I'm
in
pretty
here.
sure there was.
So that could give sort of those notes. And the acid blend, like you said, can bring that out more. I went 7. I could even be convinced to go 7.5. I'm like smack in the middle. This is very, very good to great as far as my taste goes. That's the easiest way I can describe it. It is mead. If you've never had mead before, and this was the first mead you ever had, you would want to go home and make all the mead you can because it's that kind of good. It's better than any mead I've ever had at a Ren Fair. I know people get great meads at Ren Fairs. We don't.
We don't.
Okay? This is better than 90% of the commercial meads I've ever had.
There was that one time at a Ren Fair, at one time in band camp.
Yeah, there was a guy
when
selling.
The guy, that guy.
His mead was pretty good.
His was good.
Yeah.
The normal
Fair.
stuff. Nope.
No, not good. Especially when the person serving it asks you, what was the question?
Do you want mead, honey wine,
Yeah.
or I don't know.
It was a really weird way of asking.
like-
And I just kind of looked at her and smiled and went, yeah, I don't think I'm going to even
Oh no,
try
it was
to
like,
explain.
do you want mead or honey mead? I think it was
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
like, seriously?
Yeah.
Anyway. So yeah, that is it for our leftover Step Feed Me.
Do you want something a little extra for the holidays? Well, why not try our fortified mead, Holiday Fruitcake Mead?
And that's okay.
Today on City Steading Brews, we're making fruitcake. Mead, that is. This is our holiday fruitcake mead. It started, well, today is January 10th of 2023, but you're probably watching this sometime in December.
If you want to have a mead or a wine or any beverage ready by a specific date, you want to start way in advance.
Yeah.
So that way, all the troubleshooting that the brew gods send you, you can take care of and still have a brew ready for that holiday.
And still have it aged by that holiday too. So we are starting literally like 11 months early, all right? So we have how much honey in here and what
We
kind of honey?
have 3 pounds of honey. And what kind of honey? It just doesn't matter.
Well,
It does, but it doesn't. Basically, we picked wildflower honey. I'll be full disclosure here. But you want a neutral-ish type of honey for your base because we're going to be adding so many things that have
There's gonna be
really
a lot of strong
flavors. That the type of honey, as long as it's a neutral-ish honey, really doesn't matter.
Ours happens to be wildflower from Bevy's Bees, but really any of those would work because the subtleties between those different varieties really isn't going to shine through.
The variety of honey isn't as important, but the quality of honey is. Yeah. If you're going to brew anything with honey being your base, you want to get the best kind of honey you possibly can get.
We get it direct from somebody who keeps bees, so we know that our honey is real honey. Anyway.
We're going to start with 100 grams or roughly 15 de Gletnor pitted dates.
Now, if you don't have access to de Gletnor, the bigger dates, just do 100 grams of those, okay? 15 of these was about 100 grams.
The important part is that they're pitted.
Yeah. For a couple reasons. One, you don't want the pits in your brew. And two, when they're pitted, they have holes in them. So the idea of having to mash them up or cut them up, you don't really need to. A lot of people ask about that all the time. Should you just put it in a blender? Should you puree it? Should you... You can. However, here's the thing. Yeast are microscopic critters. They're going to get to this stuff, and it's just going to turn to mush and fall apart at the bottom of the fermenter. Now, last time we did a spiced metheglin, we used raisins. And raisins add a certain flavor, and we could have put raisins in this, but we thought dates, being slightly more exotic flavor, and they're just as sweet as raisins, if not more, but also yeast tend to really, really like dates. So we went with something just a little bit different this time.
Our next item is 200 grams or roughly 10 sun-dried figs.
Now these I did actually just break in half manually. They're just large figs, sun-dried, broken in half. These add, like if you've ever had a fig Newton, there's a depth of deep fruit flavor that it's really hard to describe, but it also adds to that fruitcake-like experience. Between these and the dates, we're starting to build kind of an exotic flavor profile here. And I mean, hey, it's a holiday fruitcake. It should be a little exotic and out of the norm, right?
A note about the dates and the fruits that we selected them because the ingredient said dates, figs.
Yeah, there's no sulfites, there's nothing else on them, there's no preservatives of any kind, so that's super important. Also, those fruits can be gotten through Amazon, which is really, really important.
I will have a full length of the ingredients in the description below, as well as links to those ingredients so that you can find them at your leisure.
What's next?
Next, we actually have Fermento. We probably have enough nutrients.
Yeah, there's probably enough
available to the yeast here and all the additives that we're adding to this brew. But just to be on the safe side, we are adding Fermento.
A lot of people have been asking. It's Fermaid, Fermaid-O. People have all these really clever spellings for it. It's really crazy. Like tornado, Fermento, yeah, there's crazy stuff. This is 2 grams of that. It's a powder put into a little bit of water. Now, before we put that in, what's the next thing?
The next thing is 2 pinches of dried zest.
We can do that too. That's not what I was thinking of, but that's cool. We wrote up the recipe and now we're going through it. So this is dried zest. This happens to be from our Rangpur limes. If you don't have access to Rangpur limes, which you probably don't, use lemon zest. Roughly half a lemon. You could even use orange if you wanted to. It would add a nice...
lime.
Yeah, or lime if you want to. The Rangpur lime is more orangey than limey, so that's why we use that. It's kind of like a bitter orange almost. So some zest. This happens to be dried. If you're using fresh, just use half of whatever the fruit you're using.
All right, so the next thing I believe is going to be the wine challenge. Notice I looked over there rather than on my list to see what he was grabbing. And we actually had a little powwow before we started filming this to make sure that we knew what ingredients we wanted to include in this recipe and what amounts and what additions at what time we would want to include them.
And why we're including things into this.
Right, so we have some questionably tannic aspects already in here, so we'd opt to go for the lower amount of tannin additions, and we're doing 1/4 teaspoon of wine tannin.
And I'm just throwing it right in with the Fermento so I can mix that nicely.
The reason why he's doing that is wine tannin, when you buy it like
clumps.
this, it gets kind of weird. It gets clumpy, slimy
Yeah.
weirdness.
If you don't want to use the wine tannin, or you can't find it, or you can't get it, you can substitute for a cup of black tea. Just whatever black tea you like, make a cup of it, steep it for the normal prescribed time, and pour that right in, and use that as some of your water. Dump that right in there. I just added a little bit more water because there was a clump of wine tannin that...
But that's okay, because our next ingredient is water.
Now, she filled that pitcher of water to a gallon. I'm just going to use 3/4 of it because people always ask, well, how much water did you use? Okay, I'm going to use 3/4 of a gallon. Because I know one thing. If you watched our video on how much spagur or gravity is in different sugars, we know that honey has 0.035 gravity plus the water, which is 1, so it would be 1.035 per pound in a gallon of must, not plus a gallon in a gallon. So this takes up roughly 1/4 of a gallon. Using 3/4 of a gallon of water gives me a full gallon. Finishing that same thought, we used 3 pounds of honey, so 0.035 times 3 is 105, which means we should end up with a starting gravity of something like 1.105. So now that we have gotten to this point, what do we need to do now?
You need to stir it.
Yeah, gotta mix this up.
All right, because we haven't said it already, and I know we say it in all our videos, but we haven't said it in this video.
Everything we've been touching so far has been sanitized in... Do you actually have to mix this up? Oh, no, not really.
We did a video on that.
Yeah, the yeast will get to all of this and they will still do their thing. You could stress them slightly. In our experiment, the way we did it, it didn't actually have any effect whatsoever. It still fermented out properly. But you won't get an accurate original gravity reading, which means we can't test my numbers. So, you know.
Which is important.
Yeah, got to test my numbers all the time. Make sure that I am on the ball. Well, see, this is something that's really important. If you know the basic gist of some of the math, that way, if I was to take a reading on this and it was like 1.160, when I'm expecting 1.100, I know something's off. Or if it was the other way, 1.030 or something really low, I know something's wrong. That's triggers that you should know. That's where the math is important. That's where gravity readings are important.
And if you run into that problem when you're making a brew, the first thing you need to think about is, did I mix it thoroughly?
Yep.
So I know what some of you are thinking. You're like, wait a minute, you put a lot of fruit in there. Doesn't that fruit add a lot of sugars to this brew? Why would you stick with the 3 pounds of honey per gallon?
Because all that fruit, we added it up. It's about 155 grams worth of sugar, which basically is like 0.015 gravity. So we are going to add that to our final gravity.
Another thing you may or may not be thinking about, depending on your level of brewing expertise, is why did you guys not add pectic enzyme?
Oh, that's right. We were supposed to talk about that. We discussed this earlier. And first, we're not using a fruit juice. We're not using a lot of whole fruit. Dates actually have a little bit of pectin in them. Figs don't. I was surprised by that. I thought the figs would have the pectin in it. So because we only use so many dates, we thought, you know, there's really not a reason. And if it stays cloudy and it bothers us, we can always do it later using glycerin or pectic enzyme later on. 1.110. So I was off by 5 points from my original gravity. But
Or do you want to dilute it further?
no, I don't.
Okay.
Some of the fruit is probably leaching sugars in because I did break them open. Dates have sugars right on them. So I am not even worried, but I'm going to use that 1.110 as my original gravity. I'm not going to add the 15 points. My hands are sticky, so I have to dip them in turbos and wash them.
All right.
I'll be right back. Before I get to adding the yeast, which is what makes this all work, I want to go over a little bit of why I didn't add the sugars from the fruits, because I sort of did, but let me just explain. First, homebrew is kind of about approximating and experimenting. So I took an actual reading that I know was 1.110. That's my actual, what I really know for a fact. I have a theoretical possibility of another 15 points from the sugars that are already in the fruits. But I also know that I measured my water pretty accurate and I measured the honey pretty accurate, and that when you take dates and those figs and you mix them in water, some of their sugars become soluble into it. So I'm guessing some of those 15 points are already included in that 1.110. How many? I don't know. How many would the yeast get to? I don't know. So That gives me a good enough starting point. Worst case, worst case, I end up with like maybe 1% more alcohol in my brew than I'm actually calculating for.
Are you upset by that? We certainly aren't.
Doesn't bother me. Legally, according to winemakers, I'd still be within the legal limit of what the ABV is, so it's all good. In other words, sometimes it just doesn't matter. All right, so
So today's yeast of choice is Mangrove Jack's MO5. Why?
because it's a good mead yeast, that's why. It's also a high tolerance yeast, and I'm gonna read it from the manufacturer. A high ester producing strain. Now, esters are like flavors that come out, flavor components that, like you've heard us say, oh, we taste this or we taste this. Those
There's
are from esters.
Floral esters, there's fruity esters, there's citrus esters, there's all sorts of esters.
This confers fresh floral esters, especially when fermented cool. It has a high alcohol tolerance, I believe it's 18%. Ferments well over a wide temperature range. That's important. We keep our house 75 to 78 degrees Fahrenheit, so our brews stay in roughly that temperature range. By the way, I'm going to use a half packet of this. This tends to be on the pricier side for yeast, and it's a really powerful, strong yeast, so we don't need the whole packet. I'm just going to use half. Normally we do use a whole, but you know, I'm being a little frugal this time. If you want to hydrate your yeast or use Go Firm or any of those other things to get it going, by all means, go for it. I don't have any issue with it.
If you watched our earlier videos, we did pre-hydrate our yeast prior to adding them to our brews, and now we just dump it in there. And we honestly, as Brian said, we don't see much of a difference.
And it's funny because some manufacturers actually say to hydrate and some don't.
That said, we treat our yeasts as the special little yeasties that we need for our living, as they should be. So we keep them in the refrigerator. We do not just leave them out
This is
No.
going to get taped and put in the fridge.
They have their own shelf where they
Did you
reside.
say higgly piggly?
I said higgly piggly, and I'm not
Whoa.
afraid about that word. So
You made me say it too.
treat your yeast as the special little creatures that they need to be treated. Treat them with respect, and they will last longer than you may anticipate.
Oh yeah, we get years out of them sometimes.
Yeah.
So what are we going to do with this now?
We're gonna let it set.
No, we're not. We're going to put a label on it. We have a label written out over here. This label contains the date, all the ingredients, and our first reading, just so that we know what it is when placed next to all the other things. We do actually have what's called the fermentation station. It happens to be a shelf from Lowe's that I just made some cardboard walls for and a door, and everything sits in there. That way our cats can't get to it, cat hair can't get to them, but we use an airlock for some of that too.
A moment about headspace, shall we? We have a significant amount of headspace here, and we're okay with that. Why? Because this is primary fermentation, so the likelihood of vinegarization or oxidization at this point is very minimum. So the yeasts are going to be activated. They're going to do their thing. They're going to be creating alcohol and copious amounts of gases. Those gases are going to push up through this area, push up through the airlock, and out into the atmosphere, but they're going to push all the oxygen out first because carbon dioxide, yes, is heavier than oxygen. It's science. Thank you very much.
So this is going to ferment, and we're going to see you when the airlock starts to slow down a bit. See you then.
Bye.
All right, so it's been a couple weeks, and I noticed that the airlock leveled out pretty early. I let this go another week before we did anything with it, so I have some concerns. But could they be founded or unfounded concerns? Only one way to know. This question comes up a lot. People say, oh, it was really active for like 4 days and then nothing. What should I do? Take a reading. That's what we do. Now, of course, when you take the lid off, you want to look inside. There's a whole lot of puffed up fruit in there.
Now, even though they
Give it a
don't
smell.
look very pleasant, there is no fuzzy stuff whatsoever on
no,
there. So
no.
we know they just leach their color into the
Yeah, there's
brew
nothing wrong.
as fruit tends to do.
I see a lot of seeds from the figs and stuff like that. So yeah, it smells pleasant. Now the fact that this is still so cloudy is what makes me think we might have a stall on our hands here rather than a finished brew. 1.022. That's interesting. That puts it into the stalled range to me. This just goes to show, sometimes things stall. I don't think there's a lot of non-fermentable sugars here, and we did not surpass the yeast tolerance. What do you do when you get a stall? Well, the first thing you want to do is not put your hydrometer all the way in when you're dumping this back in. The first thing you want to do is put your sample back in and mix it up real good. I'm just going to give this a really good stir. Now, somebody's going to say that I am oxygenating. If you could hear what I hear,
Do you hear what I
Here. There's bubbles breaking in there, okay? There's plenty of gases in there to protect that brew. You want to get everything moving though. That can help reinvigorate the yeast. The second thing you want to do is add some yeast hulls. We found that yeast hulls, this is the best use of them. So let's grab some yeast hulls and put in half a teaspoon.
So before we do that, I would like to ask a question.
What is the question?
Do you feel that the fruit that we have in here have already done what they're going to do?
Possibly. However, if we remove them, we're removing a lot of the yeast. So I don't want to disturb that balance right now. I see what you're getting at.
Okay.
But the yeast colony basically is inside that fruit right now. So if we remove them all, we could further stress the yeast, making the coming back from the stall virtually impossible.
Okie dokie.
Okay, you probably heard me say half a teaspoon. I've changed my mind. I'm going to do a whole teaspoon. You can put too much of this in, but it's kind of hard to do. I just want to give the yeast a little bit more to work with. So whole teaspoon. I'm going to mix that through. And now it smells like cheese. Yum. So everybody wants cheese in their holiday fruitcake, right?
It's just so wrong.
And then I'm going to put the lid back on. I'm going to put it back on the shelf. Okay, so it's been like 2 weeks. Almost 3 weeks. Yeah, almost 3 weeks on this. Life, you know? And it was still bubbling last week. That's why I think we waited. It was still kind of...
We did see activation after the yeast hulls edition, which made us super happy.
Okay, so here's what happens when you get a stall and it restarts. Basically, the 2 times check starts over again. So this is like our first check again. So let me get down in here. We were stalled at 1.022, and now it's at 1.002. At 1.002, I'm not really as worried about it, though I do want to give this another week to, you know, see if it's going to settle out some more, see if it burns up those last couple points. Okay, so it's been another week, and when last we looked at this, it was at 1.002. Time for the, oh, wow. The olfactory assessment says, damn. This is amazing. The optical assessment, I see fig and I see the seeds and stuff like that, but there's nothing growing that shouldn't be growing or anything like that, so totally fine. So what we want to do is take another reading and make sure that it's really, really done. Alrighty, so it's at 1.002. That means it's time to rack, because I think the fruit has given its all. I don't think there's really anything more to get out of here. It's been sitting on that fruit now for about 6 weeks, just so you're aware. A lot of people freak out about leaving it on fruit, and there's all these rules out there. Oh, you can only do it for 2 weeks or 6 weeks. Nothing went wrong. I didn't even really swirl it much. Okay, we're gonna rack to a 1 gallon wide mouth container. Just because I don't think there's a full gallon here. We do have some additions that are gonna go in there, but they don't really take up a lot of space. We racked it. Now it's time for some additions. And these additions are my favorite things, the spices that are gonna go into this. And for that, we're gonna go with 2 whole cloves. Somebody asked last time we used cloves, well, one of the times we used cloves. Cloves of what? Well, cloves of cloves. They're cloves. It's what they are. They have this incredible smell. Next, allspice berries. These are like, they should just be called Christmas berries. I mean, it's Christmas in a can right there, you know? And I have like 10 written down, but just a decent handful, something like that. No more than like 12 or so. That's like 10-ish. Everything will float at first, but it'll drop down eventually, probably. And if it doesn't, it really isn't a problem. And then cinnamon. Yes, this is probably cassia. I'm sorry.
Yes.
But it tastes like cinnamon, sort of. It smells like cinnamon. It works for this, okay? If you got the real stuff, go ahead and use that if you want to. But this works, just one of these. Now I'm gonna put a lid back on it, take my notes, stick my note back on it, and what are we gonna do with it now?
We're gonna let it sit.
I'm gonna give this probably 2 weeks before I check it. Guess what time it is? Time to taste it and see if it's extracted enough. I smell the allspice. That's promising. Look at that color. It's beautiful and clear. That is an 11 for clarity.
It's beautiful.
Ooh, smell that. Now this is dry with all those spices in it, so it's hard to gauge, really. Ideally, you'd want to sweeten this at the same time, but we're doing other things to this, so sweetening is just not in the cards at this moment. Do you think it extracted enough spices? I would say it did.
That was a terrible poker face. I know. I think it's lovely.
Yeah, I want it sweeter, obviously, but so far, the spice extraction is really nice. Okay, here's the thing. We're sweetening this and we're gonna fortify this. So I'm afraid to add more flavors now. But here's the thing, after we do all that, if we decide that it needs more spices, then we can re-add.
Totally, right.
Because these have been sitting there for 2 weeks. They're at that point where they may start to over-extract and produce bitter flavors rather than the actual spicy notes that we want. I think we should rack this, let it sit, and then move forward from there. As you can see, it clouded up a little bit. I did get a little bit of sediment in there, but do you really want to drink that? I mean, I don't want to drink that. So we're just going to put this off to the side and move forward with this aspect of it. Then, of course, I'm going to put the airlock back on. We're going to take our note, goes back into the ferment station. Ferment station? The ferment station! I kind of like that. And what are we going to do?
We're going to let it sit.
If you watched our video earlier that came out like, I think it was early April, where we talked about fortifying, that's this mead. So this is the special holiday mead that you already knew about, but we did some fortification tests. We tested Kraken, we tested brandy and Kraken rum. We tested a brandy and we tested vodka. And
Tito's vodka.
Tito's vodka. And well, guess what? The Kraken won. So we're going to fortify this with Kraken rum. But first, we want to rack this off. But that's why there's so little headroom. We literally just finished recording that, even though it was 9 months ago. All good.
So we're going to rack it to our pitcher. Why?
Raise numbers. That way we know how much is in it. Okay, racking. If you haven't ever seen us do this, where have you been? So, using the calculator the teacher said I would never have handy. I know that joke just never gets old. I'm sorry. I love it. I say it all the time. And yes, I can say it with a completely straight face now. I'm going to figure out how much we have here. I'm going to say we have 102 ounces. In the previous video, which I'm referring to that only because that was the video that we did this all in, we did a 4 parts of mead, 1 part of spirit test. That's what I'm going to continue with today. It turns out to be almost a 20% fortified mead in the end. And if anybody thinks that that's cheating, well, Dance Mod does the exact same thing. So if you like Dance Mod products, this is going to be a similar idea. It's going to have that thick, rich, viscous, strong alcohol taste. Going to be amazing. But 102 divided by 4 gives me 25.5. So I need 25.5 ounces of spirit. Oh. We need a little big mouth.
A little big mouth.
Yeah. The reason why we're talking about this is because we have several different size fermenters, and it's really important to know what does what. This is so close to a gallon that if I add 25 ounces to this right now, it'll be way more than a gallon, way too much. And then if we add any honey to sweeten it, it just won't work. We'll have way too much. So by using a 1.4 gallon fermenter, we have plenty of room to work with, and I want it to sit afterwards anyway. So there we go. Okay, so we have it moved over into the vessel that we're going to store it in, and I'm looking at this going, you know, we might be moving this to a different vessel again, but we are actually going to be adding some sweeteners to this too, so we might still be okay.
My question to you now is order of operations. Are we going to sweeten it then fortify, or are we going to fortify
I want to
and
fortify and then sweeten, because if we sweeten then fortify, we're only sweetening the meat itself.
Sure.
We're not getting the full effect with the extra flavors that the rum adds. So I'd rather sweeten on the whole thing, though either way it doesn't actually matter because the fortification process is going to kill any potential re-fermentation that could happen. But for fortification, we are going to be using Kraken rum, Kraken, however you like to call it. This is the 94 proof or 47% ABV version. When I get it to the line that I need it to be, that's all that's left. I was hoping to have some Kraken rum left over. Oh well. We're just going to put in the rest of it too.
I was going to drink that.
Well, we're going to have to fight over it. So now we don't have to fight over it. Now I need to put this in here. And to do that, I'm going to pour it. It's probably not the best way, but I don't think it's so much of a problem because this is going to be such high alcohol. I really don't see an issue.
We are not concerned about creating vinegar, but we are still concerned about possible off flavors, and that's why we're being gentle.
And now our meat is fortified.
Dun,
Yay!
dun, dun.
However, now we need to sweeten it.
Do you want to stir it before, or no? We're going to sweeten it.
We're going to sweeten it and then stir it because stirring it before sweetening really doesn't make a lot of sense.
That's true.
But I understand what you're getting at to mix the things together. Yeah. To sweeten this one, I think honey is the way to go.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's a mead, it's a methylene, absolutely honey. So let's get a honey. As we always do when we do sweetening, we don't really measure the amount of sweetener going in. We measure the final gravity so that you get an idea. But this time things are a little bit different because it was at a 1.002 final gravity, but then we fortified it. So what is it now? I'm curious myself.
Do you want to do a little swirl?
I already did.
Oh, okay.
I put the spoon in and mixed it up because I knew you were going to say that. It's spinning.
It's like a 0.99.
It's 0.992. So I'm just going to make a note of that. Okay, 0.992.
Now, before Brian pours this in here, I would like him to take a picture to show you not necessarily the gravity reading, but just how beautifully clear this is at this point. Because I know once we add the honey, that clarity is going to go away.
But it'll come back.
But this is a thing of beauty. This is gorgeous.
All right, I'm taking a photo, which means I'm taking a picture of them, really. All right, photo taken. You'll see it here. Whenever you're putting a sample back like this, you don't want to just splash it in. You want to pour it very carefully. As always, this is the disclaimer. There's always a little bit of inherent risk anytime you're pouring something in like that, okay? We are aware, we're trying to minimize it, but just know that there is some amount of risk. I think this needs to be sweet.
Yeah, but I also think that it needs to not just be sweet, but to retain the honey character. I think the honey character could be boosted a little bit, so therefore we're going to use honey to sweeten it.
Right, absolutely. How much? I'm just going to put in a few glugs, and then we're going to taste it, and then we're going to find out. And by glugs, I mean like 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. A 4-second glug plus whatever comes off the side, just like that. There we go. See, that's how you do it without dripping.
There you go.
No drip.
Beautiful.
And now we mix. When you're mixing this way, be careful. Notice I'm not really breaking the surface.
You want to maximize the movement at the very bottom and minimize the movement at the surface. That's why Brian has the spoon at an angle, so that way minimal at the top, maximum at the bottom.
I'm even talking quieter, just in case. Be very quiet. We're stirring mead.
I didn't know you could do Elmer Fudd.
Neither did I. But you do want to mix it thoroughly, because if you don't know how much you've added, and it won't really mix in well, because this isn't like the dump mead kind of thing. It's not going to mix in over time. You want to definitely get this mixed thoroughly. Now I probably added half a pound, maybe less. So that should raise the gravity by like 17 points or so, which brings it into like the semi-sweet range. Been looking forward to this.
Now we're going to be sweetening this to Brian's sweetness level, not my sweetness
It's gonna be a
level.
little sweeter. Okay. I get some honey character on it. The spices and everything is coming through beautifully well. The aroma on this is fantastic. She's giving the poker face. Okay. It's good. I want more sweetness. I think it needs a bit more.
As you wish.
What do you think, though?
I think it's beautiful.
I get a little bit of astringency still. I want to tone that down. So I'm just going to probably do like 2 glugs.
What I am noticing at this point, even before the additional sweetness, is that this is fruitcake. This is fruitcake in a bottle.
Yep.
And this isn't that heart of a rock can be used as a weapon of mass destruction fruitcake.
I need to rinse my hands off. Go ahead, keep talking.
This is a, oh my gosh, that's fruitcake. Can I have the recipe fruitcake? So there you go. If you know what I'm talking about, then you know.
Does anyone actually ask for fruitcake recipes?
There are a few fruitcake recipes that are delightful.
Oh.
They're just far and few between.
I apparently have never had one. Most of them have been building material that I'm aware of. I'm pretty sure in Pennsylvania there's some foundations of buildings made with fruitcake.
What was
I
my
know.
preference?
I'm just saying. I'm pretty sure there are buildings that are held up by fruitcake. What I like is the ones that get regifted.
They just pass it.
It's like 15 years old now. It's gone through like 15 different hands. And yet it hasn't spoiled yet.
Yeah.
As much as I understand the theory behind that, that's still a little terrifying. It's 15 years old and hasn't spoiled. It's a cake. I mean, think about that. You know. Now in this, Derica and my tastes are going to be vastly different. I like metheglins, but I like them sweet. I like the spices to have that sweetness to them. Some people call that pumpkin spice. I don't call that pumpkin spice because there's no pumpkin in this, but it is the spices used to make a pumpkin spice type of thing. So the first time I put in probably half a pound. That time I probably only put in probably a 1/4 pound. The honey character now comes through. Oh yeah, Now it's like honey, caramel with the spices. I want this to be nice and sweet. Should be decadent and rich. Okay, I could go sweeter, but I'm afraid to. I think at this point we've gone to a good sweetness without going above it. And I think over time that's going to mellow, because keep in mind, we just fortified this. So that alcohol all has to meld together. It will be a little bit smoother over time. There's a touch of harshness on the end, but I think it's gonna be okay. Let's take another reading and see where we're at. And I forgot to put the hydrometer in first. That is a suggested way to do it too, so that you don't break the hydrometer. Although still, don't drop it too hard. There's been some talk about plastic versus glass graduated cylinders. I like the glass. It's easy to read. It's really pretty. I don't know that there's any other advantage to it than that. It's really not that high. 1.020 on the nose. I think that's a good range. We tend to like things in the 1020 to 1030 range. If we really need to, before this gets bottled, we can always sweeten a little bit more. But for now, I'd like to let this settle out, so to speak. But one thing troubles me a little bit about this, and that is the amount of headspace that we have. So we're probably going to transfer it to a different container. There's no reason for us to show you racking that all over again. Put the lid on it, put the label back on it, set it in the fermentation station, and check it in, I don't know, a couple months and see how it's doing. Well, it's Steadfest time, and that's why I'm wearing a silly hat, and she's wearing a holiday festive type shirt.
So this has been a long-awaited
Oh, yeah.
tasting. We have oohed and awed over this concoction, and honestly, if it's like
I hope it's good.
third as good as it was when we were creating it, I would be tickled pink.
You'll be tinkled too.
Tinkled.
Yeah. So this was started on January 10th, 2023. It was bottled on March 30th, 2023.
And now,
Today is December 4th. So you guys are going to see this in a couple weeks, but it's close to a year old, okay? It's like 11 months old. But it's also 19.8% ABV.
that's right, it's fortified. You know
yeah,
that.
this is fortified. You guys have been watching up till this point. And you know what? This hat's way too hot. Hold on a second. There we go. That's better.
Fleece-lined hats are not appropriate for Florida weather.
No, even with air conditioning on, it was like way too much.
This ended at a 1.020.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I can imitate Santa Claus when I want to.
The aroma is so much good. Like all the good.
So much good.
So much good. Look at that. It's a beautiful color too. It's lovely clarity.
And it's half the strength of whiskey.
Fruitcake in a bottle. This was just such a weird thing for us to come up with, and we're
That's
like,
a 10 for clarity.
we're gonna do this. And
10 for clarity.
by golly, the aroma says we did it. We done did it.
Wow. Okay, in case there was ever any doubt, this is my wheelhouse. Totally.
We got fruit. We got spice. We got some alcohol punch.
Ooh, it's heady. Wow, is it? It's spicy. Oof, that is amazing.
You know, like the rum cake
Yeah,
candles?
fruitcake, you know?
That's what this smells like. I think you can get tipsy just on the aroma.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's ethanol fumes.
All right.
Wow, this is amazing so far.
We're going in.
This better taste as good as
We're
it
going
smells.
in. Come on.
Oh my God. Wow. Okay. It's really awesome when you have an idea of what you want something to be, and you try it, and you work through it, and you work through it, and you fix little issues along the way, and then you give it time to just do its thing, and you hope for the best.
If you noticed how long I left that in my mouth before swallowing it at a 19.8% ABV, this is a mead, no problem. Lots
You
of
would
times,
never think this is almost 20%.
Nope,
though.
nope. This is a sleeper. This is a oops. I
mean-
can't stand anymore.
There's a little bit of alcohol at the end.
But it doesn't have that burn. It doesn't have
no.
that harshness. It has the rich coating sensation of a mead.
Oh yeah.
So there's no doubt there's honey in this beverage, but it's so much beyond that. It's got
This is smooth, is what this
it's
is.
got the spiced fruit thing. Like if you think about it, when you're making fruitcake, and not like the bricks of mortar kind of fruitcake, but like an actual honest to goodness quality fruitcake.
Aren't those the good ones that are mortar?
You don't want it to use it as a implement of destruction.
We didn't really do fruitcake growing up.
Anyway,
Actually, I think we did. We just
when you
avoided it.
soak the fruit in the spiced rum, and then you just put that in a bottle with some honey, and that's what you have here. This
This is more than that.
but it's got the essence. It's like
Yes.
full on essence. It's like some mad scientists
Essence-alicious.
deconstructed a fruitcake and took all the good stuff out and put it in liquid form.
All right. On the inception, as it enters your mouth, I'm getting a little bit of the honey sweetness right away, a little bit of floralness, actually. Then I get hit with a little bit of cinnamon and allspice, which is beautiful. That is just a lovely combination right there at the front. As it goes to the mid-palate, that's when some of the richer flavors are coming through. Getting a little bit of almost a vanilla, definitely more of the spices, and then that deep, rich, fruity note is just underlying
I'm getting
everything.
apricot and cherry in there.
Yep. Cherry definitely is coming through. Oh wow,
I'm
getting
so happy that this is.
a little bit of a molasses kick there.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Cinnamon, allspice. This is unbelievable. This is so good.
It has a bit of the baked good thing, like the
Yeah, the brown
like the
sugary-
graham
yeah,
cracker,
yeah.
brown sugar, yeah. Yep.
More. We're just gonna gush over this one. It's one of those we've been waiting all year to do this tasting, and it's kind of a big deal for us that this video came out like it did because this is important. This is a big deal to us.
So our intent for you as the viewer, if you want to make this, is to start it in January like we did.
Right. So you can have
So
it for
that
next
way
year.
it would be at this point come your holiday season.
At 1.020, it's considered medium sweet. Some people call that super sweet, but with all those spices in there, it's medium sweet. I wouldn't call this overly sweet. I like it. Yeah, why am I getting graham cracker? You said that.
Yeah.
There's no graham in
It's like
this.
a brown sugar graham cracker, like a
Yeah, it's like brown sugar graham cracker with a little bit of fruit, with all the spices, with honey drizzled over
which
it.
makes it perfect.
Oh my God,
Which makes
it's
absolutely
amazing.
perfect. How did we do this? I don't know. I'm so happy that we did, though. I'm just giddy.
There was some trials and tribulations along the way.
I'm giddy right now, people.
A lot of people have been asking for a holiday mead. This is it. This was made to be that. So we're gonna have to put numbers on this now.
I don't have a number for this. This is
Okay.
stratosphere numbers.
Our numbering system works like this. Well, there's two numbers. First, let's talk about repeatability.
I want to say it was a pretty straightforward thing. It was
But
do
there was
this,
a lot of
do this, do
extraction,
this.
a lot of time.
There was a lot of things going on. So maybe
Could they get the exact thing we did? Close. I would say like a 7 to an 8.
Yeah,
Let's
I
go
was,
with that.
I was saying 8.
It's probably not that hard now that I'm really thinking about what
Yeah.
we did. Okay. Our scoring system for appreciation, though, goes 1 through 10, with 11 saved for those things that are just amazing. And the way I like to think of it is 1 through 4-ish is kind of like, didn't really like it, would probably dump it out. 5 to, say, 7-ish is a good brew. That means it's something I appreciate. I would want to drink it. If someone handed it to me, I would say, yes, thank you. May I have some more? Above, say, 7 is the great ones. This is when that is excellent. That's just really, really good. Do you have a score?
I do.
Are you ready?
I am ready.
Are you sure?
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 11. I have not given a 10 in a long time, so to give an 11 is saying something. We didn't drink any of this.
We didn't drink any of it.
Because I didn't want to have a bias. I wanted to know what it was going to be like at full strength. By the way, the bottom of the bottle is totally clean.
Yeah.
We waited long enough to bottle this. This was one of the first that we did that with. And I think this actually inspired us to wait
This is a
longer.
repurposed bottle. This is an
it's
Evan
an Evan
Williams
Williams.
bottle.
There's better stuff in it now than there was when we bought the bottle. Well, it's true. I like Evan Williams, but
All right.
I like this better.
So I'm just trying to convey to you how pleased I am with this beyond.
I think the 11 pretty much gave it away.
I know, but sometimes people are like, oh, they're just pulling my
We
leg.
don't just say numbers like ever.
I make this.
Yeah. And happy Steadfest.
Do you got a sweet tooth and want to drink your dessert? Try out our cherry cheesecake mead recipe.
Today, let's make cherry cheesecake mead. We're gonna take you through all the steps, including how we chose all the things that we chose and what we did to arrive at this beautiful specimen. Let's get started.
I'm a little excited.
I'm super excited. We actually made a carrot cake mead and asked people what they would want to see. And cheesecake came up a lot. Not specifically cherry, but it's my favorite kind of cheesecake.
It's our favorite type of cheesecake.
That makes it that much better. I did not know that it was your favorite. Otherwise, I would have said it's our favorite. But anyway, so it is a mead, which means there's honey in it. We are going to be using Kirkland wildflower honey. You can get this at Costco. I think you can actually get this from Amazon now too.
Yes.
And we're gonna weigh out 2 pounds of this honey to start with.
Today we are brewing in a bucket.
That's right. Why a bucket? Because we got stuff going in there and we might end up with more than a gallon or more than 5 liters. So we wanna make sure that we,
Sorry, I still had sanitizer liquid in there.
So we want to make sure that we have enough room for everything and for the expansion that inevitably happens with fermentation. Now, if you have wildflower honey, if you have orange blossom honey, if you have even clover honey, I think would work just fine for this. I would save the really special stuff for something else because there's going to be so many flavors going into this. It's going to get lost. So don't waste it, but use a good quality honey. This is a good quality honey. Okay, so 2 pounds. Notice we're not heating it, we're not boiling it, we're not adulterating it in any way. We're just adding it to a bucket very slowly because it's honey. So we got our honey in the bucket. Next, this would not be,
Let's start taking notes just so we don't get ahead of ourselves.
but that's not good television.
I know.
Whoa, don't do that.
Don't do that.
All right, I'm gonna take notes. I'll be back in a sec. Next, before we get to anything else, I wanna hydrate some of our yeast. So for that, I need a Pyrex container. You don't need a Pyrex container. It just works really well. And we're just gonna dump a little bit of our water in, which we have 96 ounces of water, by the way. People always ask us how much water. It's water to a gallon, but in this case we have a 2 gallon bucket, and I didn't mark where 1 gallon is on this bucket.
But we did measure out our 96 ounces of water, so there we go.
So it's gonna be close. It's okay. Don't fret. It's not a big deal. I just said fret. I can't believe that.
I've corrupted you.
That's Derica's word.
Excellent.
For our yeast, I'm going to be using Lalvin 71 Beast, also known as Lalvin 71B. I think it's actually the other way around, but I don't care because I call this the Beast. Why do I call this the Beast? Because it chews through almost anything. This is a really, really solid yeast in our environment. Your environment may vary. If you're much colder than Florida, Lalvin D47 is probably the better option because it does better in cooler climates where 71B does better in warmer climates. But otherwise, they're both really good yeasts. But anyway, I like this one for this because it enhances fruity flavors. It's also a low nutrient need yeast. It doesn't need a lot of nitrogen, but we got stuff that's gonna have some nutrients in it, most likely enough. So yeah, that. But anyway, so I'm putting the half packet in. I just always happen to have a half packet of yeast laying around, except when I open a new one. Nobody seems to notice when I open new ones. They always notice when I have a half packet. What we're doing is we're just hydrating that yeast. We're not really making a starter or anything like that. We're just making sure it's alive, more or less. But I know this packet's alive, so it's kind of superfluous. But I'm doing it anyway. Do you have to? No. You can just dump it right in. But not yet. Not yet. Okay, next. It wouldn't be cherry cheesecake mead without cherries. These happen to be Oregon specialty fruit, dark sweet cherries, whole pitted cherries, and heavy syrup. Now, before anybody freaks out about the whole pits, Derica pointed something out to me. They're canned, which means they were heated and cooked with the pits in them, which means any pit stuff that might be bad is already in there. I'm not pitting them, is basically what I'm getting at.
Further research shows that as long as the pits aren't damaged or cracked, they're not going to affect your brew, so it's
Right.
okay.
And if they're all mashed up and cracked, they could make it bitter. Yeah. That's the point. I'm betting at least 2 are cracked in each can. It's inevitable with the way processing works.
What it is.
Now, I actually did a little bit of math on this. That's why we're using 2 pounds of the honey instead of 3. And I'll get to that math in a second as soon as I get these cherries in here. She thought I was going to splash them all over the place. Come on.
Has
I'm a
happened
little better than
in the
that.
past.
Before I put the others in, I'm going to get the calculator the teacher said I would never have handy. And I'm going to calculate approximately what the gravity these cans of cherries should add. So this is a hypothetical original gravity once we get to that, but it should be pretty close. So there's 3 servings in a container. People ask this all the time. That's why I'm doing this, so that I can show you how to calculate what your OG would be from 1 can of these, but I'm gonna multiply it by 3 because we're using 3. So there's 3 servings per can, right? Doesn't matter what the serving size is. There's 3 servings. That's the important thing. Go all the way down to total sugars. This is 31 grams. So 31 grams times 3 servings. That means there's 93 grams of sugars in this can. 93 grams divided by 454, which is the number of grams in a pound. I use the metric and imperial system back and forth because some things are easier to do in metric and some things I just do them in the American system because that's just how I grew up, okay? So when I divide those, I get 0.204. That means we have 0.204 pounds of sugar. Well, if you've been watching our show, you know that sugar, 1 pound of sugar, in a gallon of must gives you 0.046 gravity. So I multiply that by 0.046 and I get 0.009, so 9 points. So it would be, if I took just this, added it to water to a gallon, it would be 1.009 gravity. Does that make sense? So because I'm using 3 cans, they're gonna add 27 points of gravity. Well, here's the other thing. 2 pounds of honey, because honey is 0.035 gravity, so 2 pounds of that in a gallon would be 0.070. So 0.070 plus 0.027 is 1.0997. Just about spot on to where we like to start. Taking a note because I don't want to have to do that math again later. All right. Time for can number 2.
So what is that note in reference to?
I'll know.
Okay.
I'm the only one that has to know. They're my notes.
Fair enough.
It's just a temporary note so that I know to add that to whatever gravity reading we get later. Though, in reality, it's all going to be approximate because these have sugars that are going to mix. So we'll have to see how far off it is from my estimated gravity to what the actual thing is. And we might have to work with both and give you 2 calculations at the end or something. Oh, you know what? There's juices in these cans.
Want to do a little
I want to swirl them. You paid for that juice.
Okay.
Well, we paid for that juice. You paid for yours. I'm just gonna do a little swirly swirl. Get it in there.
Let me get the other one.
I'm gonna get the other one.
Or not worry about it.
Not gonna worry about that one. There's only a couple drops in each one. Just being silly. There is a point to it. I mean, you don't really want to lose it. I initially wanted to use Comstock cherry filling, but I know that has a lot of pectin in it, which we probably could have got away with, but I didn't really want to push it. And
Super thick.
there was a lot of high fructose corn syrup and stuff that I know doesn't necessarily ferment well, so I didn't want to go there, okay? All right, this one's got more juice. You like it a juice. She references that all the time, and I've never seen it.
I thought I finally showed it to you once.
Maybe.
I totally forgot already.
Okay, so we got honey, we got cherries. What we don't have is water. Let's just put like half that water. You know what? Put all the water in. Why am I not putting all the water in? Normally, if I'm using a glass closed mouth fermenter where I know I'm gonna pick it up and shake it, I want to keep it like half full so it's easy to mix. With this, I don't have to worry about it.
Today we're using the bucket and
The spattle. It's a spoon. It's a paddle. It's both. You can get yours in the description below. I'm going to do that every single time, too. It's actually very useful, though. I've used the spoon a couple times already when I wasn't sure that I was going to when we first got it.
yeah.
Okay, I have to show you guys the color of this already. Just a second. If this retains any of that color at the end of fermentation, this is going to be the most beautiful mead we have ever made. That is just awesome. And now we mix. Now this is the downside to using the white plastic bucket or black plastic bucket or red plastic bucket. You can't see inside it. I mean, right now you can tell the level maybe, it's about there.
But soon We will have a product that may address that situation.
That's right. North Mountain Supply is sending us one of their newer style of buckets that may solve that problem. But the reason why it's a problem is because I can't see if this is mixed thoroughly. And that, okay, let me just give you a little tip. First, you don't even have to mix it. The yeast will get to it, but you won't be able to take a gravity reading in the beginning that has any amount of accuracy because you won't really know. So in that case, I probably would just estimate the original gravity, like I said, and go from there. Now you might be thinking, but this is more than a gallon. And you're absolutely right, because the cherries have a lot of solids that take up space. So when I say a gallon of must, I mean must, not solids and must, just the liquid. When you're mixing this, it's okay to be a little sloppy. Slosh it around a little bit, get some oxygen in there.
Not that much, though.
You don't want to splash your partner. You want to keep the majority of it in the bucket if possible. All of it if possible, but at least go for a majority. The idea behind that is aeration in the very beginning helps the yeast to build their colony, and if they build a good strong colony, then they have a higher likelihood of finishing fermentation. So that's where a lot of stalls happen, is because people didn't aerate enough. It's also usually the cause of the sulfur or rotten egg smell that people might get, is because there wasn't enough aeration in the beginning. The good news about that, though, it ages out. Just give it some time. It'll go away. All right, one way to tell, though, is look at your spattle. I still see a little glob of honey on there. Not done. If your water is slightly warm, and I mean like blood temperature, not hot, not room temperature, just blood temperature, warm, then that'll help it mix a little bit better. It also gives the yeast a little bit of a head start. Not necessarily good or bad, it just might make them activate a little sooner. The spattle is looking clean. What do we got to do now?
I guess, is the yeast ready for...
The yeast appears to be ready.
Okay.
It's milky. Sometimes it'll make like a foam dome and all that kind of stuff. This time it didn't. Don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. We know the yeast is good. If it goes creamy like that, it's probably good, because dead yeast don't tend to do that. I'm just going to dump it all in. We should have reserved a little bit of water because there's a bunch of yeasties in there.
Do you want to use your... this?
Oh, look at that. See? This is why there's two of us.
I was going to figure out the word for it.
The thing.
The baster. That's the word.
The poor man's wine thief. Get those yeast out of there. I mean, you paid for them. Let them fulfill their destiny, and don't splash it all over the place like I just almost did. Okay.
Right.
So what's next? Oh, we got to take a reading.
We gotta take a reading. Oh.
Don't do that. We keep the hydrometer in there because it's easier when you're filling it. But if you tip it back like that really fast, you could break that hydrometer in there. And, I call them hydrometers for a reason, but let's not encourage that idea.
What is all that?
Okay. Yet another reason not to do that. I broke our cylinder. Yep. There's a hole in the bottom.
Dear Liza?
Yep. Totally broke it. Guess we got to go back to the old one. Learn from my mistake. After the offending broken glass has been removed, new towel down, and we have a plastic cylinder. This actually is the cylinder that we used, I think, in the very first City Steading Brews video. It's way too big. Actually, it's not that bad. Okay. All right. The advantage to plastic is it won't break like that. Disadvantage is can get scratched, discolored, that sort of thing.
So the lesson learned here is these things are delicate, so just be delicate with them.
The problem is that's the second time I did that today, and I guess I hit it just right. It blew out the bottom of the cylinder just enough. Oh, wow. I'm thinking quite a bit of the sugars in the cherries actually did come out. So I'm kind of torn here. It should come out to like 1.097. It's sitting at 1.088. So my intuition tells me to go with the 1.096 because we may actually have a slight more than a gallon total liquids. What do you think?
Yep. Because there is liquids, like it wasn't just a can of cherries, it's a can of cherries with liquids. So
Right,
we
the
have
liquids
that
had the
liquid,
sugars.
plus
There's a
that
little bit more
liquid,
sugars
plus-
in the cherry flesh itself. I think that's what we're not getting a reading on here.
Sure.
So if you're confused about what we're talking about, this reading shows the actual sugars readable in the brew, okay? My estimate of 1.096 comes into play with the sugars in the honey, the sugars in the cherries, and the sugars in the cherry juices. So that's like an unknown. It's not that different, and I'm inclined to think that my 1.096 is probably right. I don't think there's going to be that much more sugars in the flesh of the cherries that didn't come out of the juice. So we're going with that. At the end of the day, it just means maybe another percentage or two more of alcohol, even though it doesn't make more alcohol. It just, the alcohol was already there. We're just measuring it differently. Don't get crazy on me. All right, I'm gonna dump this back in. I probably should have done that a little gentler. All right, what's next?
We gotta put a lid on it.
There's
I'm gonna let it drip some more.
there's a good brewing song. Got to put a lid on it. So, when you get plastic buckets, look for something inside the lid. This has a seal. We've not really had much trouble with these not sealing, but a couple of them we did from time to time. You do have to really push it on.
It's a bit of a chore.
Yep. It's not too bad. Just, you got to do it. You got to do the thing, okay?
Also, if you don't notice any activity in your airlock, it might not mean a darn thing. It might simply mean that your seal didn't seal right.
Yeah.
Because buckets sometimes do that. It's
Now,
okay.
if that is to occur and you're using a bucket, don't worry about it. We've seen this come up a few times. People have asked questions about it. It's totally okay. If there's just a tiny little gap, it's not going to hurt anything. The idea behind an airlock is to keep bugs, actual like fruit flies and things like that out. I don't think they're going to get into the tiny little gap that's not making a perfect seal.
You
So
do just want to make sure that, it's on there.
I mean, ours has a seal, see?
Yeah.
If I was to push it down and hold it there, if it didn't have a seal, that would come back up, and it's not. So we probably have a good seal.
All right, where are you going to put your notes?
I'm going to stick it right there.
Right there. Okay.
I'm very particular about how things are oriented. But in order to put this note on here, I need a piece of tape.
Oh.
We can do that off camera. We're just going to put the note on here and let this sit. I don't think this needs to be on a lip tray. I don't think it's going to go anywhere. That's an advantage to using buckets. This will go in the ferment station for a couple of weeks. And when the airlock activity slows down to next to nothing, we'll be back to show you the next step. It's been 2 weeks. The airlock seems to be pretty well slowed. Of course, I loosened the lid already. But the airlock really wasn't going far. So let's take a look inside. Okay, let's see what it looks like inside. First, we have the optical inspection. What we're looking for here is eyeballs, teeth, things like that, hair. I don't see anything untoward. It actually looks pretty good. I'm quite pleased.
There's no fuzzy wuzzies.
Fuzzy Wuzzy was a bear. Nope. There's nothing in here that looks bad. Okay. On the smell, it's very alcoholic. And even just a little slight bit of sulfur smell, okay? Because I probably didn't aerate this enough. But you know what? We're just being honest.
It's cherries in a bucket.
But it's fine. Now what I want to do is take our first reading, because I don't think this is actually finished yet. I think it's still going.
Don't drop. Thank you.
It's plastic.
Yet still don't drop it because the hydrometer is not plastic.
Okay, I just want to get past the fruit. I know you can't really see what I'm doing here, but trust me, I went past the fruit so I can just get
Look
juice.
at that color.
Beautiful color, but it's not clearing yet.
Nope. I don't,
That tells me it might not be
yeah.
totally finished.
Neither
yet.
one of us thinks it's done, but
This started at 1.096, so it's, a reasonable gravity. It's not super high. I know some people consider that to be a high ABV, like 13%, 13.5%. I don't really consider that to be high. That's still within the wine range. So to me, that's fine.
we can see from his sample that there's still plenty of gases in solution, which is appropriate, particularly if we think it's still fermenting. There should be gases in solution.
Well,
Oh, look at that.
it's sitting at 0.998. Okay, it's at 0.998. What does that actually mean? Because this comes up all the time. We do have videos on how to read a hydrometer, but we never really explain. It started at 1.096. I'm going to have the little graph of it here. And the number goes down towards 1.000 and even below that if it can, okay? So the lower the number, the more alcohol you've made is the gist. And the drier it is, the more sugars that have been consumed. This is technically done,
Yeah.
okay? However, I'm not going to rack it
We're going
today.
to do due diligence and let it wait.
Pouring this very carefully so that oxygenate. And I just want to give this a little bit of a stir just to keep that fruit cap under the liquid. Notice how gentle I'm being. You do not want to introduce oxygen at this stage, but I want to get everything wet. Keep it moist. And yeah, that looks really good. It smells very alcoholic, okay? Now, you might be curious. If it's at 0.998, why aren't we racking it today? 2 reasons. 1, we always say, take a reading, wait a week, take another reading. If they are the same, it's safe to rack. That's reason 1. At 998, it's pretty safe. You could totally do it. But because it hasn't cleared yet, that makes me think, let the yeast finish up, because there's things that can happen, okay? Yeast will clean up after themselves. They create some harsh flavors, some harsh whatevers as they're fermenting sometimes. Diacetyl is one of the things that they create, and they will often clean up after themselves at the end of fermentation. So I want to give this some more time. Also, so I guess this is 3. There's no rush to rack. As long as that fruit stays wet and there's no mold forming in there, which there wasn't, then there's no reason to rack early. A little bit of age is a good thing. Worst thing that's going to happen is all the yeast is going to fall out of suspension. They're going to sit on the bottom, and that's it. That's all that's going to happen. Our wine's going to be a little bit clearer. Our mead. It's a mead, not a wine. But technically, mead is a wine. But we're not getting into that. That's weeds that we just don't need to jump into.
I want to talk a little bit more about those numbers and what they mean, because Brian talked a little bit about it, but it wasn't very expansive. And we've had this in the comments before where people kind of freak out when it goes below the 1.000 number. And they believe that that's not possible. Well, it's totally possible, because the gravity reading that's equivalent of 1.000 is water. Alcohol is actually
0.79.
Yeah. So
0.079. Sorry.
Based on how much alcohol is present, it's totally easy for you to go below that 1.000 number. So don't use that as a line of saying something went wrong or something went bad, because that...
A lot of people like to say, oh, this is done at 1.000, or this is dry. Well, from a technical standpoint, it's not, okay? And I don't want to get too far, as I said, into the weeds on this, but technically speaking, 1.000 is not actually dry, because there are still going to be sugars. Because if you had, say, something that was 50% ethanol and 50% water, right? If you do that, the number would actually be like 0.80, something like that. So if it comes out anything higher than that, that means there's still sugars in there causing the density change, right?
Yeah.
And if you had, say, 10% alcohol, so we had 10% ethanol, which would be 0.079, and then we add 90% water. So if we had 9 parts water, right, that's 9. Can I do this in my head? I'm trying to see if I can do this one in my head. 9 parts at 1.000, because I'm using my calculation, is 9. Plus 1 at 0.079. So that's 9.79 divided by 10 would be 0.097. So technically speaking, 10% alcohol with no other sugars would be like 0.0970, not 0.998, 0.970. That's a huge difference, okay? Yeah, you know, math, and this is the stuff that goes through my head all the time, all right? By the way, if you're wondering why I'm stirring this up, I'm degassing it slightly, but I'm also trying to eliminate any extra oxygen that might have been put in here just by forcing those gases out. CO2 is heavier than air, heavier than oxygen, so it should push it out. Should. It's not a guarantee, but it is a help. Think of it like insurance. You hope you don't need it, but if it works, sometimes it works.
So before we finish up today, which we're basically there, I wanted to clarify one more thing that I've noticed in the comments that was a misconception. We've already talked about the 1.00 line, but there's another thing on your hydrometer. If you have a triple scale hydrometer, you're going to have the potential.
you're going to have bricks, and you're going to have
Specific gravity.
specific gravity. So we always talk in specific gravity because that's what's important to us. But we've had lots of people take their specific gravity, sorry, I'm getting my words mixed up, and turn to potential. And so potential is just that, potential. What could possibly happen in the future? Not
Right.
what's happening right now, but based on the sugar content of your fermentation, what possibly your alcohol content can be. So I've seen some people who do
know
that
where you're
potential
going.
at the beginning when there's plenty of sugars because fermentation
And
hasn't
they think
started.
they have like 15% alcohol.
And then they take their reading at the end and
then
they
they
switch
ask
to
why there's no
potential and
alcohol.
they're like, where did my alcohol go? And that's
What they're not getting is if you start, you can use potential alcohol as your whole reading, okay? It goes off the 131.25 constant. It does not use the more accurate 135. But if you do that, if you look at it and you say, okay, this says 15% potential and it ended at 3% potential, 15 minus 3 is 12. You have 12% ABV. It's actually a really simple way to go, and you can totally do that. But I don't think it's as accurate as using specific gravity and doing the calculations yourself.
So I hope that clarified things up and helped some people out that may be confused because numbers,
Yeah. And
they're
if-
hard for me.
And if you
Not
have
yet,
problems with the hydrometer calculations or anything like that, you can always ask in the comments. We try to put out videos explaining these things, but hey, you know, if we miss something, I'll be happy to make an explainer video going over exactly what you might need.
If you have a question, ask the question before you dump your brew.
Yeah,
Yes.
don't dump your brew. Ask before you dump it. And you know what? This is going to go away for like another week.
And we'll see you then.
Okay, it's been about another week, and we're going to take a second reading and probably rack this. It was at 0.998 last time, so I don't expect that it changed by much. Trying to be really careful to not disturb it, because there's a bunch of cherries floating in here, and there's lees in here, and I don't want to have all that in the final product when we rack it. Let me show you what it looks like inside, though. So looking inside, we just see floating cherries, nothing untoward. Everything looks fine. I think we're good to move forward. One thing that's interesting though is there is a strong alcoholic smell. I smell the alcohol in this one. And it's only like 13% or so. It's not even that high, but it's definitely smells strongly of alcohol. Some of the cherries disintegrated slightly, but not most of them. And again, this is just like a verification reading of the gravity this time, just to make sure that it's done. I mean, at 998, you know, it's pretty well done. But I like to let things clear a bit. And that color is gorgeous.
Yeah, it is
really did keep a beautiful color. It's actually quite clear too, which is usually a good sign that fermentation is ending, if not done. Interestingly enough, it actually went down. It's at 0.994 now. So I still would say it's finished enough that we can rack it. And let me explain that statement in just a second. Normally, I don't like to rack before it's done, okay? Now, let me explain what done means. Done to the point that I don't care if it ferments further, meaning it's so close to dry that it's fine. Any further, 2 more points isn't gonna matter, especially since once we rack, we put an airlock on that too. So it's gonna sit like that for a while. I know that's a little bit different advice than we've given in the past, but a couple people have asked the question, so I just wanted to be clear that once you get to the dry point, like 1.000 or below, it's totally safe to rack it.
As long as it's under airlock.
Yeah, as long as you leave it under airlock afterwards. In this case, I just wanted to do the verification check. Interesting that it went down 4 more points.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
I don't think it's gonna go down a lot more, but yeah, that's where we're at. So I wanna take this and pour it into our...
Now we are guesstimating on what our volume
Yeah.
is going to be because we know the cherries are going to take up a lot of the volume that we have, and then the lease is going to take up a bunch of the volume we have. So what actual viable volume do we have? We don't know.
But I'm guessing it's a gallon or less. I did, however, save just a little bit. Gotta take a taste. It's a little boozy. It's got some blackberry flavor. Very, very dry. Now that needs to be sanitized. Yeah, it's a little, it kind of tastes like a dry red wine right now, but it's lacking a little bit. So we'll get to some flavor adjustments later on in the video. But for now, we're gonna rack this to our container.
To do that, we'll be using an auto siphon. We will have our source
higher.
higher.
Destination lower.
So the destination, which is this, is going to go on my lap.
I'm keeping the cap on because, well, there's stuff in here and I don't want to, put it all into our container. But I am going to try to get as much as I can out so long as we don't overflow the 1 gallon container. All right, we racked it and that's pretty good for headspace. I'm kind of pleased with that. And I know what you're thinking at this point, but wasn't this supposed to be cherry cheesecake mead? Well, don't worry.
There's more to come.
Exactly, we're getting to it. But now we're gonna put a bung and airlock on this and it's gonna go sit in the ferment station until this clears out a bit more because I did get some of the lees up in there to get as much product as possible. So we'll be back in a week, maybe 2, with the next step. All right, it's been a little over a week and because we had 2 different gravity readings, we're gonna take another gravity reading today just to make sure that it's actually done, even though it's done. We're gonna just do that to verify, calculate how much ABV we have, and go to the next step. Love the color. What I mean by it's done, we already know it's below 1.000. It's just a matter of how much more did it have left in it, if anything. It's actually at 0.992. Now, I know in the past we have said, if it's still going down, let it keep going. However, because it's below 1.000 and some of the next steps that we're going to do, we're going to require a pasteurization at the end of this. I'm not that worried about it. It's not going to get to continue fermenting because it's really got nowhere left to go. I am, however, not going to dump this back into here because I'll just disturb all the lees on the bottom. So instead, I'm just going to pour it right into our pitcher. This is the pitcher that we talk about all the time with the raised numbers on the side in metric and US. And yes, we will have a link in the description to get your very own. So now we're gonna rack it. After racking, we have exactly 126 ounces, like so close to a full gallon, which that's why I like to use a larger container for primary. Then when you rack it, you end up with a little bit less because that's 2 rackings now.
Yep.
And we have pretty much a full gallon. Now we're gonna do some tasting and checking and alterations. So we're not gonna end up with a full gallon at the end, most likely. But let's just see how we do. So
Our intention is for this to be a cherry cheesecake mead. We have the mead, we have the cherry,
but
we don't have the cheesecake.
that's right. It smells, as Derica said when we were racking it, like a wine.
He got really irritated with that descriptor, but
I said,
now,
what is it? How does it smell? Like a wine.
but now he understands.
It's nice. It's dry. Tastes like a good dry wine. And that's important to be able, if you can appreciate it the way it is now, that means that down the road, as we add more stuff to it, it should only get that much better.
It needs all the stuff.
Yes, first it needs some sweetening. Because
Absolutely.
without the sweetening, this is not going to be a cherry cheesecake. It won't be good. So let me get some honey. So we used Kirkland Wildflower honey the first time around. Let's use it this time too. And how much? I don't know, probably about half a pound or so, but we're gonna do our 2 taste. I'm gonna hold back a little because we have some other additions that are going to change the flavors. So I don't wanna do too much of one and then mess it up for later on. And to mix this up, I'm going to use the spattle. It's a spoon, it's a paddle, it's both, and I just totally sprayed everywhere. It's all right.
And it's sanitized.
Yeah, it's sanitized too, fresh out of turbos. When you flick it, it just really, the spoon works really, really well. When you mix, you want to be careful that you're not oxygenating. And that's where a paddle like this is great because see those edge sides? I can keep it at an angle throughout the mixing rotation movement, whatever you want to call it, and not add extra agitation to the top.
Yeah, so you want to have most of the movement occurring at the bottom and minimize the movement occurring at the top.
Exactly. And you just want to mix until you don't see any more honey. That is just a precursor sweetening, really just to put it in the ballpark of something that might taste pretty good as I'm expecting this to be more like a dessert mead, really.
Yeah,
I'm not expecting this to be one of those like dry sipping type mead. No, this is a dessert mead. This is meant to be.
This should be
This is candy.
candy.
Okay, this is candy. This is a dessert all in itself.
Now, do you want a measuring device? Because for sweetening, we're just going to take a gravity reading to let people know how much.
Yeah, I
But
should
for
probably do
our-
measurements of the rest.
Yeah.
Of the other additions that we have yet to speak of. I'm just going to leave the spattle in there for now.
All right.
I don't need to remove it, clean it off each time. Okay, just going to take another quick little sample. I don't think that's anywhere near sweet enough. Yeah. I don't even think it's up to 1.000 yet. I'm estimating this will probably end somewhere like a 1.020 or even a little higher, just because of, like we said, it's going to be a dessert style of mead. Well, we're gonna mix this up. I'm gonna grab some measuring devices. I'll be right back. And yes, we really do it this way all the time because this way we're guaranteed to not overdo or underdo. Hear it all the time. People say, oh, I added far too much honey and it's way too sweet. What do I do now? Well, how did you add too much without knowing?
Yeah.
So that's why we don't add too much at a time. That's now more into a palatable range. I think that we can start adding additions to it to see where we're gonna be. We might end up sweetening it more after the fact, but right now, what do you think? It's kind of in the range. Does that make sense? Or should I make it sweeter before we start?
I think we're gonna have to jump around.
Yeah, we're gonna be balancing things. Now, when it comes to adding the cheesecake portion of the show, there's a couple ways you can go. We were kind of reluctant to add actual cheese to it because that's probably not going to work out very well. I'm sure somebody could figure out a way to do it. But instead, we opted for an extract because I thought, you know what? Let's make it accessible. Make this something that anybody could do. So we basically have our cherry mead, which we also have more cherries if we need more cherry, and I think we might.
Yeah.
So I found this Dolce Foglia extract cheesecake, and to smell it, you are going to be very reminiscent of cheesecake. It's kind of
Nuts.
yeah. It smells very sweet, so I'm sure there's some amount of sugars in here, and that's part of why we didn't want to overdo the sweetening in the beginning. So because I can't actually measure this after the fact, what I'm gonna do is just measure how much I put in, and that way you can replicate it on your own, because we have roughly a gallon, like just almost exactly a gallon. So I'm gonna start with 1 teaspoon in the whole batch, which is probably nowhere near enough, I'm guessing. And then we'll just give that a mix through.
Do you want to add the second
Yes. And because no cheesecake is complete without a graham cracker crust, we got graham cracker crust flavoring from Brewer's Best. Same idea, I'm just gonna add a teaspoon of that.
For those of you who disagree on the graham cracker crust, you're just gonna have to agree to disagree because Brian and I both seriously love cheesecake and we'll fight you.
Graham cracker crust to me is how you make cheesecake. I know there's other ways to do it, and that's fine. You can have it your way. But today, this is not Burger King. This is City Steading Brews, and we're doing graham cracker crust.
We are united on the graham cracker crust front.
Now, I have seen people actually take whole graham crackers and put them into the brew. I'm a little, I don't know if that's such a great idea. I'm seeing mold happening and things like that. Granted, there's alcohol here, so it might actually work and it might be okay. I've seen them get good results with it. So we tried the extract because we were like, we're already doing a cheesecake extract. Why not just,
right.
you know.
And the reason why we're hesitant on these things isn't just because of mold. It's because there's certain ingredients that you don't want to ferment with due to some aspects of them that may cause problems.
Right.
One of that is fat.
Fat, yep.
Fat, whether it's oil or what other form it may be, can become rancid in this kind of situation. And that's going to kill your, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
It's starting.
It's starting. I'm so
It's
excited.
not there. It's not there.
Excited.
But the hints of it are there. The hints of it are already there. It needs sweetness. So I'm gonna make it sweeter. And sorry that we're acting like a couple of kids in a candy store here, but this is fun, okay? To me, this is the height of homebrewing because we're not making a commercial product. We're not trying to impress anybody. We're just trying to make something that we like that is reminiscent of a food that we really enjoy. That's all this is.
Ow.
And apparently beating up our elbows on the table.
If you ever see random bruises on my arms, it's because inanimate objects are mean to me, and I garden. Go out into the garden and come back not bruise free.
But you can walk from the back door to the bedroom and get a bruise and not know how.
And not know how. Yeah. I think I do like the bumper car trail through the
Oh, I can tell when she's walking through the house. I can
boom,
boom, boom, boom. Is everything okay in there? Yeah, why? No reason. I heard you coming. It's funny because it's true.
I was completely derailed on my why you don't add certain ingredients to brews because of
fats and oils
Right.
and that's the major reasons is fats.
It was mostly fats, but there was
Yeah.
another one that I thought of, and now I can't think of it.
It's okay. They get the idea.
I just know we get asked about it a lot in the comments.
We do.
So I was just trying to explain.
Okay, so I sweetened it. Yeah, let's take a small taste. There's gonna be a lot of tastes here.
Oh, noes.
Yeah, it's starting to smell a little bit more like a cherry. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Needs more extracts though. Significantly more. So let's start with cheesecake. So this is 2 teaspoons cheesecake extract so far. Well, right now, that's 2 teaspoons. And I'm gonna put more graham cracker too. It needs a lot more graham cracker.
Yeah.
More cowbell.
I wouldn't mind it being sweeter.
It probably will be in the end. I just don't wanna overdo it right now yet.
Sure.
All right, so let's get a quick taste on this. It's still very cherry and very mead. Could use more sweetness, like you said, but also needs more extract. So again, another round. This one might be difficult to make too sweet. You know that?
Yeah, like this could go borderline cordial style
Yeah.
sweetness.
I'm thinking we might end up, when this goes back into a fermenter, throw the last jar of cherries into it.
Okay.
Just because. Why not? If it's worth doing, it's worth overdoing.
Do you want to just put their juice in there? Or do you want the whole cherries and everything?
Oh, we could just do the juice.
That'll make it less messy.
Yeah, we could do that.
So we're on 3 teaspoons of graham
Yep,
cracker?
this is now 3.
Of both? Okay.
3 of each. Something else that might actually help this is vanilla extract.
Vanilla, yeah.
And I'm debating on getting that. I think we're going to end up using it. What?
It just smells so good.
Yeah. Now we want to mix that up. There's honey in there too.
Oh, okay. Go for it.
You know what? I'm going to get the honey I'm going to get the vanilla while you mix that up.
All right.
The reason we're saying vanilla is because vanilla has a tendency to enhance flavors that are already there in fruits, and the graham cracker part might actually get enhanced by a little bit of vanilla. So let's just put that in. What do you think? But I'm only going to do a half teaspoon of vanilla because it's pretty strong
Vanilla
stuff.
can overpower quickly.
Last thing I want to do is overpower it now. Now I know somebody's going to be saying, why aren't you just doing this in the glass and then scale it up? It's a lot harder to actually do that, because then how much should I put in the glass? Plus after a couple of sips, how much is left versus that? Now your mix is very, very different and harder to calculate. It's much easier to just add a little bit and add a little bit and add a little bit. Plus you get to drink more, you know. Using the calculator teacher said I would never have handy, which I did have handy. Anyway, we start with a 1.096 minus 0.992. Times 135 gives us 14%. Now, I'm actually going to call this closer to more like 12.5, because we are diluting this pretty heavily with the amount of honey that we're adding and things like that. So, yeah, 12.5, 13 is probably fine.
We don't know for
Fighting over the spout.
sure, and these extracts
They usually have a little bit of alcohol.
probably alcohol.
They might not be, though. They're water soluble. All right. So, yeah, I'm just gonna call it 13. I mean, does it really matter? It's keeping its color and most of the clarity. I think it'll actually clear up a little bit when we're done. Oh, wow, that's really good. Okay. I still think it needs more sweetness
Yep.
and more extracts. I think
Yeah.
it's still, yeah. Here's what it is. It's getting there. Like now you can kind of tell it's there. But I want to get to the point where it's like bursting with flavor.
I feel like it was enough vanilla, though.
Might be enough vanilla, yeah. We'll have to see once we add more of everything else.
Right.
And I know this probably just makes the video extraordinarily long, but at least this way you get the blow by blow, as it might be, to everything that we're doing to kind of get the idea.
So this is number...
This is number 4,
Okay.
which I expected to use like half of these bottles. So, you know, I think we're going to end up using more graham than cheesecake, because the graham isn't really coming through yet. But we'll see.
It doesn't really give you much information. I was reading it and I'm like,
Propylene glycol. Yeah, so it's basically glycerin. Just fine. It'll add to mouthfeel too. Yeah, this one too. So they're both glycols, which is glycerin, basically. I'm really starting to smell that
Yeah.
cheesecake though.
like if the taste was exactly like it smelled, we'd be done.
Yeah. I think we're getting close though.
We are,
I think
yeah.
this is really starting to get there. I said it earlier, I'm going to say it again, but because we're adding honey to a product that may or may not be done at its alcohol tolerance, like it was 0.992, we are going to pasteurize this. I think we need another sample. Once you get to a certain point, you want to really take your time with it live with it a little, and see what it needs. I think it could use a little bit more of everything again. Even vanilla. I think it needs more vanilla. Just another half teaspoon. So more sweetness, more cheesecake, more graham, more vanilla.
All right.
More.
We're on to 5.
There's 5. 5 of each of these. Somebody's got to be keeping track.
Probably should have done like a little hash
Yeah, we probably.
Tags.
Probably. So maybe I'll write
hash
down.
marks.
I'll write down 5 right now. As you get further in, it takes longer to mix in too, because the concentration is higher.
Yeah. The addition of the honey and the extracts is improving the mouthfeel because the mouthfeel
was kind of
was a
watery.
little watery.
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
Wow. That is actually really, really good. It's super smooth, but I do taste the cheesecake. I definitely taste cherry. I thought we were going to
Yeah.
add more cherry. I don't think we need to
I
add
think
more
the
cherry.
sweetness helped the cherry come forward.
Yep, the cherry is definitely there. Very nice cherry flavor.
yeah.
Really nice cherry flavor. I don't know if there's enough cheesecake and graham cracker. I don't think there is. I think we need more.
All right, put one more teaspoon of each.
That is really good. More graham. I don't really taste the graham cracker at all. But I think the cheesecake flavor is just right.
I think we're pretty darn close. So go ahead and put your one more
Yeah,
gram
I
there.
need more graham. I love the viscosity on it now. It's not like thick, but there's definitely a coating to it in your mouth. Feels nice, velvety. I think a last finishing touch is going to be a little bit more honey too. That's really good. Very nice. Now I get the graham cracker just kind of on the exhale and in the back, getting all the sweet and cheesecake up in the front. I don't even know that I want to sweeten that anymore. What do you think?
In the past, when we've pasteurized, I know it has changed the flavor ever so slightly.
Yeah. In this case, it'll meld things together a little bit better. There is a slight discord in the 3/4 palette for me, which is probably why you're asking me this. And that's the cherry versus the sweet, not really blending together yet.
It doesn't really take out sweetness or anything like that.
Nope.
It just rounds
It's the
things
tart
off.
of the cherry with the sweet right now that's kind of, they're
I mean,
hurting. It'll blend that together.
Right. So I think we don't have to overdo something to compensate for pasteurization. That's
Right. No, I don't think so. I think we already have an inherent thing that's going to get fixed by pasteurization. On the smell, it's cherry cheesecake.
Yeah.
I even get a little bit of the graham cracker crust in there. Yeah, I think that's lovely. It's definitely a dessert mead, definitely a sweet mead. It's really nice. Let's get a gravity reading, and then we can move on.
All right, so before I grab the stuff to take our gravity reading, I wanted to say that because we added extracts that probably affected the gravity reading as well, if you're replicating this at home, you're going to want to add the extract amount first, I would say, and then add honey in incremental
Possibly,
amounts
yeah, to adjust your sweetness.
adjust
yeah.
the sweetness to get
Yep.
to
We
our
just
gravity reading.
had to do, but they may want different amounts of extracts too.
But if you don't want to reach our gravity reading, that's perfectly fine. Use our method of combining the things until it reaches your palate profile.
Yeah.
And that's probably the best route, to be honest.
Yep. All right, so our reading here is basically just to give you a guide as to what it ended up at. I'm guessing I was off at the 1.020. It's probably more like 1.030 or even higher, because tartness of cherries can sometimes mask sweetness a lot. So, you end up doing that. Plus, we said this is a dessert mead.
It was really interesting for me in the process of tasting how the cherry started to build simply by adding more honey.
Okay, this is a super sweet one, 1.050. I'm laughing, and somebody out there is probably going, "Really? That's disgusting." Okay, I would like,
Dessert
but I
mead.
would like to point something out too. If you drink any kind of like Coca-Cola or Mountain Dew is worse, but like Coke is 1.055. So this is less sweet than Coke.
Yeah.
So just putting it into perspective, and you can always make it not so sweet for yourself. But I don't know. There's a lot of sugar in cheesecake, so you know, just the way it is. Pretty sure cheesecake is higher than 1.050.
The density of cheesecake.
So what we're going to end up doing with this now is we are going to put this back into a fermenter. Then we are going to pasteurize it. We have a video on pasteurization. The gist is get the internal temperature to 140 degrees Fahrenheit. I'll put the Celsius right here for 22 minutes. Boom. That's it. We'll be back with a final tasting once that's done and it sits for like a week or two.
Yeah.
So it's been a week. We have a little bit in our glasses. And we also have new scoring system for the tasting. Now, the new scoring system has 4 or 5 categories, depending on if it's a 1 year or just a regular tasting. The first thing is repeatability. To this point, what do we think, on a scale of 1 to 5, how repeatable is this?
I am going to say it's slightly difficult simply because of all the variables.
There's a lot of moving parts here. I wouldn't say it's the most complicated thing ever, but it's just a scotch.
So I'm giving it a 4.
I gave it a 4 out of 5 for repeatability. So for somebody who's had a couple of brews under their belt, this should be no problem at all. Pretty simple stuff that way. Then we're on to appearance. And for that, we look at, color, clarity. Are there eyeballs bulging out at you? Is there funny stuff floating on top? Is there stuff floating inside it?
The only eyeballs bulging out are mine right now. This is gorgeous. This is super clear. It's a beautiful red.
Yep.
I want to paint my whole house this red.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
gorgeous.
That is beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. I mean, you can kind of see where we're going with this. On a scale of 1 through 5, what score did you give?
5.
I gave it a 5 too. I mean, you know, it's rather obvious. But the reason why we like this new scoring system, or why we're trying it out anyway, is because we can talk about each individual characteristic
So pretty.
and still stay on track, because we tend to fall off track a lot. Yeah, that's just gorgeous. Next is aroma. And this is where we're looking for...
Kidding me?
Yeah, I know, I smelled it already. We're looking for off smells, weird smells, stuff that shouldn't be there, as well as what, you know, like, does it say what's on the box? Oh my God.
It just...
If you did not tell me someone put a drink in front of my nose and someone just wafted cherry cheesecake to me,
yeah.
that's what
yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
Wow, that is really amazing. You know, I don't necessarily love using extracts for things. I really don't. But for this, I don't know how we could have replicated some of those flavors, and definitely this aroma. That is incredible.
I'm just giddy. Like,
Don't look. Don't.
I'm already circled. I'm done.
Oh, okay.
Doesn't even matter.
Let me guess. You gave it a 5.
I gave it a 5.
I gave it a 5 too. I mean, might sound like we're just being silly, but this is really that kind of amazing.
Okay, let's be honest. We're gonna make a cherry cheesecake mead. What? How? Why?
Yeah, we had no idea how we were going to do it.
And so, yeah. All right, now it's the big,
But
the big
okay,
time.
just to talk about the smell a little bit more. I'm getting a lovely, deep, rich cherry. The cheesecake, that like.
And it's the sugary
semi-tart-
cherry. It's the syrupy
Oh, yeah.
cherry. It's the cherries you anticipate would be
cherry-
on top of a
The
cheesecake.
cherry filling stuff, you
yeah.
know, with all the sugary corn syrup and
That's what
whatever.
it smells like.
And
then-
cheesecake.
And graham cracker.
Yeah,
I'm smelling graham cracker.
a little bit. I don't get as much graham cracker.
It's like it's fresh out of the oven graham cracker, which is
I'm definitely getting cheesecake though. That is a difficult smell to replicate without using an extract too. So that's amazing.
extract people. Bravo. Bravo.
And then we're on to flavor. Now, this flavor is probably the closest thing to our old scoring system that we have, because this is just, how do we like it? You know, do you like it at all? It goes 1 through 5 again. I say this a lot, but there's nothing wrong with that. Here is how this works. When this enters your mouth, the first thing I'm hit with is a little bit of cherry. Then I get that sweet tanginess of the cheesecake itself. And then at the end, I get graham cracker crust.
And it's even
Like, it's-
creamy in the mouth.
It's perfect. This is absolutely spot on what we were looking for.
How do we even do this? Some people give us some
Crap.
Some crap
Guff.
that we
Bollocks.
that we score ourselves elevated, and I would like to say perhaps they're right because these are sweet, precious babies. But there are times,
No.
like this one in particular, where I'm just like, there's no way we're going to be able to make
Did you
it.
see the plum wine
Cherry
tasting?
cheesecake. Mead. What? This, I don't have words. Everything.
All right, I'm gonna just say it. This is probably in the top 3 of things we've ever made.
And part of that is because Brian and I both absolutely love cherry cheesecake. So our bar was already above.
Well, I mean, our expectation was low because we didn't know how to do it.
Right.
But the bar for enjoyment was high.
Sure. Like,
So
it's got to taste like cherry cheesecake. It
it
has
had
to
a lot of hurdles to jump through to get here.
place your heart. You did it all. Good for you.
I'm a little surprised.
Oh, my goodness.
And our final score is what we call intent. And it's not reproducibility or anything like that. It's, does the box and the marketing and the label give you the impression of what it is? If someone handed me this and just said, this is cherry cheesecake mead, what do you think of it? I'd be like, yep.
Yep.
That is cherry cheesecake mead.
Yep.
Without a doubt, it matches the intent. It does exactly
Thank you, sir.
what it
May
was
I
meant
have
to do.
another?
Yeah, no kidding. All right. I didn't think this was going to happen this quickly with these scoring sheets. I know what you did too. We don't count repeatability in the total score. I got a 20. This is the 3rd tasting we've done using these score sheets, and the first one that got a 20. Unbelievable.
I'm
To me, a
so
20
happy.
is like an 11 on our old scale. I mean, it's that good.
So happy.
It ticks every box. Literally every box.
Literally. Like, 1 year? Who needs a 1 year? No, we're just going to drink this.
I think in 1 year it's going to be a lot smoother. It's going to be we're saving a bottle. Okay, that's the other thing that we do from these score sheets, and we put a date on it. 1 year from today is considered the 1 year. Okay, so within a week or two of that time period, we will do a 1 year tasting of 1 bottle of this. I think it'll be the only bottle left in existence at that point because somebody's going to drink it all. Now, I will say something else too, though. This ended. We finished it at 1.050. This is sweet. This is a dessert.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
It's called cherry cheesecake for a reason.
There's no food pairings for this one.
You don't need food with
No.
this. You just put some in a glass and there's your dessert.
And you just need a little glass.
Yeah, you don't
need a
need
big
a lot.
glass. You may
It's
regret
also
that.
12 to 13%, we figured out. Something in that range.
It's
This is incredible. Absolutely amazing. So glad we decided to do this.
me
and
too.
It was a lot of fun,
It
too.
was. So make this mead, and if you have any other dessert ideas you want us to create into a beverage, let us know in the comments.
And what compilation would be complete without something super spicy right at the end? So we have our capsicum ale, which is a chili mead. We called it lava mead, and it's actually one of my favorites.
Let's make lava mead.
Now, what do we mean by lava mead? We mean a capsicum ale, which is a chili in a mead, okay? So for the chilies, notice the gloves. They've been sanitized. By the way, everything we've used has been sanitized in just literally just a red bucket, slightly off camera, filled with Star San fluid mixed to the manufacturer's directions. That's it. So
Now, my brother likes to grow chilies, and he likes to grow all sorts of chilies. The spicier, the better. And then when it comes to harvest time,
he doesn't know what to do with
he
them.
doesn't really know what to do with them. So I'm like, hey, Cole, can you give us some chilies? He said, sure, I have some Madame Jeanette's.
That's these. They're yellow. They're medium spicy. Let me look that up just to give you the actual numbers. They're rated at 125,000 to 325,000 on the Scoville scale. They are described as fruity with hints of mango and pineapple.
And some scorpions.
And the scorpions, we have quite a few of both, actually. The
Yeah,
scorpions,
they're
they're these little tiny
red
things.
guys.
These are 1.2 million to 2 million Scoville units. So they're up there. They're kind of spicy. The last time we made a capsicum ale, a lot of people picked on us because we only used 2 jalapenos. And they said, well, how come you didn't use this pepper or that pepper or this other crazy thing? So we decided to make lava mead instead. Thus the gloves.
Now, if you want to use ghost peppers, if you want to use Carolina Reapers, if you want to use
You can use whatever you want.
devil hornets, but I don't know, I'm making up words now. Go ahead.
Devil hornets, but that sounds like a good pepper name.
Thank you. I thought.
Yeah. So
Go ahead and use whatever you want. This is what we had available, so this is what we're using.
Before I start doing this though, I want to start hydrating our yeast. And our yeast of choice today is Safale USO4, which I know what you're thinking. For a mead? Well, you know what? We have a couple of people that we know, Adam, one of our moderators, who uses this yeast almost exclusively. And there's a good reason why we're going to use it today. I happen to have a half packet of it, so I want to use it up first, but it is rated to 10-ish%. Now, it's kind of like the Pirates code on that one because it's more of a guideline. I've seen this go as high as 12% before. We are making this to aim for about 12%. So there's two things that can happen. Either it's going to finish fully dry and we end up back sweetening and pasteurizing, or it's going to end with some residual sweetness and we might not have to back sweeten or pasteurize as much. Either way, it's a win. So I'm going to dump that half packet out.
Back your packet.
Yeah. I don't know why she says that with a robotic
It's just
voice.
what I do. My thing.
And I want to dump a little bit of water into that.
So we have 96 fluid ounces of water here.
That much water.
Just that much?
Just that much.
That much.
That much. And stop.
So we used some of our 96 fluid ounces to hydrate our yeast.
Yeah. And this is literally just like blooming it, waking it up. It's not anything, it's not truly like the hydration that some people do. It's not a yeast starter or anything like that.
No.
It's just making sure the yeast is viable. Really,
Right.
that's it. We also have a cup of black tea. Now, can you use any kind of tea you want? Of course you can. But if you use anything other than black tea, it's not going to be the same thing as what we're doing. It's not here for the flavor.
It's here for the tannin.
That's right. The tannins in black tea will add to the mouthfeel of this mead, giving it a little more rounder experience. More rounder experience? Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah.
We're
Now,
using one tea bag.
if you don't want to use black tea, you can use a commercial wine tannin,
Sure.
such as
Yeah, any of the powdered blends work just fine. It's back there
this one.
somewhere.
This one.
Yeah, you can use that if you prefer.
But then you would have to augment your additional water.
You'd have to
before
add
the
8
water-
more ounces of water,
Yeah.
according to our recipe, because that's crucial. Now, I know that everybody's going to make this just slightly differently, and that's okay. That's why we like to use specific gravities for measurements, which we'll get to in a minute. But I have this. It's still very, very hot, so I don't want to mess with it too much now. But the first thing I want to do is chop up these peppers. Bust the gloves.
And you sanitize your gloves.
I sanitized my gloves. Sanitized everything. And I'm not going super tiny here or even very careful. Like,
Yeah.
you know, just
You just want to open
chopping
them up enough so that they can infuse the liquid.
inevitably someone's going to ask, what if you put them in a food processor or in a blender? You certainly can if you want to. To me, it makes a lot more mess. And here's my take. Yeast are microscopic organisms. They're
get
going to
in
get there.
Yeah.
They're going to get to it. And these are really here for flavor anyway. It's not like there's sugars in here. So I really don't want to, whoa, I can smell them.
Yeah. I'm kind of like trying to lean away.
Yeah, when you can smell the chili, you know it's hot. And I'm leaving the stems and seeds. Somebody's going to ask me that too.
Yeah,
I'm leaving the
it's
stems and
all-
seeds.
It's all in there.
The stems, they're more tannin, you know, it's all good. And why am I using a mix of these two peppers?
One, because the metagenettes might actually give us a pleasant flavor. Because if it were just all heat, and nothing but heat, it probably wasn't going to be as pleasant of an experience as
Yeah.
we're hoping for.
That's why in the past I've made capsicum ales a little milder because, you know, I like flavor. Flavor, not just heat. I don't do things just for heat.
Flavor.
If you like doing that, that's totally fine. You can do that.
And we don't shy away from heat. We like spicy food.
Yeah.
It's all good. We
I don't want to burn my face off,
flavor.
you know.
Also, with the cutting of the peppers, we found that the racking procedure and taking readings and stuff, if you have larger chunks, then it's easier to avoid and get them out when you want them out than if you have little tiny minuscule particles. So the blending
But the real reason
in long term give you some issues.
we're using what we have is because this is what her brother gave us.
No, I meant you're
I know.
cutting. Oh,
I said, why are we using this?
we went back to that.
Yeah, I'm back
See,
to
this is
that.
how we communicate. We just go back and forth. It's all good.
Yeah, when we were over for Christmas, he said, oh, I have some extra peppers. I was like, okay, let me make that lava mead that we've been talking about for a while. So, here we go. This is way more chili than I would ever normally put into a mead for 1 gallon.
But this is lava.
Yep, we're making lava. It's not really going to be molten stone. I know somebody's going to say that. Oh, it's not molten stone. No kidding. All right, now to get these in there.
Do you want your scraper or
No,
do you
I'm just gonna do it.
hide in the other
Just
room?
gonna do it really carefully. This is good television right here. By the way, I am curious about something. YouTube does give us this information, but I am really curious. What device do you normally watch our videos on? I want everybody to comment for me if you can. I mean, please tell us because it's important. Because if you sit on a couch and you're watching it on a television, it's one experience. If you're sitting, in a subway on the way to work and you're watching on a cell phone, it's another experience. So I'm actually curious what people are watching on. That was a nice segue to pouring peppers in.
You're doing a perfect job.
I can't see what I'm doing.
That's why I'm like, is this the best method?
No.
No, it's not the best method.
I'm getting it.
And if you're questioning, yes, I sanitized the entire table before we even set up, so forget about it. He hates it when I do that. All right, do you want to remove the gloves for your protection?
As soon as I remove all the seeds for my protection. All right. The gloves are coming off. Okay, so next thing that we want to do is add our honey. And we went back and forth deciding on what honey to use. We have a few different types, and I said, what place is known for spicy things?
The United
Texas.
States of America, it's Texas.
So we decided to go with the raw Texas honey. We actually got this from Amazon, I think. Desert Creek raw and unfiltered Texas honey. We'll have links to this in the description. We've actually used this one before. Yep. It's a pretty good honey. We liked it, but I just thought going with the theme.
You gotta take the protective layer.
I already did.
Oh, you did? Look at you.
Yeah.
All right, so we gotta get our scale on.
We're going to use 2.5 pounds. Somebody needs to be taking notes on this.
Do we know how many chilies we used?
Nope.
That's a calamity of errors.
Okay, if you want to know how much chilies we used, I'm going to say that was a half cup chopped of a various mixture of Madame Jeanette's and Scorpion chilies. I would say it's 2 parts Madame Jeanette's, 1 part Scorpion, if you want to match this exactly. Though, here's the thing, they're biological, so they're going to be a little bit different. That's why the Scoville scale is such a range.
And our scorpions were on the small size.
So going with the volume that way is probably better. I could have weighed it, I know. I didn't think of that. She just asked me. Okay, so 2.5 pounds of honey. Ooh, this is a brand new container. It still had its protective seal.
There you go.
There we go. Ugh. Okay, if you do that, where you grab the last drop with your finger, you gotta wash your hands.
All right, so we're done with our scale.
Yes, 2.5 pounds of honey.
In.
Now I'm gonna pour the tea in now because I wanna be able to make sure that it fits. And it warms up the honey a little bit, helps it, get a little loose and looks better. And we're gonna put water to about here. Yes, this is a 1 gallon fermenter, if anyone was curious.
There or higher?
A little bit more. Stop.
Do you want the stirring paddle?
I would like the stirring paddle, please. And I'm gonna mix this up really roughly, but I don't wanna splash because this could burn you. Burn a hole through the table. Now, in the beginning of fermentation, it's totally okay and actually a good thing to get some oxygen into your brew. It helps build the colony, it makes the yeast a little stronger, helps them with their budding and multiplication, so you definitely want to do that. But after like the first day or so, or 2 days, you really don't want to add any more oxygen, because once you do that, with alcohol present, that's when acetobacters, also known as the vinegar makers, can go into action and start making acetic acid.
Which we don't want, because we're making mead, not vinegar.
That's right. Vinegar's a whole other thing, and that's videos that we need to make one of these days. We've made vinegar before, off camera.
Yeah.
Just not in a long time, and I don't know that I used a method that I could teach very easily, so I really have to do a little more research before I did that. But if you notice, I'm like mixing it up, sloshing it around a little bit. Totally fine to do that. If you have a drill with the whip attachment or something, go ahead and use that if you want to. Larger fermenters, you're gonna wanna do that. By the way, everything that we're doing here can scale up as well. So we used a half cup of the chilies. If you wanted to make like 2 gallons, you'd probably use a cup. For 5 gallons, you'd probably use 2.5 cups, or whatever amount you're comfortable with. A half cup of chilies could probably flavor 5 gallons fairly well.
But we're making lava! Splash lava.
I splashed you. Now, if you don't mix it up fully well, it'll still ferment, but you won't be able to get an accurate reading in the beginning, so you won't know if you added too much honey, not enough honey, and you won't be able to calculate your ABV at the end. To me, that's not the critical thing. It's really to know, is it done or did it stall? Yep. That's what I want to know. We're aiming for like a 1.085 to 1.090 starting gravity on this. And yes, I'm mixing it a lot. Aeration, like I said, and mixation. That's the word. Mixation.
No.
Yeah. Let me just see. Any honey on the bottom? I think I've mixed it fully. So because our yeast is in a liquid, I'm going to put our yeast in now. It foamed up.
It foamed up. See the bubbles that are on the top there?
Yeah, we have some bubbles. Here, let me show you. See them bubbles? That means we have lively yeast. Just going to mix it up so I get all the off the side. Because, you know, if they're left in the cup afterwards, they do not get to fulfill their destiny.
Now?
Well, we can, yeah, it's not hot. We can put more water in if you want. The worry is that we might be having, like, there's a high concentration of sugar right now. So if we put the yeast in, it could hurt them. So she's got a point. Better safe than sorry. Fill it to about here. My worry was I wanted to be able to make sure I had enough room to get it all in, but I don't think that's as much of a concern. So, as I started to say, I want to get them all off the side because if they're left in the container afterwards, they do not get to fulfill their destiny. Because we didn't use all the water yet.
I can put some water in.
We could put some water in there and we can mix that through too. There is a concept, a lot of people think that you have to take your gravity readings before adding the yeast. I'm going to disagree with that because it doesn't change the gravity. Yeast, there's not nearly enough yeast in there to change the gravity of this. But I think a lot of people might add yeast, wait a day, take a reading. Don't do that.
Don't do that.
That's obviously going to alter things.
I want it to go
about there. So we didn't use all of the water. How much water did you say we had to start with?
We had 96 to start, plus the 8 ounces of...
Well, 96, you used all but 14. Yeah. So you used 82 ounces of water.
82.
We're being more specific because a lot of people ask that question. And if you don't do it exactly like we did, you're going to get a different result than we did.
Yeah.
Your result might be only slightly different, but it could be different. So if you want to replicate it exactly, you have to do it exactly.
So we're trying to give you the information.
Yeah, same yeast, same peppers, same amount of water, same everything.
Right.
All right.
It's time to take a gravity reading.
Here we go.
I don't know why you did that.
Do not stick your face in there. Wow.
It's lava!
No kidding.
I'm just going to do that throughout the video.
You already have, yeah. You've been doing it. I think it's funny. Wow, this is going to be a spicy capsicum-o. It might be amazing, though.
You never know. Those Madame Jeanettes might do the trick.
There was a fruitiness to the spice as it was clogging up my nostrils. We may need to add a little bit more water to hit our target. And this is something that's important to know. Right now, it's sitting at 1.114, okay? Will that ferment? Probably. However, I want it to be a little bit lower than that. I actually want it to be like 1.090. So I'm going to pour this back in. And we're going to add a little bit more water. Not a lot because we're starting to get close to that lid and I don't want to get too close just in case it foams up on me. Right about there. Just going to give it a mix with the hydrometer. Just don't break it off in there. Yeah, don't do this. That's a bad idea.
It's a bad idea. Don't do it, Brian. Just
I'm going to do this instead.
You got your stirrer right there. Why don't you just use your stirrer?
I'm going to do this.
Oh.
It was the baster, I swear. Uh-huh. It's another way to oxygenate. It's not very effective, really, but it's fun.
But if you're immature, it makes great noises.
Yes. You trying to say I'm immature? Even if you're not immature, it makes great noises. It's just how great you think they are. That's the question. Now, that little bit of water probably didn't lower it that much, so we're probably going to still be above our target, but the closer the better. 1.098 looks like.
Are you happy with that number?
No,
Do you want more water?
but there's not much we can do. Wait a minute. Nope, it's actually 1.100.
Okay. So
If we add more water, we're going to risk overflow. So here's my thinking. If this ferments fully dry, it's the same story. If this ferments to what the yeast can handle, we're going to have a nicely sweetened product, okay? If it ferments past the yeast tolerance, it's going to go dry and we'll end up sweetening it. So I'd rather not risk it.
So we're staying with this number.
1.100. That's my story and I'm sticking to it.
And then our water usage is no longer 82 ounces, but...
You used, looks like 10. All but 10. So you used 86
ounces?
86 ounces. What's left? Lid.
And airlock.
Airlock. I don't have an airlock. The airlock is important. Please use an airlock. It keeps bugs out, lets the gases escape, and a couple people have had some confusion as to how they actually work. The air goes up this way and pushes this side down, so all the liquid will be on one side, and it'll bubble up through that. That's just the way it works. The pressure keeps it like that. So it's totally fine. That's the way it's supposed to work.
This design is like an S-trap in your plumbing.
Exactly. Same kind of idea. So what are we going to do with this now?
Well, we need some tape so we can put our label on here, and then we're going to let it sit. Probably on a tray.
Yes, we're going to put it on a tray with lips so that if it overflows, it doesn't make a mess in the kitchen. It's going to go into our, what we call a fermentation station, okay? We have a shelf set aside just for these things. It's actually walled off so our cats can't get in, but the actual light isn't that critical. And we do ferment at regular room temperature, which for us is about 74 to 75 degrees Fahrenheit. I'll put the Celsius right here. And we don't worry about the temperature as much because we know that this yeast can handle that temperature. That's critical. Know your environment, know your yeast.
We'll come back when we see limited airlock activity because that's when we'll know it's time for our first check.
It's been 7 weeks. Why? Because
Science.
it's still going.
All right, so a little thing about my science comment is that capsaicin, which is the chemical in hot peppers that make them hot,
Chilies.
affects fermentation. And
Yeah,
so
in a negative way.
we saw that quite clearly in this.
It
When
took
we
a while to start
started
on.
off, it was like, nope.
Mhm.
And we're, oh my goodness.
We had some concerns. I'm still seeing bubbles coming up,
And very, yeah, it's still going. We can see the little tiny bubbles.
but it's slowed down almost to a crawl. So I just
Right.
wanted to give it a check.
Right. So this is a prime example of
Oh.
weight.
Before, I sorry to cut you off. Optical evaluation.
It still looks gorgeous.
It looks great.
Those
I have been
peppers
swirling it.
look
I've been swirling
fantastic.
this one more than usual. And it smells so good. Oh my God.
Oh,
It smells like a capsaicin.
that's gonna
Oh
be
my
a
God.
spicy meatball.
This one's going to hurt going in and coming back out.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
But you're probably gonna be happy about it.
Oh, yeah. It's not clearing, so that means it's probably not done. That's a general rule of thumb.
These
It's not
little
really
tiny bubbles that I see coming
Oh,
up
yeah.
the side that made me think it's still going, and that is okay. This is
Now-
just our first check.
I want to point something out too. We've had many people that are like, "Oh, your brews are always done so fast. Mine takes so much longer." Well, here's an example that they don't always. This started at 1.100. It was a relatively high starting gravity, and I don't think it's done yet. Although the hydrometer might say different. 0.998. So this is already 13.5, close to 14% alcohol.
Now, some of you will be like, well, how is it even below 1.000? And let me tell you why. Is because alcohol,
Ethanol,
thank you, is lower than 1.000.
it's 0.079 as a matter of fact.
So that's significantly
So when you
lower.
mix that with water, you get below 1.000.
Right?
I'm dumping this back in because all this was sanitized, and
Right.
I don't want to waste it.
Right. So
And we're not racking it today.
We're not racking it today. We are going to let it sit for another week, and we are going to take another reading and see if it has changed. If it has changed, guess what? We're going to let it sit for another week and keep on taking readings until the two readings are identical.
Now, I'm giving this a little stir. with the cap on. That way it forces the gases out, so hopefully no oxygenation occurred. It is still a possibility, of course, anytime you open it, but
Sure.
the risk is diminished. But what I'm also seeing is it's pretty gassy. So those bubbles could just be degassing.
They could be, but if they were fermentation, now we've got some of that yeast that is settled to the bottom, circulated back into the brew, so that way the active yeasts have the cannibalization technique available to them more readily than having to go all the way to the bottom.
Yeah. So in theory, if there's anything left to go on this, it's gonna do it now. I'm actually rather amazed that as simple of a brew as this is,
Yes.
and as complex as we made it for the yeast.
And the negatives, due to the high capsaicin level.
That's what I mean. We made it hard on
Right.
the yeast, and it still went dry, totally dry.
So what was this? This was time was on our side.
Yeah. What yeast did we use for this? We didn't write it down.
Oh no.
I want to say it was 71B though.
It was probably 71B. This is my handwriting, so I'm bad.
I'll know when I'm
I'm
actually
bad.
editing this video, and I can put it up what the yeast was. But yeah. Anyway, so we're gonna put this away for another week, let it sit, settle out some more, and we'll see you at that point. Okay, it's been another week. It was at 0.998. We're gonna take its final verification reading, and it's probably gonna be right around the same again. That way we know it's done. By the way, when you're working with things that have capsaicin, you want to be very careful and make sure that it's the last thing you work on that day. That's what we're doing. Because what happens?
Capsaicin is oil-based, meaning it's gonna stay on everything you
Actually,
put in it.
it's not oil-based. It's just not oil soluble. I forget exactly what it is. I don't want to say the wrong thing.
Okay.
But I know it doesn't break down easily. So
Something-
it gets stuck in plastic and
about-
sticks to everything. So we actually had it happen years ago where we used a
made it
pitcher.
Accidental capsaicin.
After sanitizing it, it still had capsaicin like heat.
So when we're done with all this, I am actually going to wash out turbos and put a fresh batch of sanitization liquid. I'm going to clean everything and then let it soak into the new batch of sanitization liquid just to be extra certain that all the capsaicin is gone.
0.998. Hasn't changed. Okay, so that means we are ready to rack this and move forward. I'm going to pour the sample into the racking 2 vessel, the destination vessel, so that I don't disturb all the lees and stuff. By the way, in case you were curious, yes, it looks just fine in there. There's nothing winking at me. There's no smiley teeth or anything. There's no hair. It's all good. I am going to take a quick taste, though. All right. This smells like chilies. It just really does have that smell. You do not want to try this.
I don't want to. That's why when you said you were going to, I'm like,
It's spicy.
are you in pain?
A little bit.
Are you,
Not enough that I'm not
are
going
you
to finish it.
seeing color? Or, well, that's not. Are you hearing color? I can't remember the question Sarah gave.
Here's the thing. I don't hate it. I think with some back sweetening, that's going to be awesome. But wow, it'll hurt you the way it is right now.
I'm glad you didn't do the accidental breathing. We would have to just
Nope.
beep and rush you to the hospital or
Wow.
something.
Yeah. Okay. So that's good stuff. All right. So we're going to rack this. By the way, we will sanitize that test tube just in case anybody was concerned because I put my mouth on it and
Well,
stuff.
yeah, I set it to the side.
Put it to the side.
because the capsaicin.
Yeah. Anyway, so we're going to rack. And try not to get any on your hands. So we're just going to use auto siphon like we always do. I'm leaving the cap on because there's a lot of lees in the bottom.
Oh yeah, there's like a.
There's a good solid lees cake in there, and there's a lot of stuff in the top.
And the brew is actually nicely clear
It really is.
for the stage.
We made this kind of as a joke, but I think it's going to be one of my favorites. I still taste it.
It's. I'm sure it's gonna stay with you for a while.
Yeah, I like it. It hurt at first, then I started enjoying it. It's one of those things, you know. Those who like hot things understand what I'm saying. If you do not like spicy food, spicy drink, you will not like this at all. Just stop right there. And that's dry. I can only imagine when we sweeten it a little, this is going to be so good. All right, I'm just gonna let this rack. See you in a minute. So remember how nice and clear it was? Well, I wanted to get as much out as I could, so I didn't have as much headspace. So, and we did get a little bit of the lees in there, but you know what? It'll settle. We're just gonna put the airlock on it, take some notes, put our note back on it, put it back in the fermentation for a couple of weeks, let it clear out again, and we'll be back to show you. So it's been a week, and we have a lovely moonscape in the bottom of our fermenter, as you can see here. That means that everything is flocculated out. It's lovely and clear, but we want to rack it off so that we can do final adjustments. And for that, we're gonna rack it to our lovely pitcher with the raised letters and tell them a little bit about the capsaicin effect.
All right, so I've done more research on capsaicin, more particularly how to cleanse cooking utensils to get rid of that capsaicin oil. So I found out that capsaicin oil is a fat-soluble oil, meaning that hot soapy water is the best method of cleansing, though you may want to do multiple applications thereof.
Right. You just don't want to contaminate your pitcher, and then the next time you make something, it suddenly has a spicy component that it wasn't supposed to have. Anyway, you might have noticed my reaction. Wow, just wafting that towards yourself. You can tell this has some spice to it.
It's a spicy meatball.
I have the cap off because we just don't need it. We can see at the bottom and, just the usual racking, just like we always do. Now it's time for a taste. This is what Derek has been dreading. She doesn't do so well with spicy food anymore.
I used to be the queen of spicy food. It's just like, no
She used to
big.
like things spicier than I do.
Yeah. Bry's like, how are you eating that? I'm like, I don't know. It tastes good.
All right. Don't put your nose all the way in. Treat it like we used to do whiskey, where you like started out a few inches away.
Yeah.
It's got some kick.
That's
You're not even going to taste it, are you?
no.
Okay. It's hot. It's spicy. But it's not like knock you on the floor, kick you in the face 4 times kind of hot. It's probably too much for her right now. The flavors, though, I'm getting the nice fruitiness of the chilies coming through really, really nicely. Not much vegetal flavors at all.
Oh, that's cool.
The honey flavor is rather minimal. It's almost more like a chili wine right now than a chili mead,
All right.
which is fine, but I'd actually want this to have some sweetness to balance those flavors out. So we have handy dandy Kirkland wildflower honey, and I'm just going to put in a couple of glugs and get this going. Now, the way we sweeten, as we always do, we don't really care how much we have in this pitcher. It could be a half gallon, a gallon, whatever. We add honey to taste. When we like the flavor and the amount of sweetness that it has, or we think it's the appropriate amount, that's when we stop. And we give you a gravity reading so that you can replicate our results, whether you have a quarter gallon, half a gallon, 5 gallons, 50 gallons, 100 gallons, doesn't matter. Seriously, if you're making 100 gallons, I really hope you don't have plastic containers to put this in because, wow, that would be some serious contamination. This is not the hottest thing I've ever had, but it's hot. It's definitely hot. But it's still at that point where it's got heat, but there's flavor with it too. It's not just burning you. I never really went for things that were like that. The trick to sweetening this way is you want to make sure that you fully incorporate every addition as you go. So that's why I'm making sure there's no honey in the bottom, because if you do that, if you don't, then you're not getting true readings or true tastings or anything. All right. First edition. Are you going to test this one?
No.
You're not even going to taste it?
This isn't for me.
You're not going to taste this at all?
I will have to eventually, but
Okay, a little bit more. I tend to like spicy things with a lot of sweetness to them, so might add more honey than I think. Basically, it's a case of, I don't know that I could make this too sweet. It's that kind of hot. Finally get a little honey in the smell.
if you say so.
All right. It's spicy. But the honey's starting to come through. Still needs more. That one got me. It's like watching an episode of Hot Ones. I don't even know if you're going to taste this one at all today, are you?
I'll do one for the team.
Okay. Well, now it's going to be pretty sweet, so it probably won't feel as crazy hot.
Say so.
That last one got me. I choked a little bit on it.
Yeah, you don't want to do that. You want to avoid that.
Yeah, don't breathe while you're drinking this one. This is an experience mead, though. When you feel it as much as taste it, that's when you know you've done something. Definitely get more honey character now. Do you want to taste this?
Sure.
All right, folks. You ready? Just take a very small sip. It's sweet. Then you get the fruitiness. And then the heat kicks in.
Ooh.
What do you think of the sweetness level?
That was really weird.
I actually like this the way it is.
It's like, as soon as it hit the tip of my tongue, it was like little pins and needles at the tip of my tongue. And I'm like, what?
Now I have an overall
like,
warmth.
I got the pain on the tip of my tongue, and then it was fine in the mouth. And I'm like, this is going to hurt if I swallow. And then it was like, somewhere down here.
Yeah, about here in your throat. You start to feel it again.
I was like, oh yeah.
But how is the sweetness level? You're not going to drink this anyway.
I think it's okay.
I think it's pretty good. I like it. So let's get a gravity
It's making me hungry. So
Oh, well, that's a plus.
that's a good sign. Probably because I love chili and I love Mexican food, and so the chilies are just going, hey.
But it stays with you too.
It's there. It's there for the long haul.
All right, let's get a gravity reading on this.
Whew, okay.
So our final gravity reading is probably going to be pretty high. Probably like 1020 to 1030 range. 1.030. Now, I know some of you are out there going, that's ridiculously sweet. Okay, when you have this much spice, that's not a lot of sweetness. The last time I made a capsicum ale that I really, really liked, it was 1.064, 1.065 final gravity when we were bottling it.
Yeah.
So this is half that.
Yeah.
But I actually think the sweetness level here is appropriate. Now, people will ask too, what happens over time? It'll mellow slightly, but capsaicin doesn't really go away. So this is going to be just as spicy in a year as it is now.
Yeah.
But the flavors will meld a little bit better. It won't be as burn your face off hot.
I think it'll still be burny. It just won't be as sharp, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So some of the notes will round out, but it's still going to have the potency of the capsaicin. The capsaicin is not going to change.
But interestingly enough, there aren't a lot of other alterations to make on this because a tannic aspect, you won't even notice it if it's there. Acidic aspect, it's plenty acidic.
Yeah, it's
There's
good.
plenty.
It's good.
As far as the sweetness, it's just sweetness versus heat. That's really what you're balancing here, and I think it's in the good range.
This is lava mead. If
Yeah,
it
it's
went
meant
too
to be
sweet,
lava mead.
then it's not going to be lava mead.
Yeah, it'd be sugary lava mead. Nobody wants that.
So we did add a fermentable sugar, aka the honey.
Mm-hmm.
So at this point, we're going to wrap this into another fermenter, and we're going to pasteurize it using our sous vide pasteurization method. I'll make sure to link that video in the description below, so if you're unfamiliar with it, you can watch that video and follow along with the process.
Once we're done pasteurizing it, we're going to put it back in the ferment station, let it sit for probably a week, maybe two, to clear out a little bit more, and then we'll be back to give you our final tasting where Derica gets to taste it yet again. Okay, it's been another week. Our lava mead was pasteurized and it's been sitting, hoping to clear up a little bit and maybe not be quite as lava as it was last time. I'm going to give Derica a smaller amount because I don't think she's going to appreciate this one nearly as much as I do. You can smell the chilies. I mean, it's that kind of strong.
Yeah, which is the point. So, you know.
Here, normally I give you the larger glass. Today I'm giving you the smaller. Now, the idea with this was to use some chilies that her brother was growing in his backyard. That was the whole point of this, okay? Just so you're aware.
My amount is pretty clear.
Yeah, it is actually, it's like an 8 for clarity. I mean, it's not perfectly clear, but when you go down the side, you can see through it totally. Up against the light, there's some haze.
It is mead colored with an ever slight tinge of green, which I've noticed in a lot of our capsicumels, that it's almost like that interference paint where it looks yellow, but there's, what's that green? Yeah.
On the smell,
Ooh, doggy.
it is chili and honey.
I don't know why it always makes me say ooh, doggy.
I actually really enjoy the smell.
Not really a thing I normally say.
It's not as harsh on the nose as it was before.
I
can get right in there.
It smells like a capsaicin for sure. There's no question about that.
A capsicum. Capsaicin's the thing that makes it hot. Yeah.
Those words.
Yeah.
Thank you. Brace myself. All right, I'm just going to.
Grows on you. You might not want to let it linger in your mouth too long. Okay, we sweetened this to 1.030. We could have gone more, okay? But we didn't because I know in a year, this is going to balance back a little bit. And this is not a Derica thing, okay?
You know what? There's a problem with this beverage, and the problem with this beverage, and pretty much any capsicum, is that I instantly want chips and salsa.
Yeah.
And any excuse for this person to consume a ridiculous amount of chips and salsa is a good excuse. But I know if I had a massive vat of chips and salsa in front of me, I would keep drinking this, which would cause me to keep eating those, which would cause me to keep drinking this, which would cause me to
That's how Mexican restaurants get you.
Because the salty chips make you
the salty
thirsty.
chili thing. Oh, yeah.
The spicy makes you want to eat chips because it's going to calm the spice.
Yeah. But you know what this is perfect for? My Viking chili.
Oh, this would be delightful in the Viking chili.
And all it is you make chili and you pour like half a bottle of this into it. That's really all it is. But this would be incredible in chili. This is probably my second best capsicum ever.
It hurts, but I'm going to be honest with you. It hurts so good.
It's got some complexity to it. I think it's great. There's the vegetalness of the peppers did not come through. It's not vegetal at all. There's enough fruitiness. The fruity flavors from those chilies is actually coming through really nice. The honey is playing well with that.
I know we played it off that I hate spicy things. I actually adore spicy things. I have loved spicy things.
They just hate her.
Since I was little. But as I have matured, that's the PC version of saying I got old, my taste buds are not appreciating it as much. It's getting a little more painful rather than more enjoyable. But I still have all those memories and connections to my youth when I was like, give me all the spicy foods. And I became kind of a spicy food snob. And Brian shares that spicy food snobbery with me, where spice is great. Heat is fantastic. But if it isn't accompanied with flavor, then what's the point?
Heat for heat's sake is just dumb, in my opinion.
And
now, if you like that, then go for it.
fine.
I'm just saying, to me, not something I go for.
So this is causing me a little discomfort. I am perspiring, and I got a little bit of like the, are you going to cough? Because it kind of, it's on your tongue. It's never going away now. You're stuck with that for the rest of your life. But I'm not angry about it because I'm like, I'm still getting the honey sensation. Mm-hmm. Even despite.
It's mouth-filling and rich and thick. It's not thin at all.
And it's just coating my tongue because of the oil-based.
It's definitely got some bite from acid.
It's got the bite. It's got the burn. It's got all the things you would want in something called lava mead.
And it has just enough sweetness to make it not unbearable. Like, it makes it where you know this is a chili mead. You know this is hot. But there's a sweetness there that brings those fruity notes forward. I think this is a very...
So what is the ABV on this?
I don't know. We didn't figure that out. So let me get the calculator teacher said would never be handy. That was right there. And figure it out for you. We started at 1.100. We ended at 0.998 times 135 gives us 13.7%. So I think the little slightly higher than a typical, 10 to 12%. Ethanol might be helping the capsaicin to move around your mouth a little bit more too.
Right. Because in my research of how to properly cleanse things that have been coated in capsaicin oil, capsaicin-based oil, is alcohol is one of the things that can remove it from the surface. So because it's an oil.
It's a solvent. It just
It's
makes it go everywhere.
it's in the alcohol, and you see where I'm going. So it's multitasking.
Sorry for the interruption.
So you got the oil trying to stick, and then the alcohol saying, "No, let's keep moving." So
Yep. But overall, I think this is successful. We kind of set out to make a joke. I really wasn't expecting this to be all that great. I thought we'd both hate it, but I'm going to like this a lot when this is aged a little bit.
I'm going to like this in small quantities.
You'll like it in cooking.
Definitely, I like it in cooking.
I'll just pour it in a mug with some
But
ice.
I will enjoy it on Taco Tuesday.
Right. So now we have a couple of numbers to do here. The first is repeatability. My opinion on repeatability on this is if you have the
Madame
exact...
Jeanette and Scorpion Douglas.
Yeah, if you can get the exact chilies that we had in the quantities that we had, which we even said it's like half a cup because we didn't weigh them or anything, and chilies come in different sizes.
Yeah.
Because we didn't actually expect this to be good, okay? If you can do that, other than that, this is super easy to make. This is a 9.5.
Right.
Really, really simple to make.
Just the chilies, the tea, the honey, the water.
Yeah, that's all there really is to it.
Back
It's
sweetened
actually pretty
with
simple.
more honey.
So it's like a 9.
Done.
Yeah. Now, enjoyment level. Personal bias. We can't even call it enjoyment this time. You got to call it personal bias because she's not enjoying this experience right now. Not fully. Not as much as some. I actually like things like this. I know Derica does too, just with varying degrees. But anyway. Our scoring system goes 1 through 10 with the occasional 11 reserved for those things that are amazing, up to a 4.5. We're probably not going to drink it, might even dump it. 5 to 7, we're going to say that's pretty good. That's the good stuff. 7.5 and above is varying levels of great to amazing and even the 11 of excellent. As it stands right now, do you have a number?
I think I do.
All right. Are you ready?
Yep.
1, 2, 3, 7.5. Wow, she went higher than me.
This is it is what it is.
It's far better than we expected.
Right. And so you have to just take that for its own success and not worry about that your tongue is never going to be the same again. I could drink this even though it hurts me. I could drink this and not be too upset about it. And that says a lot, right?
See, I went 7.5 because I just kind of felt like if I really was thinking of something to drink, this might not be the first thing I'd reach for. Because it's still a little powerful. It's a little much.
It's supposed to.
So, right. But I'm just saying, compared to other things, you heard me say this might be the second best capsicum I've ever made. Well, I think my first best might have been an 8 because it was hot too. But it was also a lot sweeter. That one was 1.06 something final gravity,
So
which sounds insane.
You only give the pineapple.
Oh, the pineapple capsicum. Oh, I didn't think of that one.
Yeah.
Pineapple habanero. See, that one's really good
That
too.
was nice.
Now that one I can drink more of
Yeah.
because it doesn't hurt as much. So I'm still going to say that this is a little bit lower than that. So maybe this isn't the second, it might be the third or fourth. But my 7.5 is still, that's a great score.
Oh,
Okay,
sure.
that's a great mead.
Yeah.
I think this has a lot of potential to age very, very well. And that's kind of, I'm leaving it room to grow is what I'm really doing here.
Sure.
okay?
And I know when we made the first capsicum and even a couple of the other ones, people were like, I want the stupid hot peppers. And we're like, why? And so this is our stupid
Kind of
hot
why we did it.
pepper capsicum.
Yeah.
And so I think you could substitute out the Madame Jeanette and Scorpion Douglas.
Any peppers you want.
If those are too wussy for you. For something a little more punchy and use this same recipe and probably get a similar...
And then adjust to taste and age it for a while, and it'll probably come out great. And that's kind of what we do is to give you a foundation recipe that you can work with and go from there.
Right. So does this live up to its name? In my personal opinion, hells to the yes.
Oh, yeah.
Was this successful and not just a joke? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. That was just a sampling of some of our mead videos. We just thought show all the different types.
We have plenty more. Feel free to search our channel and you might find something right up your alley.
And if there's any suggestions that you might have for types of videos you'd like to see or other compilations of types of brews that we make, let us know in the comments below. And as always, guys, thanks so much for watching and have a great day.
Bye-bye.